Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest live stream. I hope everybody's having a great afternoon thus far. We are going live with a dangerous severe weather outbreak and possibly even a tornado outbreak anticipated this afternoon across much of the Great Plains, even into the Midwest and parts of the Great Lakes, where all hazards of severe weather are expected, including the risk of significant, perhaps even widespread damaging winds as high as 80 to 90 miles per hour. We could have giant hail later this afternoon, and on top of that, we are watching for the risk of strong EF2 plus tornadoes out of the most intense supercells over the next few hours. I do think the next few hours are going to be very active. We are going to have a lot of tornado warnings. We're going to have a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings. It's going to get very active very quickly as we start to see storm initiation right along our dry line stretching from South Dakota all the way down into Oklahoma. So this is going to be a very active day, and I want to jump right into what's happening currently near Sioux Falls. This is where we currently have one tornado warning and 9 different severe thunderstorm warnings. This is an area that is dealing with some really significant severe weather as we speak. We actually just got, as we went live, an extremely dangerous situation severe thunderstorm warning. This is what we call an EDS. It is the highest level severe warning you can basically get here for those that are just south of Sioux Falls near Lenox, Canton, and north of Beersford. This is going to be for 80-mile-per-hour straight line damaging winds. That is really significant right now, surging towards Interstate 29. It's paralleling US Highway 18. This is a very intense line of thunderstorms that's been developing for the last several hours. We talked about this happening earlier today in our video. We were going to have an intense line of thunderstorms, and it is happening right now in southeastern South Dakota. The other concern with this is that some of this is rotating right now. You can actually see this little kind of spiral back here over near Parker, and this is where we're watching for an increasing tornado potential embedded in our line of thunderstorms, and this is currently tracking up into Sioux Falls right now. So if you guys live over there in Sioux Falls, we need to be preparing now for significant straight line damaging winds and also the possibility of a tornado as this storm continues to track off to the north and east. But again, 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds, this is no joke. I mean, this is a really significant line of thunderstorms. At one point earlier too, there was a report of a tornado with this somewhere near Scotland, South Dakota, and so far our highest measured wind gust was about 79 miles per hour back over here near the Wagner area. And so this is still producing really significant damaging winds right now. We've had several damage reports as well over near Tripp. In fact, just south of Tripp around 3 o'clock, so about 1 hour ago, there is a report that farm outbuildings were severely damaged and a fifth-wheeler camper was overturned. So this line of thunderstorms right now is producing significant damage right now across southeastern South Dakota. If we look at the velocities right now, I'm not seeing any crazy rotation embedded in our tornado warning, but I am watching this area here near Parker for a potential tornado risk, and that will be heading directly towards Sioux Falls over the next 30 minutes or so. So if you live in Sioux Falls, we need to be getting ready now. I would expect a severe thunderstorm warning at the bare minimum here, probably in the next 15 minutes or so, as this area of thunderstorms continues to track to the north and east. Across this area where this line of thunderstorms is ongoing, we do have a tornado watch that is in effect right now. It includes a large portion of Nebraska, Iowa, Minnesota, and South Dakota right now. And this is going to be for all hazards of severe weather, but the greatest concern, in my opinion, will be the damaging wind threat. There is also a risk of a few tornadoes, and then also scattered hail up to the size of apples is likely. So Sioux City, Sioux Falls, Windham, Spirit Lake, Storm Lake, which Storm Lake kind of a fitting name for today. All of you guys are under the gun here for significant severe weather over the next few hours. This tornado watch goes until 10 o'clock. Another area that we are watching is going to be back down here northwest of Kansas City, in northern Kansas, southeast Nebraska, and southwestern Iowa, where there is a tornado watch that goes until 11 p.m. Central Time, where a few tornadoes are likely, scattered hail to the size of apples is likely, and then scattered damaging wind gusts around 75 miles per hour is going to be happening here over the next several hours. And we are seeing some really explosive convective initiation right now over near Kearney, Nebraska. Guys, look at all the storm chasers. They're all heading towards this one right now. That kind of gives you an idea that, yes, this will probably be the area where we do end up seeing a discrete supercell that is significant over the next few hours. But we are beginning to see that storm initiation just north of Kearney, Nebraska, inside of our tornado watch. We have Tornado TRX, we have Ryan Scholl, I believe that's Cannon Colton, we got CJ Ziegler, and also Jacob McMillan, all in the Weatherfront app heading right towards Kearney. Another cool thing that we can look at is satellite imagery. I actually want to loop this just for the last hour. I have the last 6 hours on. Let me do the last 2 hours here. You can actually see the spiraling over here near Kearney on satellite, and look at that convective initiation right there, right over Kearney, Nebraska. Really crazy visual here that we're looking at. This right here is that sharp boundary that is developed just south of Kearney. That is where there's a sharp divide between very moist and very dry air, and that is where convective initiation is happening right near Interstate 80, and that is exploding right now over near Ravenna. And that storm right now is quickly intensifying, and if it is able to take that right-hand turn, it will be producing a much more significant tornado threat within the next hour or two. One thing we can also look at is our echo tops. The storm right now is towering up to about 45,000 feet already. So this is an explosive thunderstorm that is going up right now just north of Kearney. As of about 3:56, which was 12 minutes ago, it was at about 42,000 feet. It just reached 45,000 feet as of 7 minutes ago. And whenever we get our next radar scan, I would have to assume this is closing in on 50,000 feet. I would expect a new severe thunderstorm warning for this storm here at some point pretty soon, as this storm continues to blow up and intensify. So again, we're watching that one really closely. I also want to talk about another threat that is starting to go up, and this is back over here in Michigan. Guys, we got a destructive severe thunderstorm already over here in Michigan. The National Weather Service here just north of Detroit just issued a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for those that live in Bay City, Zilwaukee, as well as Freeland and Auburn. I don't know if anybody really had destructive supercells on their playing cards here for today. But we do have destructive supercells over here in Michigan as well, with giant hail being a possibility and damaging winds around 60 miles per hour also being a possibility. So this storm's going up quickly. We actually do have a live cam in Bay City, and we'll be showing you guys that here in a second once we get it onto our program here. But this storm right now is producing a really significant hail threat. Back over in Wisconsin, we do have one singular severe thunderstorm warning right now that is just south of Green Bay. This one's now moving offshore into Lake Michigan. This was producing some 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Down the line, this will likely produce a wind and tornado threat as that heads towards Manistee in far western Michigan. Let's talk a little bit about our threat for severe weather today, because guys, we're talking about the possibility of a severe weather outbreak, possibly even a tornado outbreak this afternoon and evening. The Storm Prediction Center now has a level 3 out of 5 enhanced risk of severe weather in place. This does include Minnesota. It includes Iowa, South Dakota, Nebraska, even into Colorado and Kansas. Giant slight risk of severe weather now that does include Michigan and Wisconsin, and a marginal threat that goes into Louisiana and Mississippi, as far north as Duluth in Minnesota, and another marginal threat in the southeast. The main concern for today will actually be significant damaging winds. We do now have a 45% chance within a 25-mile radius of significant damaging winds. This includes Sioux Falls, Worthington, Fairmont, Spencer, Algona, Storm Lake, Sioux City, Mankato, and Austin in Minnesota. And then we also have a 30% chance within a 25-mile radius for Omaha, Mitchell, back into Rochester. But this is a higher risk than what we had this morning. So the Storm Prediction Center has gone ahead and upgraded this risk, as we are expecting a widespread damaging wind threat near Sioux Falls out of that line of thunderstorms that is currently producing 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds. There's also a risk of some large to very large hail out of these initial supercells, stretching from the Texas Panhandle all the way into South Dakota and Minnesota. And then there's also a very elevated risk of tornadoes today. The 15% tornado risk, which is borderline a moderate risk of tornadoes, now includes Omaha, Nebraska, Lincoln, Nebraska, Sioux City. Does not include Sioux Falls anymore, but you guys are still under that 10% tornado risk. So this tornado probability has increased quite dramatically. And with what we're seeing on the mesoanalysis and the trends on satellite radar and just the ingredients in general, I do truly think a tornado outbreak is going to be possible over the next few hours. And so if you guys live in this tornado risk, we really got to be staying weather aware. I also want to point out there is now a risk of EF2 plus tornadoes in Michigan today. So Saginaw, Big Rapids, Mount Pleasant, Cadillac, back towards Grand Rapids and Lansing. There is actually a risk of strong tornadoes in central Michigan this afternoon and evening. So it's very important that if you live over here too, you have multiple ways to receive weather alerts, and you are staying tuned to our live stream today, as it is going to be a very active next few hours here all across the United States. Going back over to our really significant storms right now near Sioux Falls, the National Weather Service is going to allow the tornado warning to expire in about 2 minutes. So that was the one for Turner and Yankton counties in South Dakota. But keep in mind, what we're looking at here just south of Sioux Falls is not just a tornado risk, guys. We got really significant straight line damaging winds heading right towards Lenox and Worthington. We are also seeing some rotation right now, at least a development of some rotation just southwest of Lenox. This could lead to a spin-up tornado as it approaches Interstate 29 over the next few minutes. And then further off to the north and west near Parker, we got some large hail and damaging winds that'll be heading up towards Sioux Falls over the next several minutes with a low end potential for a tornado still. So if you live in Sioux Falls, the next 20-30 minutes are going to be vital to make sure that you are staying weather aware. Also, this is kind of an interesting look, but back over near Dalton, west of Sioux Falls, we have a little discrete cell that has gone up that is attempting to rotate right now. This will be heading up towards 42 and Canastota. This is right behind our line of thunderstorms, and we've been monitoring this a little bit. There's a little convergence signature. At the bare minimum, some downburst damaging winds will be possible right over Dalton, but maybe even a low tornado risk going in the direction of Hartford and Sioux Falls. So we're going to keep an eye on that storm. We also have a new severe thunderstorm warning over here in Nebraska. This storm is explosive. It is literally nuclear over here in southern Nebraska right now, just outside of Grand Island. This storm right now is producing a significant risk of damaging winds and large hail already. Ping pong ball sized hail is already happening with this storm. And then we also have a damaging wind threat with damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour being on the table. This is what that storm looks like right now. Again, very new supercell here that has gone up. This is Storm Chaser Nathan Moore, also known as Storm Chaser IRL. He is currently located just outside of Grand Island, closer to Cario or Cario. And so notice right there on the left side of your screen, that's the base of the storm that we're looking at on the left. Got overshooting cloud tops just outside of that, so we're going to be keeping an eye out on that. Also, Riley just issued a little max alert here with a tornado possible little label here for those in Canastota and as well as Dalton and Monroe. So for those that are not familiar with this, we've just kind of created this. It's in kind of beta right now. It'll be more used down the line. It's very beta for the time being. But what you guys are looking at here is basically a little alert that we can put out here on the weather Weatherfront app, and this will be publicly viewable on Weatherfront very soon. But basically what this is where we give you a quick heads up, an early heads up on something that might become concerning. So we're looking at this storm right now near Canastota, or Canastota, I think I'm saying that name right, maybe. But that area here, we're looking at a potential for a tornado as this storm continues to track off to the north and northeast, heading towards Monroe and Humboldt. 1 second, my screen went black. There we go. All right. I gotta fix my light. Let's try this. My light is broken. Wait 1 second. All right, I'm just gonna have to manually do it for a moment. I have to fix my light. My light was red. I don't think it's supposed to be like that. What's the link to send pictures? The link is in the description. Reports.maxvelocitywx.com. If you guys have any photos and videos today, definitely recommend sending them in to us. We're gonna have a very active afternoon once again. Several tornadoes are going to be a possibility. All right, should work now. I'm going to do a quick test with the tornado one. All right, my light's just broken. All right, we're going to have to manually do it for now. All right, let's go back over to this storm here just south of Sioux Falls. Right now, we are watching a very significant damaging wind threat approaching Lenox and the Chancellor area. I would expect a severe warning here at any moment for Sioux Falls. We definitely need one. Our damaging wind threat right now is actually heading more northbound than eastbound right now. And there's a very tiny area of rotation developing just west of Lenox. So if you guys live in this area, we've really got to be taking shelter near T. Don't spill the tea. Near 272nd Street. Just east of Parker. This is where we have a leading edge of damaging winds right around 80 miles per hour right now. As you can see at the top left of your screen, it says EDS severe warning. This is an extremely dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm warning. It is the highest level that you can possibly get when it comes to a severe warning. And so we are watching this very closely right now, heading towards Sioux Falls. And I would expect a new severe warning at some point here in a moment for those that live in Sioux Falls. Let's try it now. There we go. Hey, the light works. Let's get some W's in the chat. I got the light working. Shout out to Slaz with the super chat saying, congrats, Riley. Thanks for the update. Here's $6 or $7 for school. Wish I knew you were in point. would have congratulated you in person. Yeah, huge shout out to Riley. We talked about it in yesterday's stream, but he is officially here today. He was not here yesterday, but he has graduated with a bachelor's in water resources. And so he's going to be here a lot more now, but he is now officially graduated from college. I did that last year around the same time. It was probably the best time of my life. Felt great to be out of college, gotta say. Let's go back over to this storm near Cario. The storm's really quickly trying to organize right now. Back over near Howard City, Nebraska. This is in Sherman Hall, Buffalo, and Howard counties right now. This storm is currently producing 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Also a risk of ping-pong ball-sized hail. We already have a little hook that's developing. Rotation is not really that organized. It hasn't really gotten going quite yet. But I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see a wall cloud form on this here in just a few minutes. Got Nathan Moore looking at this right now with a very large base. This isn't a wall cloud, but a large base, storm base here. So that's where our lifting condensation level is. And over the next several minutes, we'll probably start to see an organizing wall cloud, if I had to guess, with this thunderstorm here that is just northwest of Grand Island. And so if you live over here, we should definitely be staying on alert right now for an increasing severe weather potential as this storm continues to move off to the north and east. Look at all the chasers that are flocking over here towards the supercell right now. That is an indication that this thing's probably going to be the one that goes here pretty soon. We do now have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning for those that live in Sioux Falls, Harrisonburg, Larchwood, just south of Hartford. That is going to be for a risk of 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. There's no tornado possible tag on this, but I'm definitely not ruling out a potential tornado risk with this storm. There is a little bit of convergence right now that's rain-wrapped northwest of Chancellor, and that's going to be heading up towards the west side of Sioux Falls here in just a few minutes. We do have some live cameras in the Sioux Falls area. And this is what it looks like out there right now in Sioux Falls. These are some of those traffic cameras in downtown. And there's quite a few people on the roadway. Even got a fire truck out there on the left. A lot of people out there right now. It is rush hour currently. It's technically Sunday, so I guess it's not really rush hour. Maybe people are coming back from church or dinner or something. I don't know. But quite a few people out there right now in Sioux Falls. And once this enters into Sioux Falls, we'll have a lot of great live shots here of the damaging winds that'll be moving in. I would definitely anticipate that the damaging wind threat is going to be quite significant. I think that we have a real risk of damaging winds right around 70 to 80 miles per hour as this line of thunderstorms moves right into Sioux Falls. So if you guys live in Sioux Falls, now is the time to prepare, get ready, stay away from windows. And I highly recommend, if you guys do live here and you have friends or family here, share the stream. We're gonna be live covering this entire thing. It's gonna get pretty dangerous there in Sioux Falls here in just a few minutes. And ever since we issued that little max alert over here south of Montrose in South Dakota, that rotation has quickly died. So hopefully that continues to trend that direction. This did have a little bit more of strong rotation for at least a brief moment there near Dalton. Not nearly as concerning as a moment ago. We have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning over here in Nebraska. This one will be for Loop City, Ashton, and Rockville. That'll be for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Apparently, Riley just issued a quote-unquote max discussion. I don't know if we're ever going to use this again, but there is such thing now apparently as a max discussion. All right, it's not a mesoscale discussion; it's a max discussion. This one says supercellular.
Max, if you're alive, I already see a base forming on the storm.
Holy crap, that was loud in my ears. All right, that was Ryan Scholl. Thank you for that. All right, but this is a max discussion, and it says supercellular convection is beginning to increase across eastern Nebraska, and the threat for significant to intense tornadoes is rising. A Sig 2 tornado threat was considered by the Storm Prediction Center across something else. I can't read the rest of that, Riley. We need to fix that. What else was after that? Click the info button. Oh, can I do that? Oh, okay. A Sig 2 tornado threat is considered by the SPC across Nebraska and west central Iowa, given the presence of STP values between 4 and 7, potentially overlapping with discrete supercells. All right, so what that basically means, guys, is that our environment's really favorable for tornadoes. If we go over to like the computer model, for example, which we can look at mesoanalysis too, but a lot of computer models have been forecasting our significant tornado parameter values to be well over 4 here across Nebraska and Iowa. That is not a good thing. The higher the number, the worse. This isn't golf where the lower number's better. This is like football. I don't know if it's a better if you're in football. Actually, technically it's worse. I mean, if you shoot a higher score in golf, that's worse. So we can kind of have that analogy. But over here near Omaha, the STP values are about 5, sometime around 6 to 8 o'clock this evening. And so what that means is that our environment is very ripe for strong, intense, possibly even a violent tornado risk with these supercells that are quickly organizing right now just north of Kearney. We also have some mesoanalysis that we can look at here. This is the mesoanalysis as of right now. And our significant tornado parameter values near Kearney in Nebraska are at an 8 right now, an 8 out of 10. This is nearly the highest level that an STP value can get. And so our values are so high right now that the environment is incredibly favorable currently for strong, intense tornadoes. And so this is one of our concerns right now near Kearney, Grand Island, Central City. We got to be getting ready again for that tornado threat, because any supercell that gets going in this environment will be capable of producing strong to intense tornadoes. Over near Sioux Falls, there's about a 4 out of 10 there, but granted, that's a line of thunderstorms, so the risk of an intense tornado happening there is not nearly as high. With that said, we still have some rotation right now north of Lenox, and that is currently tracking towards Sioux Falls. And so we got to be getting ready again in Sioux Falls for an increasing damaging wind threat over the next few minutes and a possible tornado threat. Good shout out to Josh for becoming a member. Also, thank you, Trey, for the super chat, saying, what do you think about Sioux City? I think Sioux City is going to be under the gun for at least some significant severe weather today. I would say right now the risk of damaging winds is going to be the highest for you guys. If we do have discrete supercells fire between the line up here near Yankton and the discrete cells near St. Paul, I do think there will be a higher chance of a tornado there. But for right now, I definitely think the damaging wind threat is going to be the highest concern. Also, guys, we want to get your locations on here. All right, this is kind of a let me pull up the thing here. So you guys can actually put your location on the map here inside of the program I'm using. This is the first ever time that we've actually been able to do this. We did it yesterday's stream. We did a little beta test, but now you can go ahead and put a message. You can put your location on here. So head on over to this QR code, scan the QR code. There's also a link down in the description below, and you can go ahead and put your location on our map here, and we can kind of see where you're tuning in from. Let me also fix this here. Let me get the type-in link. So here's the type-in link, by the way. The link, you can type this in. It is case sensitive. If you want to type it into your browser or to scan the QR code, there is also a link in the description below. You can put your location on the map, and we'll be able to see it here. Also, by the way, do you guys like the max discussion? Do you guys like this idea? Let me know in the chat. So Riley just kind of made it up. So there you go, Don, for becoming a member. Everybody loves the max discussion. All right, I guess we're gonna do max discussions now. The storm right now is already beginning to get a little bit of an area of rotation currently. Look at this storm organized right now, guys. This is Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl. He's a little bit further back from this. Nathan Moore is up close and personal with this supercell right now, and it looks, it's organizing fast, guys. The storm is organizing very quickly here, just outside of Grand Island. The concern is growing for a potential significant tornado threat here in the short term. We also have Storm Chaser Tornado Pagey in Grand Island, and then Ryan Scholl is a little bit further back to the east, but he's over here near St. Paul. Very soon, you guys will be able to also track these Storm Chasers inside of the Weatherfront app. Right now, they are all currently located just outside of Grand Island. A couple of them are in Grand Island. Edgar O'Neill is there as well. And we really got to watch this storm, guys, near Sioux Falls. We might need a max alert for this right here near T. There's a little area of convergence coming together just south of Sioux Falls. And if this is able to tighten up on the next scan, I could see there being a tornado warning. Got a little bit of rotation developing right now on the latest scan. Initially, it was just winds that were kind of flatlined, so there wasn't really any sort of convergence. Now it's starting to converge on this latest scan. And here we go. The latest scan also showing that convergence. It is attempting to produce a tornado right now west of T. Very strong surge of wind right here, but this is where it's wrapping around. So we have a potential tornado risk right now developing just west of Interstate 29, and that's going to be heading right up into the southwest side of Sioux Falls in South Dakota here over the next few minutes. So if you guys live right now in Sioux Falls, I would be taking shelter as if this was a tornado warning. At the bare minimum, we have straight line damaging winds, but there is also a risk that this could maybe produce a tornado as well. This storm right now is moving at about 40 miles per hour, so I'm going to do a little quick timing guide on this. This is about 40 miles per hour. I got to zoom out a little bit for this. Dang. All right, so we got some locations on here. I'm going to put this...
A new tornado.
Well, there's pretty good timing there.
Issued.
We do have a tornado warning for this now. This is actually not the same storm. Which one is this? Oh, no, it is. All right, so we do have a tornado warning for Sioux Falls. South side of Sioux Falls, as well as the Schindler area, Harrisburg, Larchwood, Valley Springs, and T. You all need to be taking shelter now and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible and getting away from windows, all right? I kind of have a little timing guide in case this does continue to track to the north like it kind of is right now. But if you live in Sioux Falls, we're looking at impacts in the next 15 minutes or so. So if you live in Sioux Falls, take shelter now. Harrisburg, Schindler, and also Anderson. For the record, guys, the max alert, if I issued it, it would have been accurate. Riley was trying to do it, but he didn't get to it. It's a little bit close call right there. But right now, the main area of rotation is located just outside of T. We do have a little tightening right now just over near 273rd Street, and that's going to be going directly into the town of T, South Dakota here in a moment. So we got to be taking shelter. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, one thing I want to cover real quick is this tornado couplet is actually not moving in the direction of the tornado warning. It's moving considerably further north. That warning is basically issued from west to east, but this is basically moving north-northeast. So if you're in the northern portion of this tornado warning, be taking it very seriously because it's probably going to deviate from the center of that tornado warning and head up towards Sioux Falls.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Yeah, I agree. I do think the tornado warning, I mean, granted, the main area of rotation is going north-northeast. It could get nudged more to the east as well once this little back end of the storm does push it that direction. But at least for right now, this rotation is definitely moving more north-northeast moving more north than east, which does make it more concerning for those that live here in a much more populated community on the southwest side of Sioux Falls near 57th Street. So if you guys live there, we definitely got to be on alert. They have also just upgraded this severe thunderstorm warning to a tornado possible tag for Lyon, Rock, Lincoln, Minnehaha, and Turner counties. Those are in South Dakota. One of them is in Minnesota, and one is also in Iowa. So they have upgraded the severe warning here for a tornado possible tag. And I am waiting for the velocities to update. Again, we are watching for a possible tornado right now developing here near T. And on the latest scan, that rotation, the main area of rotation, is still moving up into T. So if we have a tornado, that's going to go right into T, South Dakota in a moment. I would also be watching this right here. There's a little area of convergence just north of that main area of rotation, and that could go more into the south side of Sioux Falls here over the next few minutes. Also, we are beginning to see a wall cloud developing here in Nebraska. This storm has exploded over the last several minutes, and it already looks like it's organizing rapidly. By the way, guys, can you hear my ice maker? Let me know if you guys can hear anything in the background. I have an ice maker going. I want to make sure you guys don't hear it because it is a little bit loud. I'm just confirming that you guys cannot hear it. All right, everybody's saying no. All right, just making sure. I'm gonna turn it off though. I only needed a little bit of ice. I got all this ice now. I just got like an entire cup full of ice. Wow, look at Tornado Page's view, guys. Look at this. What an amazing view of that supercell right now, just outside of Grand Island, Nebraska. This storm is now warned for golf ball-sized hail. There's a lot of storm mergers that are happening with this supercell right now, so it is going to take a little bit of time to organize, but that tornado threat should be increasing here pretty soon. I do want to remind you guys, this environment, again, very ripe for strong to intense tornadoes, so we really got to be taking this seriously. Also, the storm here just south of Sioux Falls, it is going to continue as an extremely dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm warning for those that live in Canton, north of Beersford, west of Fairview. So this is still an EDS severe thunderstorm warning. You need to take shelter now if you are in this bright orange polygon. I am differentiating the polygon colors. The orange means it is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Anytime that you just see a normal yellow, that is a severe warning. A red, bright red tornado warning is radar indicated. Dark red would be observed. PDS is pink. Tornado emergency would be purple. I have the colors a little bit different so you guys can understand better what each warning is instead of me having to explain it every single time. Hopefully that makes it a little bit easier for you to understand. If you're colorblind, I'm sorry. I'll try to be descriptive. That would be the one disadvantage to that. You ever get like some, maybe we do like some sort of dashed line thing for like tornado emergencies or something too. I don't know. That might help to differentiate the warnings. We will have a new velocity scan in a second. Our main area of rotation right now is south of Sioux Falls. This velocity scan is 4:29 p.m. So that's not the latest one. We're waiting for that to update. And once again, this tornado warning right now is for Lynn, Lincoln, and Minnehaha counties. That is in Iowa and also South Dakota. Thank you, DR, for becoming a member. No CC drop as of right now. The latest velocity scan is showing a lot of rotation still. It is not tight in any sort of specific area, though, right now. This will be the main area. It's just to the southwest still of T. Our damaging wind threat has kind of been cut off a little bit. It has not made its way all the way up into Sioux Falls yet, but it is going to be pushing onto 69th Street in just a moment, approaching the I-229 corridor near I-29 near 69th Street. And that's going to head right up into the south side of Sioux Falls. So Sioux Falls, we need to be taking shelter. Getting away from windows and getting to the lowest floor possible. And then down here to the south, I'm not seeing any rotation, but very significant damaging wind threat is going to be heading into northwestern Iowa over the next several minutes. Heading back down to our supercells here, just northwest of Grand Island. We are starting to see an indication of some convergence yet again. Just west of Grand Island, we have a giant wall cloud forming right now on this storm, currently located west of Grand Island.
Ball-sized hail.
This is currently producing hail up to the size of golf balls, maybe even a little bit larger than that.
Weird.
Also, Riley has just put out a new max alert for those that live inside of this area near Farewell, St. Paul, Elba, and Cario. The rotation is increasing, and a rotating wall cloud has been reported by storm chasers. Multiple storm mergers are ongoing, which may lead to an increased tornado threat once the storm mergers are complete. And so that would include anybody in this little orange polygon here, just north of Grand Island. And we are starting to see a little bit of a convergence signature coming together now. We did have a recent report here from a storm spotter of 1-inch sized hail just east of Ravenna. And so that rotation is starting to really quickly organize. We have a couple storm chasers, including Tornado Pagey, who are currently just north of Airport Road that are driving right up into this severe thunderstorm warning and also driving into the Maxler, which is pretty gnarly. Thank you, Care, for the $10 super chat. Thank you for keeping us U.S. weather ready. Thank you also, Shelly, for becoming a member. Welcome back, Shelly. We are starting to see an organizing supercell here. Probably going to become tornadic here pretty quickly. This environment is awfully favorable for tornadoes right now. If we head on back over to our meso analysis, we are now at a 9 out of 10, a little bit west of Grand Island. That's near Kearney. We have a 9 out of 10 for an STP value being estimated here on our meso analysis. That is, again, nearly the highest that you can get. There's no storm in Kearney, but that is really favorable. Over here near Grand Island, it's about a 3 or 4, so it's a little bit lower, but still pretty favorable. The PC for becoming a member. They also thank you, Skitters, for becoming a member. Back to our 3-cam view here. All 3 storm chasers on the bottom of your screen are on this storm near Cario. We'll go back to that in a second. We want to head back over to Sioux Falls. We have a new radar scan coming in just a moment. In case you are just tuning in, tornado warning is in effect just south of Sioux Falls. It does not include the north side of Sioux Falls, but it does include areas that are on the south side. So that is near the Pine Lakes Addition, Anderson, and T. Harrisburg. Rowena, you guys are all included in this tornado warning currently. The rotation is not as strong as before, but we have an 80-mile-per-hour damaging wind threat associated inside of this significant severe thunderstorm area. I'm going to see what the velocities look like in a second. We do not have a CC drop as of right now. I'd say right now,
A new tornado warning.
Well, that was
has been
quick.
issued.
All right, we already have a tornado warning on this supercell near Grand Island. This is a nuclear supercell, guys. I mean, this thing has exploded over the last several minutes, and we now have a tornado warning in effect just north of Grand Island for Cario, St. Liberty, as well as Chapman, near Palmer, Dannebrog. You guys are all included in this tornado warning. You need to be taking shelter immediately and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible, and you got to be getting away from windows. Also, Riley was pretty spot on with this this max alert here. The tornado threat is indeed increasing, and we now have a tornado warning. Rotation is quickly intensifying right now.
Got a copy.
Bryce has an update. Go ahead.
Just wanted to give you an update. Visually, this storm near Cairo, Nebraska is starting to rotate pretty good.
All right, so Bryce is saying this is really starting to rotate right now. Thank you. So Storm Chaser Bryce Shelton and also Tornado Pagey, they are currently looking at this storm that is really starting to crank and organize and is really starting to rotate right now. And so this is all happening right now near Cario, just south of Dannebrog. You can see velocities on the bottom right of your screen. They are converging. This is the beginning of a tornado formation right now. And if you look at reflectivity, you can also see the hook echo that is developing right now. And so if you live near Grand Island, I would be staying on high alert right now. Grand Island, Nebraska. I would be staying on high alert for at least a potential tornado risk here. This is a really concerning storm right now and has a very high likelihood of producing a tornado here pretty soon. We also got a new storm going up just south of Grand Island. That's another explosive storm. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, real quick, I wanted to talk about the storm mergers that we have ongoing on the storm near Grand Island. All of these areas here that I'm circling are all different areas of convection, and they're all sort of fighting for the same sort of environment. It is going to lead to an increasing tornado threat in the short term as we sort of see these storms bump into each other and the mesocyclones of them interact. However, it's going to be a little bit messy for the storm over the next hour or so as it continues to go through these mergers. That being said, if it does manage to complete these mergers early and then eventually clear out its inflow notch, we would be looking at what could potentially be a long track tornado. Just backing the radar up a few scans, we can see that the current hook echo is actually sort of new convection that popped up just north of Gibbon and is now interacting with our main supercell. We can also see the hail core is starting to rapidly spike as of the last few scans. That's showing us that these storms are interacting very hard, and it's going to be a positive storm merger because it's forcing the convection to grow higher with height, and as it grows higher with height, it's going to interact with the rotation to just become a little bit more stronger.
Hey, Riley, for the update. Connor was saying something.
Hey, Max, I got a visual of the base on this new tornado orange supercell. We're right in path of it here. Just went live.
Thank you for the update. All right, so Storm Chaser Connor Croft, who's also live on YouTube. He is on this supercell now. So we can put Connor in one of the slots, probably slot 3. So Connor's now on the supercell right now. We got, again, a rapidly developing area of rotation currently northwest of Grand Island. We got to be taking shelter now if we are in this tornado warning. We also can see all the different people that are checking in on the Weatherfront app in terms of your locations. And nobody currently, at least that submitted their location, is inside of the red polygon. But we got some people barely on the outskirts. This person said, here we go. Here we go is right. We got a few people over there in Grand Island that are checking in right now. Got a lot of people in Sioux Falls that are watching currently too. Look at all the people. These are all the people that are currently inside of the tornado warning right now. That's a lot of people currently over in Sioux Falls. Let me take this off for a second. Going back to our tornado warning here, our rotation has not been nearly as strong, but we still have some rotation located over Interstate 29, and that is heading up towards Anderson, Schindler, and as well as Rowena. So we need to still be taking shelter here if we're in this tornado warning. I don't think this has as much of a chance as a few minutes ago of producing a tornado, but it is still producing a significant damaging wind threat, and I would definitely still not rule out a tornado, just not nearly as high of a risk, at least for the next few minutes. Granted, again, things could definitely change here. Also, here's a look at what's happening out there in Sioux Falls right now. I don't know how good the drainage is here in Sioux Falls. Doesn't look that ideal, I'm not going to lie. It looks like that road there is already flooding. This is near that rotation. This is just south of I-229 right now. And so this is very close to that area of circulation on radar. And we also have another live shot here a little bit further to the north of that rotation. And cars are teleporting here. I just saw a car teleport. What in the world just happened there? I think this camera's bugging out a little bit, but that's what it looks like out there in Sioux Falls. This is Storm Chaser Connor Croft, who's coming up on this giant
30
wall.
minutes. Still
Over here near Grand Island.
Right? Like enough. Yeah, that's enough.
Enough for quickly.
Storm is quickly trying to organize right now. Very dark skies. The storm is towering to over 50,000 feet already. Storm Chaser Tornado Pagey is also driving into this right now. There you are, Chief, for the $20 super chat, saying congratulations on your graduation rally. Hey, also William for the Venmo donation.
Look at that, look at that, look at that, look at that. That's rotating hard.
Tornado Pagey's right underneath the rotation. They're saying it's rotating hard right now. This is near Cario. Oh, right above their head here. Got strengthening rotation currently. Just northwest of Grand Island. They are almost underneath the area of circulation right now.
Wow.
We could have an uncondensed really soon.
Oh yeah. Look at the crap flying.
All right, so we're going to continue to keep an eye on them. Right now, the rotation, again, not super duper strong, but we are watching an area of rotation still trying to develop right over near Cario. It is going to be tracking up towards St. Liberty over the next several minutes. There's another storm that went up southwest of Grand Island. It'll be interesting to see how this interacts with the main supercell here in just a few minutes. We also have some other storm chasers on this. I'm going to put Nathan Moore on that bottom left side of your screen. Oh, nope, he just went out. Oh, no, he came back. All right. So Nathan Moore's there on the bottom right side or bottom left side of your screen. He is also basically underneath the base right now, has a phenomenal view of this storm right now. In this environment, very likely that this will be producing a tornado. This storm is going to be still tornado warning for the next half hour. So until 5:15 Central Time for Merrick, Hall, and Howard counties. 2-inch size tail is also going to be a real risk with this storm as it continues to move off to the east-northeast. This is Nathan Moore, and you can see that little area of rotation there. Right there in the middle of your screen, there is some rotation developing. There's also a very defined hook echo reaching out to our outflow boundary right over Cario. I don't think a tornado is going to drop in the next minute or two, but I don't think it's far. I'm trying to drop something. Just going to take a little bit of time to organize.
It's still broad, but it is increasing.
Just lost Carl. We'll go back to him in a second. Also, if we go over to the Echo Tops right now, this is going to be a really interesting little tool that we can use here. If we go to the Echo Tops, this is how tall our supercells are right now. And so they are right now at 55,000 feet currently, northwest of Grand Island. 55,000 feet. That is explosive. Also about 51,000 feet west of St. Paul. So that is a really tall thunderstorm right now. Going back to Sioux Falls, they just condensed the tornado warning. Still includes Lynn, Lincoln, and Minnehaha counties here in South Dakota and Iowa. This will go for the next half hour, until 5:15 Central Time, just like the other tornado warning. Main area of rotation is located near I-229. It's approaching Anderson, Shidler, Rowena, and the Pine Lakes Addition. I am not seeing anything that stands out to me that makes me think we have a tornado actively or one even near on the ground right now. The rotation is pretty broad and in this rain, but we do have significant damaging winds continuing. The warning right now for Sioux Falls and Larchwood is for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds, quarter-size tail, and there is also a tornado possible tag on this entire severe thunderstorm warning. We also just had a report of quarter-size tail on the west side of Sioux Falls. That is over near 5th, or is that Ellis? Or is that Ellis Road? So that was near Ellis Road, a little neighbor community there that happened in. This is Nathan Moore here. Rotation is really starting to ramp up here. Look at the rotation here near Cario, Nebraska. Cairo or Cairo? Is it Cairo? Cairo, Nebraska. Did I get it now? Cairo. Maybe I'm right now. Bang, I got it. 1 for 1 on pronunciations today. Thank you, Rippy, for the $20 super chat. Weather outlook for Yankton the rest of the night. Where is Yankton? I saw it somewhere and I don't know where it went. You can see the broad rotation right now. It's not rapid, but it is broadly rotating currently where Storm Chaser IRL is located. Tornado Pagey is currently positioning. And look at this from a distance, guys. I mean, this wall cloud is just giant. Quite literally unbelievable what we're seeing here. It's a good 1 to 2 miles long.
Probably gonna stop right up here in a second.
Unbelievable view of this storm right now, just north of Grand Island. Tornado Pagey has something funky. They're looking right at the storm right now, which is again trying to ramp up in Howard County, Nebraska. That is the entire mesocyclone right there. There's just a large, broad area of rotation. That was a close cloud ground lightning strike.
Yeah.
Jeez, that was actually really close.
I think those birds just got fried.
You caused the sewer chat. Embrace the mispronunciations. We've got bigger things to worry about. I would agree. Rotation is definitely trying to ramp up still. North of Cairo. So Tornado Pagey again is on this right now. A lot of other chasers are on this. We literally have, I don't know how many chasers here. There's about 7 just on Weatherfront. There's about maybe 20 that I'm seeing currently on our chaser map. And so there are a lot of chasers that are currently on this, and that gives you a pretty good idea that this thing is probably going to become tornadic here. This is going to most likely be the more dominant supercell here for today as it continues to roll to the north and east. With that said, we have more storms going up right now between Grand Island and west of Salina in Kansas. All of these right now are mostly just producing gusty winds and small hail, but they could become severe with time. It will be interesting to see if this little storm west of Grand Island merges into our supercell and leads to a higher tornado potential down the line. That could lead to like a little storm nudger. And so that's definitely on the table there. Back over in Sioux Falls on the latest radar scan, we actually have 2 tightenings, guys. 2 different areas of stronger rotation just developed on this latest radar scan. So we have a potential tornado threat right now inside of our tornado warning near 69th Street, and there's another one west of Schindler. And so these are moving towards Anderson. This is on the south side of Sioux Falls, heading towards Rowena, just west of Larchwood. So we need to be taking shelter right now if you are in Schindler or Anderson. This is going to be the more concerning of the two, as this rotation right here is actually heading right up into a community here near 57th Street and 61st Street. That's a little tightening there. We don't have a debris signature, but that's a much stronger area of rotation that's developed. We have a new velocity scan coming in. I would assume that rotation is going to be up here now, just southwest of Anderson on that new scan. What the heck is that? Look at how dark it is, guys.
Spinning right off to my right on the ground there. Yeah, we got a confirmed tornado.
All right, we had a tornado apparently near Grand Island. According to Nathan Moore, there is a tornado down here. So there is a tornado on the ground. According to Nathan Moore. We need to be taking shelter now if we are in this tornado warning. He is saying that there is a tornado down here near Liberty Street. Right there on the far right. He's currently on the back side of the storm, so it's a little bit more rain wrapped from this perspective. Unknown how large it is or if it's just brief or something like that. Rotation on radar isn't super strong right now.
They just reissued a tour warning on it. Just a regular tour, though.
We're gonna see if any other chasers have view of it. Tornado Pagey's on this. See if they have anything.
It's rapid.
It is really hard to tell. There might be a tornado right there in the middle. That's at least what Nathan Moore just said a second ago. Definitely pretty scary looking. I don't know about this being on the ground. It's hard to tell. That might have just been a rain shaft. That's what he said, but At least from this angle, I'm not seeing anything definitively.
Not good.
We also just had a report of 2-inch size hail from storm chaser Randy Desner a second ago on N58 Road. And so that is just southwest of Dannebrog. So 2-inch size hail report there, just north of Cairo. Storm is still rotating. I don't see anything really tight right now, but there's definitely a clear hook echo. We got a giant hail core, very classic looking supercell. I don't think it's going to take much time for this to produce a more significant tornado threat. And so we're going to continue to watch that closely. Going back to Sioux Falls, our latest radar scan, not nearly as strong for our rotation, but we have a very significant surge of wind right along 69th and 49th Street. And so that is heading directly into Anderson and then approaching Schindler right now. There's a little bit of rotation still, but not as strong or tight as before. And then further off to the east, we're mostly looking at a surge of damaging winds. I definitely think we'll have an increasing tornado potential as that little area of rotation heads on up towards Laverne in southwestern Minnesota. But yeah, from this angle here, like you guys can see this is on that supercell right now in Nebraska. We got a giant wall cloud. I don't see a clear tornado from where Tornado Pagey and Nathan are. They're on the back side of this storm right now. I'm not 100% sure if we did have a tornado or not. Haven't had any other reports yet of anything. And Tornado Pagey was pretty much in the same general location as them.
Yeah, I see some golf ball.
They are seeing some golf ball sized hails falling. This is Nathan. He's driving through the backside of the storm still. Hey, Ross to the sewer chat. What can we expect in northwest Iowa? Significant damaging wind threat will be the biggest concern. Also, OJ with the sewer chat just said it's really bad out here in Sioux Falls. How many of you guys tuning in from Sioux Falls right now? We also just got a new severe watch for Kansas, Colorado, and Nebraska. These are all the locations that you guys have submitted over the last half hour. There's a lot of you tuning in right now.
This is an urgent alert
from this area.
Tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
We now have a confirmed tornado in Nebraska. That'll be for those that live in Hall, Howard, and Merrick counties. So there was a tornado, according to storm spotters here. So this is a confirmed tornado. We need to be taking shelter immediately and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible and getting away from windows. All right, the storm is moving off to the north and east, going towards St. Liberty, and also Palmer is in the path of this right now. So again, we gotta be taking shelter, putting as many walls between you from the outside, get away from windows. Nathan's on the back side of the storm. He's the one that did spot a tornado a few minutes ago. Looking to see if he ends up getting a view of this. We're looking at a lot of other storm chasers as well. See if anybody else gets a view of this. I know storm chaser Connor Croft right now is out in front of us. This is where Nathan is right now. Not seeing anything from Nathan yet. Connor is currently approaching the giant wall cloud. There's a lot of people here. A lot of storm chasers out here today. There's a big chaser convergence. And we just lost Connor. We'll go back to him in a second. Ryan Scholl's also looking at this right now. I know we have Storm Chaser Tornado Pagey virtually next to where this tornado would be. Again, I don't clearly see anything. I think what we had though was a tornado a few minutes ago and it's lifted, and there's probably gonna be a new one trying to drop here in a few minutes. I mean, above their head here, that might be like kind of the remnants from the previous tornado.
Dang, this thing got eaten up by the old.
But it's hard to tell right now. And so we're going to continue to keep an eye on him. Connor's bottom middle of your screen there. We also just got a new severe thunderstorm warning in Kansas and Nebraska for Burr Oak, Mankato. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour winds and half-dollar sized hail. That is just south of Lawrence. If you guys live in this severe thunderstorm warning, definitely be taking shelter right now. All these purple dots that you see are people tuning in right now. We got a lot of people over here inside of our severe warning and tornado warning. Got somebody named Melissa saying thanks for the weather updates over in Brandon, South Dakota. This person half an hour ago named Adam said we're out here. Well, hopefully you're staying safe there. Am I fried? You might be, actually. The storm just hit you, though. Got somebody over in Larchwood right now tuning in. Back over in our tornado warning, we have literally nobody tuning in, I don't think. At least in this confirmed tornado warning in Nebraska. At least on our map here, we don't have anybody tuning in. There's a couple people up in St. Paul. Somebody said the sirens are not working in St. Paul. That is not good to hear. Right on the edge, hoping everybody's safe. Hopefully everybody is safe. Tornado Page is now punching back into the backside of the storm, looking for the possible tornado. Again, there was a confirmed tornado a few moments ago. Rotation is ramping up again right now, just north of Cairo.
Oh wow, it's getting really windy.
Actually pulling over there.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's something possibly developing right there. Hey, Rippy from coming.
Look at that spinning.
Yeah, rapid
Do you see
rotation.
that?
Right there in the middle of your screen. I know it's a little bit blurry, but it is rapidly rotating right there.
And then it stops.
Probably going to be dropping a tornado again here in a few minutes.
Road.
Rough road.
Just right there.
So we got rapid rotation at the top right of your screen. I know it's a little bit blurry, but that's the area of rotation right now.
What?
That's what it said.
Who observed? I'm looking. It might be about to be, but
So there might be a tornado trying to drop right now. If we go back over to velocities, the main area of rotation is near Liberty Road, and that is currently approaching the St. Liberty area, and then going up towards Archer. Connor Croft is also looking at this from a distance. And you can see all the motion from where Connor is located right now. We got a lot of right to left motion developing.
Rising Scud right back in there, guys. Just briefly rotating in there.
Supercell still trying to organize here.
If anybody's east, I'm in the RFD again. What's it look like? I'm east of it. I got a nice wide view. It lost a lot of what it had.
Yeah, there's still this like occluded mezzo with rain curtains wrapping around it. That occasionally has scuddy fingers, but nothing extremely rapid.
I just said I need a drink. Are you inside of the tornado watch?
It does look like it's trying to wrap around again, though.
On a day like today, I don't fully blame you.
But it's
I feel like there is some, maybe some
need.
need for some people. I don't know. They have downgraded this back to a normal radar indicated tornado warning.
Healthy cut on it right now. Again.
Yeah, the cut on it's nuts.
We'll go back to him in a second. We're still keeping an eye on at least a broadly rotating wall cloud. Back over in Sioux Falls, no longer looking at any sort of major severe weather threat in Sioux Falls, at least for the time being. Our main area of rotation is now over near Rowena. I could see there being a new tornado warning here soon going towards Valley Springs, Beaver Creek, Laverne, Magnolia, and Adrian near Hills. All right, so if you guys live in those areas, that's the main area of rotation right now. That's where we're watching for a possible tornado to drop here over the next few minutes. And that is heading directly east-northeast towards I-90 in far southwestern Minnesota. And we still have a very significant swath here of damaging winds that is stretching from Larchwood back into Fairview. We right now have a severe thunderstorm warning for southwestern Minnesota and northwest Iowa for another 45 minutes, so until 5:45 Central Time for Lyon, Minnehaha, Nobles, and Rock counties for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds, and also maybe a potential tornado threat, especially with the area of rotation that's going up towards Laverne right now. We're looking really closely at that area of rotation right over 266th Street. But otherwise, again, if you're in like downtown Sioux Falls, I think we're okay for right now. The east side's definitely more at risk of more significant severe weather right now. And this storm, guys, is really cranking right now. I don't think we're far from a tornado dropping here. Back over near St. Liberty or north of Grand Island. The velocities are really intensifying currently. This is looking really, really impressive on radar. We have a ton of storm chasers looking at this right now.
Camera was in it too.
Oh.
There is a lot of rotation developing right
Not
now.
even where this is, right here. Way back there, though. Good spot. Let's zoom you guys back out here.
There's a lot of rotation developing right now. Like, we got a really strong area of rotation trying to develop. It's not lined up with our hook echo, but once it gets more aligned with our updraft, this thing's probably going to produce a pretty significant tornado.
A lot of freaking motion with it.
As Ryan Scholl's saying, there is a lot of motion. We can see that right now in real time. Luckily, the storm is just north of Grand Island. It's not really going into the town right now, but it will be heading towards Central City, Clarks,
John,
Archer,
that's
Silver
what we
Creek,
were thinking, that
Columbus.
Maybe someone saw a gustnado and reported it.
Sounds like somebody
Because there
reported
is
a
a
gustnado.
boundary that it's like toying with.
We did have a tornado report just north of Cairo. There's no other details about it, but there was a tornado report. We had a storm chaser Nathan Moore report one as well. Big shout out to Alex with the $10 super chat. Love the streams he produced. Will this be the only storm that hits Sioux Falls area, or will there be more on the way? There could be more storms, but I think the risk of significant severe weather is definitely going to be lower after this first round. Let me go back to our 3-cam view here. Actually, let me go back to Ryan Scholl. He has a very unique perspective on that area of rotation that's developing currently. Got a large, broad area of rotation, which is only a few minutes from going into St. Liberty. Wow, look at this. This is Jacob McMillan. He won an award at Chaser Summit earlier this year for some of the best videography. I mean, this is quite the look at this storm right now. Giant wall cloud right there that has developed. And we could easily see a big-time tornado out of this storm if it's able to organize. Crazy view of that storm out of the south. He's currently going north on US Highway 281. Got quite a bit of motion developing. Ryan Scholl is looking at some of that rotation. Got a little bit of dust kicking off the ground. Maybe a little.
Whoa! Tornado! Tornado on the ground! Tornado on the ground, guys! Right in front of us too. Oh wait, no. Sorry, there was a big dust swirl.
That might have been a gustnado. I don't think that was a tornado.
Here comes the RF.
Probably just had a gustado here, right next to the roadway. There was another gustado reported, so that might have been a gustado.
It's really trying right now, though.
Look at all the rotation again above their head right now. Like, you got all that left to right motion at the front, got right to left motion in the back of the storm. This is your typical counterclockwise spin. Tornado. Oh wait, never mind. Yeah, I think that was. I'm 99% sure that was just a quick gustnado. Unbelievable view again of this storm from a distance right now. We got a lot of crazy structure on this storm. Jacob McMillan has a crazy view as well.
We have a tornado. Tornado on the ground.
Jacob's saying there's a tornado. Excuse me?
Yeah.
Is there something I'm not seeing?
This is an urgent
Apparently
alert.
there is one.
A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Well, we have a lot of storm chasers on this right now. There is a tornado being confirmed right now. Storm chaser Nick Gorman is looking at it right now. Look at that rotation. So the tornado will be right underneath that very rapid area of rotation in the middle of your screen right now. So we got a confirmed tornado once again, just north of Grand Island yet again. You gotta be taking shelter if you're in Merrimack or Howard counties. Rotation is also really strong on radar. This is ramping up really quickly.
That might be a tornado. That's a tornado, guys.
All right, so we got a non-condensed tornado right here. Yeah, be taking shelter once again if you are in this tornado warning. Jacob McMillan has a cone apparently. I'm putting cone. He's in slot 3. This is Storm Chaser Jacob McMillan. That is a big cone. All right, yeah, we got now a fully condensed tornado here. So we got a much larger tornado right beyond the tree line that has developed over the last couple of minutes here. We gotta be taking shelter immediately if we are in this tornado warning. This is from Logan Estridge. He has a giant tornado out here in the field right now. Look at that, guys. That is a large tornado that has developed here. This is, oh my goodness, look at Nick Gorman. Whoa! Ah! Look at this. Holy crap, this thing's strong. Oh my god, this is a really strong tornado right now, located north of Grand Island.
Tornado warning has been issued.
That is a really strong tornado that we are looking at right now, guys.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
This is an absolute monster tornado that has developed. That is extremely rapid motion near St. Liberty. They have just issued a PDS tornado warning for this. My god, this is unbelievable. This is some unbelievably rapid motion right now. This is live. This is happening right now. This is Storm Chaser Cannon Call, and you can see debris being lofted up into the air right here. This is insane. Yeah, she can push Brett. Slot 2. Woo! This is from Brett Adair. He is just off to the east of this. There's horizontal vortices right now. This is likely an EF3 plus tornado, an intense tornado that's happening right now near St. Liberty. There is a very intense motion right now. We gotta hope this does not hit any buildings. This is an extremely dangerous situation. Sarah is right next to this tornado right now.
Whoa!
They are awfully close to this. Holy crap, look at this, guys. They're almost next to it.
Oh my god!
This is extremely dangerous what we're looking at right now.
Oh my god.
This is a giant tornado right now.
Woo! Go crazy,
This is Storm Chaser Nick Gorman. This tornado right now is just north of Grand Island, north of St. Liberty. It's going through some farm fields right now. They are literally just driving with it right now. This is a very dangerous situation. There's farm equipment being ripped up. Farm equipment just got destroyed down the road. This is paralleling some power lines currently. Look at the motion. Look at all the stuff getting ripped up right now.
Get out of the way! Intercepting!
This is a really dangerous tornado right now, guys. Look
Get
at
out
all
the
the
way!
on the left.
What are you doing? Get out of the way!
Ryan Scholl's got to cross over the roadway here. Again, this is a really dangerous situation right now. Nick Gorman is still on this right now in St. Liberty. This is a giant tornado. It is ripping up a lot of debris. There are chasers that are in the road that are blocking some people here. I mean, this is almost undoubtedly a violent tornado. Cam Colton's also on this. I'm on 3 right now.
That guy is freaking nuts.
Look at Ryan Scholl's view. It's on Ryan Scholl's right. That's the RFD that he's currently driving into right now.
guy's nuts.
This tornado is absolutely insane. There are several storm chasers that are currently... wow, look at Ryan Scholl's view, guys. Look at the wind. The audio's off for Ryan Scholl right now for some reason, but you can just see how strong the wind is. That's the RFD. You can see the tornado there in the middle. And this is like hurricane force winds right now with the rear flank downdraft. It is absolutely bonkers what we're seeing from him. And I do want to remind you guys again, we do have a PDS tornado warning right now that is going to be for those in Merrimack, Howard, Polk, and as well as Nance counties. If you guys are in this tornado warning, we need to be taking shelter and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible. This is, again, a very dangerous tornado. As you've been seeing here over the last few minutes, this is almost undoubtedly an intense to violent tornado that we are looking at right now in real time. And there are a lot of storm chasers on this. A lot of them have lost connection. We are trying to get them back right now. There's a lot of chasers here as well. The tornado right now is located just north of St. Liberty. There's a giant debris signature on radar 2 approaching the Worms Road. So Worms Road is in the path of this. So we got to be taking shelter right now. If this has not shown you enough of what's happening, I don't know what is. This is undoubtedly most likely a violent tornado right now, heading up in the direction of Silver Creek and Clarks. Storm chaser Jacob McMillan there is on the bottom middle of your screen. Got Connor Croft on the bottom left. We're keeping an eye on everybody right now, see if we can get another view of it. But man, this is an absolutely wild tornado that we are looking at right now. Let me see. Can we get Nick Gorman in slot 3? Let me see if Connor has a view of it.
A mile west, yeah.
Connor's back in the RFD right now.
You guys should go over.
I don't know if the storm chasers lost it or what. I'm looking at everybody right now. I don't see anybody with a view of it right now.
Right in front of us.
Connor is in a pretty dangerous situation, so he's currently in the inside of the storm. He's in like the rear flank downdraft right now. Oh my god, look at CJ's view. So CJ is currently just off to the east of this. I don't know if that's the entire tornado or what, but right there, just above the trees, that's where the tornado would be located right now.
I'm backing in.
We need Sarah on screen. We got some pretty major damage right now. This is over here in the St. Paul, Nebraska area. There's major damage. I don't know what that is exactly right there. We got major damage there. Here on the backside of where this tornado is. This is CJ Ziegler in Worms, Nebraska. He's right on Worms Road. And he's looking directly at where that large tornado just was a second ago. Unknown if it is still on the ground, but there is a lot of rapid motion in there right now. And we are starting to see inside of the storm some major damage. Just some farm equipment, some sheds, some power lines. You can see some sort of building right there on the left that has been very heavily damaged. You got power lines in the road down. Sarah was literally maybe a few hundred feet away from being hit by this tornado. Not even kidding. Like you guys saw it on stream, she was literally next to it. I've never seen that, at least that close, you know, on our streams before. That was really, really close. Riley has an urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, while we were watching that, we also got an additional tornado warning in Michigan. This is for Unionville and Cass City. This storm is actually pretty quickly wrapping up, and there is a 5% tornado risk over here, so this is something we do need to keep an eye on.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So we do have a tornado warning for Owendale, Cass City, Ellington, Akron, and as well as Unionville. You got to be taking shelter now in Huron and Tuscola counties in Michigan. We are going to be keeping an eye on you guys. Right now, again, our only active significant tornado warning as terms of PDS tornado warning is this one here in Nebraska, just north of Grand Island. We just had a giant tornado happen, and this could gear up for another really significant tornado here after we have some storm mergers that are coming out of the south right now. I don't know the last time that we saw a tornado quite of that caliber here on a live stream, but you can see all the damage here.
Is everyone all good out here? Is everyone all good out here?
We have major damage here from Storm Chaser Nick Gorman as well, from where this tornado hit. This has likely been an intense to, again, violent tornado. There are debarked trees, which is, and there's also ground scouring, and those two things combined do meet an EF3 plus tornado criteria. So again, it's very likely, I'm not trying to pre-rate tornadoes here, but very, very likely this was EF3 plus intensity here, just north of Grand Island. But there is legitimate ground scouring from when this tornado went over stuff. There's heavy damage all over the place here. And you can see, I don't know what this is here, maybe a farm, some sort of building, a shed. That has taken heavy damage as well. And then Storm Chaser CJ Ziegler, he is currently on this right now, just out in front of it. I do not know if there's a tornado anymore. I don't think there is. I think it may have roped out. Not 100% sure, but we're going to see. CJ's punching up into this right now. Still a lot of rotation, by the way, right there in the middle of your screen. There's a bunch of rotation beyond that tree. Very difficult to tell if it's still on the ground, but we're going to be looking at that really closely. Once again, here's that PDS tornado warning here. I'm going to put Nathan Moore on the bottom right side of your screen. Actually, let me go to not Cannon. Let me actually go to Nick. All right, here's Nick Gorman. Look at the damage, guys, right there on the bottom middle of your screen, bottom left. I don't know what that is either. It looks like some sort of home. There are people running currently to go make sure everybody is okay. But we have major tornado damage here. It looks like search and rescue is currently ongoing here. This is Storm Chaser Nick Gorman, I believe. Cannon Colton's also there. But there is major tornado damage back in there right now. And so hopefully everybody's okay. This was a very intense tornado that just happened. And this is Storm Chaser CJ Ziegler. I don't see anything on radar that makes me believe we still have a tornado right now. If there is one, it's going to be rain wrapped. The velocities have definitely gotten broader for the time being, but this will probably recycle and drop another tornado down the line, as it is a very discreet supercell. Also, we just got a new destructive severe thunderstorm warning for this storm. That is going to be for Merrick, as well as Howard, Nance, and Greeley counties. That is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds and baseball-sized hail. So if you live in those counties near Cushing, Woolbatch, west of or south there of Timber Creek, we need to be really taking shelter right now for a giant hail risk that is currently developing here. Just on the north side of this very intense supercell right now. There is still debris, by the way, in the air. That right there, guys, is still debris. So we don't think there is a tornado anymore, but with how intense this tornado was, there is still debris being lofted up into the atmosphere. It's being thrown out. Most of it will be thrown out towards Archer and Central City. So don't be surprised if there's some leaves coming down or even some paper, something like that, something a bit lighter coming out of the sky here. And I don't know what this report is. Brief white rope tornado. It was definitely not it was definitely not brief. And it was also not a rope, unless that was when it roped out. But yeah, I mean, this. Oh my God, I can't believe what we just saw, guys. Like, that tornado was absolutely insane. Looking to see if we have any more photos and videos here. This is, again, live right now. We got search and rescue ongoing here currently from where Storm Chaser Nick Gorman is currently located. We are also currently working on and seeing if everybody is okay. Cannon Colton and Nick Gorman are currently doing search and rescue. And this is the reason why right now that they're doing so. This was Storm Chaser Cannon Colton's view of this very intense tornado. You can see all the debris that was being lifted up just a moment ago. I really can't explain how significant this tornado was and how fortunate we are to not hit more things. If this tornado hit a town of any kind, like this is kind of rural parts of you know, the north side of Grand Island, if it in an actual town, this would have been a much worse situation. Like, it would have been potentially, again, we don't know how people are doing here, but it could have very easily been a much more dangerous situation. There are people that are tuning into this stream right now. Somebody just said 10 minutes ago, should I be taking shelter? Hopefully you did. We also have some people near St. Liberty. This guy named George said, should I stop mowing my lawn? Hopefully. This is also another person that's on the south side of this tornado warning. So there were legitimate people here inside of our tornado warning tuning into this very live stream, and hopefully they did take shelter. I believe this is a separate building from the one that Nick Gorman and Cannon Colton are currently doing search and rescue on. But this building here also heavily damaged. And then Storm Chaser CJ Ziegler is looking at that large area of rotation.
Subboards right above us as well, and we got bad traffic.
We got a lot of rotation. Look at this. We might have another tornado trying to drop right now near Palmer. Dude, I think we got a new tornado dropping right now, guys. Look at that rotation. This is ramping up once again.
I'm not going east anymore.
Did you say south?
North or south? Which one do you want?
So we got rapid rotation once again developing. You can see the inflow coming in from the right. This is going to try to drop another tornado here near Archer and Palmer, heading up towards Clarkson, Fullerton.
Copy. Yeah, because this is bad. You can even see on the dots too.
Yeah, we gotta go now.
Riley is currently in contact with Storm Chaser Nick Gorman regarding the people that were hit by that tornado, that house that was heavily damaged. No requests for EMS as of right now, and we'll get them EMS if needed. We got a lot of rotation developing, guys. This is probably going to drop another significant tornado here, heading up towards Silver Creek and Columbus. If you guys live in Columbus, Nebraska, Silver Creek, Genoa, you're not in the warning right now, but we should be getting ready right now. We should not be waiting to have our tornado action plan ready once this gets to you, because this is an extremely concerning supercell that just produced an intense to violent tornado, and it could do so again.
Continue for half a mile. Your route may be
There's a lot of rotation happening here on this side of the storm right now.
0.4 miles.
If we go back over to radar, you can see the velocities. They are increasing yet again near Archer, west of Central City. This person over here in Central City just said they're just waiting. Hopefully it does not go towards you. Yeah, right now it's going directly towards the Silver Creek area and towards Duncan, Columbus, Schuler, down the line.
A new tornado warning has been
We also have a new
issued.
tornado warning over there in Colorado. They've also just downgraded the warning to radar indicated. Brand new tornado warning for those near Burlington, Stratton, and as well as the Seabird area. So if you're in this tornado warning, you need to take shelter, put as many walls between you from the outside as possible, and you've got to get away from windows. Storm is currently moving to the east right now. This is Storm Chaser Tornado TRX. They just had a photo here of the violent tornado passing only about 50 yards in front of him just a moment ago. Yeah, that's not live, but it just happened a moment ago on our live stream. There was, in fact, a brief rope tornado just after that large tornado happened. So I'm seeing a couple videos and photos of that right now. We got rotation ramping up again near Archer. So again, this is likely going to try to drop another tornado here in a few minutes. If you guys live anywhere near here, you got to be taking shelter. This is what it looks like right now from Storm Chaser Zach over in Chapman, Nebraska. A lot of farmland out here, so if a tornado does drop, it hopefully will not hit that much, but...
I am turning on the probe to be ready to deploy. Copy that. Make sure the sensor's plugged in before you give it power, and then give it power, just throw it on the ground.
This is an absolute beast of a storm. And actually, look at Storm Chaser CJ Ziegler here. You can see the rotation still above, or just behind his car here. It is all rotating right above that tree line. Also, Nick Gorman is reporting no injuries or individuals in that area. So that's good news to hear. As of now, we do not have any sort of injuries being reported from that tornado, which, again, we gotta be really thankful that this did not hit a more populated area. And we gotta hope if there's another tornado here, it does not hit anybody, but there are some farms out here. Silver Creek and Columbus in Nebraska will be those main locations out in front of this. Is that guy on an ATV? Was there somebody on an ATV? By the way, guys, if you want to submit your location to the map that we're looking at right now, this gives us a better idea of where people are tuning in from. You can type in this link into your browser. It is case sensitive. There's also a link in the description, or you can scan the QR code. All right, so we have a map here that we are looking at, being able to see where everybody's tuning in from right now inside of the Weatherfront app. This person in Belgrade just said, uh-oh. Uh-oh is right. Look at the storm from Zach's perspective. He's driving right up into that area of rotation right now that's located near Archer. It's a wild looking supercell right now. There's a lot of cloud ground lightning too. We go back to CJ. He's a little bit closer to this. Storm's gotten kind of higher base here over the last few minutes. There's still a lot of rotation. Interesting to see how this storm evolves here. We just got another, I think, photo here. Got a lot of photos and videos coming in from some of our storm chasers. This is another photo of that tornado from Storm Chaser Tornado TRX just a moment ago. Unbelievable. Riley has an urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, they did just warn this storm here with a destructive 4-inch sized hail tag. So 4-inch sized hail headed up towards the town of Belgrade, Nebraska.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So we now have a 4-incher over here north of Fullerton. Got softballs that are raining out of the sky right now south of Cedar Rapids and just south of St. Edward. We warned you guys in the video this morning about this. There is now 4-inch sized hail falling right now with this supercell. That is destructive, and that is going to damage your windshield. And if you're outside caught out in this for whatever reason, and you feel like you're, a professional storm chaser with your camera out there in the yard, you shouldn't be doing that because you could get literally killed by hail this large. And I'm not even kidding when I say that. This is a very dangerous hailstorm here that is going to be heading right up into Belgrade and as well as Timber Creek. So this is for Nance County. You need to be taking shelter and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible. Does not matter if there's not a tornado here. There is 4-inch sized hail with the wind that is also happening. That hail could be driven into your windows or into the side of your home. So very dangerous situation here for those that are in Belgrade. We got multiple storm chasers. They're driving right up into this right now. That wall cloud has kind of gotten wrapped underneath the rain a little bit now. You can see the wall there. This is near Archer in Nebraska right now.
I think it's done.
This is Storm Chaser Zach over here in just north of Chapman. He's specifically in Archer.
Because I went one.
Hey, TD for the sewer chat.
Where there was 0 chasers.
Also, thank you, JT, for becoming a VIP Velocity member, and Vari for the 6-month or Vari for the super chat saying happy 6 months to Christina. I love you. Bro is celebrating their anniversary with the super chat in our live stream. What a time to be alive.
Conga line is right behind you. Just if you pull off, you're done.
Some guy was apparently mowing their grass out here inside of the PDS tornado warning. I just saw somebody submitted this on the weatherfront location map here. This is Collie saying, huge amount of storm chasers, more than 20, at least past my house in Central City, and it looks nasty here. There's a lot of chasers that are going to be passing by. We got some people also out in front of this near Columbus. Awesome coverage. Appreciate that. It's Schuler. Oh, my bad. Do I have time for a beer run, says Zach. You got like maybe half an hour. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we got an update from the Storm Prediction Center for this area that I have circled over here. This is a mesoscale discussion talking about the potential for damaging winds. A lot of models are starting to indicate that this is not going to remain a discrete supercell event. We are going to see this all merge into a line. If that does happen, we'll be talking about a 75+ mph wind threat moving into the Omaha area and tornadoes from EF0 to EF2.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Hopefully this does merge into a line, because otherwise this is going to be a very destructive tornado day if this storm can, for whatever reason, remain discrete, which it is right now, which is why there is a greater amount of concern right now with the supercell near Clark's, just north of Central City. And again, a lot of people are tuning in out in front of this. I know we have a lot of people tuning in Omaha, Lincoln. And so if you guys live over here, we're keeping an eye on you guys. Again, this is going to be a very significant, severe weather threat for this evening. This is our mesoscale discussion here, which they did mention just north of Grand Island. That is where the greatest short-term strong tornado potential is. And then all across the board, we're looking at damaging winds, very large hail, and the risk of tornadoes. Right now, I'm not seeing anything crazy strong for rotation. It definitely looks a little bit more high-based. We do have Storm Chaser, Tornado Pagey punching right back up into this thing right now. And wow, look at that view, guys. They're right underneath the leading edge of this thunderstorm. This is also a pretty crazy view. This is Storm Chaser CJ Ziegler. He's just out in front of this. Very low clouds behind the large shelf that is now in front of the storm. We have a new tornado warning. Also, can we put a Tornado Pagey in slot 3? We have a new tornado warning here in Minnesota. This will be in southwestern Minnesota near Laverne. And that is actually a really strong area of rotation that is developing right now. That is going to be going into Adrian and then eventually approaching Worthington. So if you live in this tornado warning, we need to be taking shelter, putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible and be getting away from windows. We got a very clear hook echo developing right now near Magnolia and a very strong inflow that is going into the storm. And that'll be going right into Adrian, crossing over I-90 right now, and heading up towards Worthington here in just a few minutes. I'm looking to see. We do have a couple traffic cams near Laverne, so we'll be keeping an eye on those. Nothing too crazy as of right now. They're all picture cameras, but I'm not seeing anything wild as of right now. This is what the undercarriage of a storm looks like. Tornado Pagey is literally underneath the leading edge of this thunderstorm, and there's a large lowering back in the left. It's kind of buried inside of this tornadic supercell. This is the one that just produced a giant tornado just a few minutes ago here on our live stream. Hey, Brad, for the super chat. Catnip for cheese curd. Appreciate that. Yeah, cheese curd's gonna need a lot of catnip after the severe weather stretch.
Lifted just like that.
This is CJ's view. Yep.
And then we saw a little rope that was on the ground for a whole 30 seconds. That is, no, that's the old base that's gonna dissipate here.
And this is still a pretty concerning supercell. If it can stay discreet, it will likely try to produce another tornado threat. I'm also watching the storm down near Superior, which we actually have somebody tuning in right now from Superior. There is a storm that is right along the boundary north of Mankato. That's heading up towards Chester, near Republic, Kansas, into very far southern Nebraska. And this person over here, Hunter, just said there's asperatus clouds here at about 520. If you have photos and videos, send it in to us. You can go to reports.maxvelocitywx.com to submit photos and videos. We got rotation trying to develop near Weber right now. So we're going to be watching that. And Riley just put out a max alert for this storm. Look at that timing. It doesn't take, it's not instant when we issue these max alerts. It does take like a minute to type everything in. But Riley just put out a max alert for the supercell, saying this supercell is latched onto a boundary and the first signs of a hook echo are beginning to develop. Tornado genesis is likely as the storm continues to mature, and unimpeded inflow is expected for the next 30 to 60 minutes before upscale growth limits the tornado threat later on. So in the next 30 minutes to an hour are going to have a potential of a tornado with this storm. It's going up towards Byron, Deschler, and a few other areas. Storm Intermedia is on the storm. Bro, what? They are down here.
It's getting kicked up underneath.
Storm Intermedia is down here. Look at this. We have like maybe 2 chasers on this storm. Everybody else is up there in Nebraska. They're on this supercell that is beginning to organize down here.
Say probably about like, 30, 40 miles an hour.
Hey, Effin for the sewer chat. So we're going to keep an eye on them. Once again, they are currently inside of that new max alert we just put out. A little bit of rotation, attempting to develop there near Weber. We got one singular person, no message, over there in Superior that just is tuning in from that area. We still have a tornado warning here for Clarks, Fullerton, west of Silver Creek. It is no longer PDS. It is just a normal tornado warning here for Fullerton. We're going to be keeping an eye on this. We actually have a couple people inside of the warning. This person named Canders just said, I guess I should probably be taking shelter. I would agree. You definitely should be. And then we also have this person from Chris saying, got the alert on my phone not long ago, watching coverage in the basement. There you go. Yeah, definitely be staying in the basement. The storm chasers will be handling the nitty gritty when it comes to being able to see this storm. You should not be doing that. You shout out to Double with the $50 super chat saying DoorDash dinner. Appreciate that. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we did just get another mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. This one is for portions of southern Kansas, Oklahoma, and Texas as well. The isolated hail threat here is quickly increasing. We may see hail to 4.25 inches in diameter. That's basically because we have moisture backed up right along a very quick change in temperature. This will lead to very robust hailstorms, damaging winds, and perhaps a tornado or two.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. And so if you live in this area here in Kansas, Oklahoma, back into Texas, get ready for some giant hail potential. Could have up to 4.25 inch sized hail. That's a little larger than the size of a softball. And that's what's happening with this severe storm right now. It was warned for softballs. It's back down to baseballs. Also, Storm Intermedia has a little wall cloud forming right now in Belleville, Kansas. This is that southern supercell near Superior that is currently going up. It's going to be heading towards Byron. They just issued a new severe warning for this storm for ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Got a little bit of cloud lightning there on the right. This storm might be the next one to produce a more significant tornado threat if it can organize.
It's trying, guys.
The environment here is pretty favorable still for tornadoes down here.
The overall structure, you can see the circular base.
Hey, Paul for the super chat.
It's definitely sucking in some scud there. Very high base still, but you can see the circular nature of the base.
So we got a little lowering trying to form. We're going to keep an eye on them. This is that storm that Riley put a little max alert on. Goes until 6:30 for that max alert. It's somebody tuning in from Fullerton. Storm spotter out watching. Stay safe there, Brandon. You're going to get slabbed by hail here in a second. There's a lot of hail coming in. This supercell that did produce that really intense tornado, it's crazy how quickly this thing is weakened. I'm not going to lie. Like, this thing produced an unbelievable tornado. One of the strongest tornadoes I think I've seen on a live stream. Like, that thing was intense. It's pretty wild how quickly this thing has become outflow dominant and very elevated. And this is what it looks like right now. It's a very elevated supercell. So I think that the one next that we got to really watch for is going to be that one back over there in Kansas. This one could reorganize again, but yeah. So a lot of you guys might get lucked out, at least in the short term. I know we have a lot of people now starting to tune in from Columbus, Nebraska, and there is a chance. I want to remind you guys, like, there's a chance that this will recycle as it moves towards Columbus, and it could produce another tornado threat. And I know a lot of you guys aren't currently tuning in from Columbus. This person over here named John just said, nailing down the hatches. So they're getting ready. And Jared says, got some beer, we're good. All right, man. I guess. Got a lot of people tuning in from Grand Island, too. Got a new storm that just went up. Riley just put out a max alert for this storm here. This storm over here just to the south of Grand Island near Harvard and Clay Center. This is the area that we covered yesterday. This says the storm is rapidly increasing in height and hail up to 1.5 inches in diameter, along with 60-mile-per-hour winds is likely. So this is your early heads up if you're in Harvard for an increasing risk of large hail and damaging wind gusts. as that storm continues to move off to the north and east. We also just got another severe warning here in Nebraska. This one will just be south of Harvard for Edgar, as well as the Shickley or Shrinkley area, Geneva, Fairmont. That'll be for Fillmore, Knuckles, York, Hamilton, Clay counties for ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. That storm is exploding right now in this environment. This is what satellite looks like. And if you have an iPhone, you can download the free Weatherfront app with the top link in the description below, and you can see the satellite imagery for free. This is included inside of the base app, which this is really crazy to look at. This is just the 2-hour, 1-minute by 1-minute loop. Very high quality, too. I mean, see how quickly these storms have been exploding here all across the board. Wild to look at. Going back to our tornado warning in Minnesota, the rotation not as strong. Got a little bit of rotation just southwest. Test, test, test. Are we live again? Let me know if we're live. This is the second time. Can I get the instructions to fix the toolkit from opening, please? I don't. I need the instructions to get the toolkit open. I'm live again. All right, guys, sorry. My computer decided to crash again. This is now the second time this happened on a live stream. It is extremely frustrating that this happened twice. Let me 1 second, guys. I got to fix this. Luckily, we don't have a tornado on the ground right now. Otherwise, this would have been a disaster. Fixing the overlays. Give me 1 second. I can't get the overlays fixed. Can somebody try to help me with that? No audio? Audio should be on. I just fixed the config issue, but I don't know why I can't launch the app right now. It's not letting me. The toolkit. Why does this always happen? It is so annoying. I hate my stream crashing because it breaks our overlays. I don't. You know what it's called on Task Manager? Because I can't even find it and close it. I did the config thing. I just deleted it and renamed it. Get a Mac and you should be good. All right, I don't understand. All right, we got it back. All right, there we go. Let me refresh this. Hey, we're working again. Yay, we did it. Bro, I swear to God, if this happens again, I might lose my mind. This happened during another outbreak. It happened weeks ago. I don't know. I don't even know, man. It is so incredibly frustrating that this now happened twice. This computer is not even that old. Hey, Julie, for the super chat. All right, we are back. We didn't really miss much, which is good, but we have a lot of storms once again organizing right now. In case you're just tuning in, we are watching the storm currently near Weber, which is beginning to rotate. The one near Fullerton over near Silver Creek is also still a tornado warning cell. This one does continue still for another 15 minutes or so for those near Fullerton, or actually the next 30 minutes. So that'll be heading towards Silver Creek and Columbus. We are still monitoring this supercell very closely. Storm Runner Media is on that storm that's back down there in Kansas right now. And so this is what they're looking at right now. All right, so we got this large base that is developed. And this one did try to develop a wall cloud just a few minutes ago, and there is a chance that in a few minutes it will try to become tornadic. It is a bit more of a discrete supercell that is moving into southern Nebraska as we speak. And so this is Storm Runner Media, who is currently on this storm right now.
Just Freddy copying us?
Guys, if you don't have sound, you got to refresh the stream. I obviously can't hear me.
I'm headed for your guys' storm, like an hour out.
just all down here in Kansas. So, did you see that tornado up there in Nebraska?
I was about, I don't know, a quarter mile away from it.
Also, this is Storm Chaser CJ Ziegler. He is on the storm currently that is still tornado warned in Nebraska. And so we still have some broad rotation on the leading edge of the supercell. This is the one that did produce that violent tornado just about 25-30 minutes ago here on this live stream. And there is a chance it could try to produce again here as it continues to move off to the east-northeast going towards Columbus. And Storm Chaser CJ is dancing. Okay. Thank you, Addy, for the super chat. Outlook for Wymore south of Beatrice. Also, how do we make comments to where you can see us on Weatherfront? There is a link in the description. You can see that broad motion still back there. Like, again, this storm, I don't think is fully done with the tornado threat. There is still some broad rotation back there. Got a little bit of left to right motion at the front, very weak, and then right to left motion kind of in the back there. Shout out to Brown with the $20 super chat. Has Des Moines and surrounding areas looking later tonight. Should be mainly a damaging wind threat.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we have a brand new tornado warning over in Michigan. This one will be back over near Sandusky, near Forestville, north of Argyle. So this will be for Minden City, just south of Ubly. If you are in this tornado warning, you need to take shelter now. Put as many walls between you from the outside as possible and get away from windows. All right, this storm right now is heading off to the east. Forestville, Minden City, you guys are in the path of this. Just north of Deckerville. This is a little discreet supercell that's still going. Riley talked about this a little while ago, but there is a possibility that this could still try to drop a tornado as it heads towards Forestville and Minden City. It was back over there near Unionville about maybe half an hour ago. And I definitely think there is a risk that this could try to produce something here. In this environment, I want to remind you, there is a risk of strong tornadoes. There's an EF2 plus tornado threat here across Michigan this afternoon and evening. And so this storm here definitely has the capability of doing so, with it being very discreet. Pretty large hail core as well going into Ubly. There's about 2-inch sized hail falling with this supercell. So if you're in Huron or Sanilac counties in Michigan, we need to be taking shelter now. There's also a new severe thunderstorm warning in northwestern Michigan near Arcadia, and as well as the Caliva area. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour winds for Benzie and Manistee counties. That has a history of producing some pretty significant damaging winds. Back over in Minnesota, we still have an active tornado warning here just south of Lismore near Rushmore, west of Worthington. This is a radar-indicated area of rotation for Nobles County. Still producing some quarter-sized hail. The rotation has been fairly broad for quite some time now. It was much stronger when it was near the I-90 corridor. It is a little bit broader now, but I do think the tornado threat will be a bit more elevated with this line of thunderstorms for the next 1 to 2 hours. I actually see a little bit of rotation developing in 2 different areas. We got a little bit of rotation developing near Little Rock, which is right along the Iowa and Minnesota border. So we got a little hook forming, got a little inflow going into the storm, and that's going to go into Bigelow as well as Ransom and Worthington. I wouldn't be surprised if Riley put out a little max alert for that little area of rotation that's developing there. But that'll be heading up towards Round Lake here over the next several minutes. And so if you guys live here, definitely make sure that you're staying weather aware right now. Rotation is getting a little bit stronger along the leading edge of this line of thunderstorms. It's a little QLCS tornado spin up that is attempting to happen. And we still have a tornado warning right now to west of Silver Creek. This is once again not a PDS tornado warning anymore. It is back down to radar indicated for Merrick, as well as Polk and Nance counties. Got a lot of storms going up just to the south of that one near Grand Island. That is all along an outflow boundary, mainly producing a damaging wind threat. Not seeing too much rotation on that area of storms as of right now. We have somebody over here near Candor saying, didn't feel safe where I was, went into town. They're in Silver Creek. I don't know if you're going to feel a whole lot more safe there. You're kind of in the crosshairs right now of this, tornado threat. So hopefully you're okay over there in Sanders. The rotation will be right in the line of you guys here in just a few minutes. Jarrett says we got some beer. Got some people tuning in down here over near the Shickley area in Geneva. Will Shickley, Nebraska be okay? No. It's not going to be okay. Well, you got some like large hail and damaging winds coming in. There's not really a whole lot of a tornado risk, at least for right now. The storm near Superior does have a small little convergence signature right now. This is the one that Storm Chaser Storm Runner Media is currently on, and that's heading up towards Deschler and Hebron right now. So there's a little area of rotation developing. It's kind of on the backside of this thunderstorm. It's not the most organized thing I've ever seen, but Hebron's going to be directly in the crosshairs of this. This is what Storm Runner Media is currently looking at. It's a very elevated thunderstorm right now, and the one problem that this supercell will definitely have is that it is currently elevated, and it's also going to be congealing with a line of thunderstorms here very quickly. So the risk of this producing a tornado is going to be short-lived, but if it does produce a tornado, it could easily be on the stronger side of things. And so we really got to keep an eye out on this one. Thank you, Gamer, for the super chat.
I don't know, chat. What do you guys think? You guys think that this thing has a good
A Terminator for the super chat has Pine Island, Minnesota looking for tonight. Damaging winds will be a very significant threat there. That'll be the biggest concern. This is Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl. He is currently on the storm near Clarks. This is the one that's tornadoing right now in central Nebraska. Look at all the cows out there. Might have to issue a cow warning.
I'm doing some stuff on the backhand.
Got a lot of cows. Got to warn the cows, guys. We need to get all the cows some phone devices and just give them a warning. Alert them. This is an insane video from Storm Chaser Jacob McMillan, guys. This is from that tornado earlier. Storm Chaser Jacob McMillan had an absolutely crazy video here of that tornado close up and impersonal there. His name is not Peter Griffin, but he's on an alt. This is also Storm Chaser Tornado TRX's video.
Tornado.
Wow.
Holy shit, it's right there. Insane tornado.
That is insane.
Tornado. Extremely violent tornado.
The video quality of this is absolutely wild. I mean, he's obviously right up and next to it here from earlier, but that is absolutely crazy. Also, everybody should go like this tweet on Twitter. I'm posting that on Facebook too. If my computer does crash one more time in a live stream, I might actually lose it. No, what's really weird is like, so I used to live in an apartment, right, for college and stuff like that. We would always have power, like our internet issues. Like it would happen, you know, occasionally. I haven't had, knock on wood, I haven't had internet issues here yet, but, and we also have a lot of backups. So if I lost internet, my main connection, I would still be able to be live because I have a lot of backups now. But like, I had a lot of internet issues there. Now that I'm here, my issue is my computer crashing. It has nothing to do with the internet anymore. So I don't know what's going on, man. There's something in my computer. I don't know what it is. I'm gonna have to look at all the error logs. I don't know what the exact issue even is. We looked at it last time. We thought we fixed it, and well, we didn't. We do have significant tornado damage in St. Liberty, Nebraska. Once again, as of now, there is no reports of any sort of fatalities or injuries, which is always great to hear. With that said, though, there's definitely a possibility that we have some we just don't know of. There's definitely a lot of damage, though, which is one of the one more concerning things. Many homes and buildings were heavily damaged, nearly destroyed as well. So looking to see if we have any other reports here. Also, pretty cool. This is inside of the free Weatherfront app, guys. If you do have iOS, you can download this. It'll be on Android in early June. It'll be on desktop Memorial Day weekend. So we're looking at 1 weekend from now. The explosiveness of these supercells right over near Grand Island, the minute-by-minute view. And they have been exploding here over the last 60 minutes. Almost every single storm is currently towering to over 50,000 feet. So these storms are absolutely giant right now. And looking across the board right now, we have 3 tornado warnings in effect. We got 1 in Michigan, we got 1 in Minnesota, and then we got 1 in Nebraska. All right, so there's 3 total tornado warnings. We have 1 severe warning over in Colorado. This did have a tornado warning at one point, but this is now producing 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds and golf ball sized hail impacting Burlington right now, right along I-70, and then going into Goodland, Sharon Springs, and as well as the Westkin area. All right, so that's a pretty dangerous storm there. There is a severe thunderstorm watch in place. Why is Zoom popping up? Move Zoom, thank you. But that's going to be for those in Goodland, over near Oakley, Colby, Atwood. Bruh. All right, it should be back. Bro, mute it again. Stop muting. Test. All right, should be good now. Should hopefully be good. Bro, I swear if we have another audio issue or something, I'm going to lose it. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, we did just get another mesoscale discussion. This one is for southern Minnesota and northern Iowa. We are looking at a QLCS approaching this area. It's already produced a few tornadoes, or have had a few tornado warnings over by Sioux Falls. They're going to issue another tornado watch for this area. We're talking about QLCS tornadoes to 125 miles intensity, damaging winds to 80 miles an hour, and hail to 2.5 inches in diameter.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So there you go. That's a little update there for those that live in Minnesota and also Iowa. Looking at mainly a damaging wind threat, but there will be some tornadoes embedded in this. They will probably issue a tornado watch here soon for those that live near Fort Dodge and also near Mankato. Very intense line of thunderstorms is right now moving off to the east. We have a tornado warning still in effect there for those in Wilmot, Lismore, north of Worthington. Got some broad rotation right now that is going to go right over US Highway 59 here in a few minutes. And then after that, it will be approaching Brewster and Dundee. So if you guys live in Brewster and Dundee, get ready for a very significant swath of damaging winds and also potential for a tornado. And we also have to watch this little hook that has been trying to develop down near Ransom and Bigelow. That could also lead to a low-end tornado potential as that moves off to the east. Thank you, Luca, for the $50 super chat. I really appreciate that, Luca. Thank you so much for the super chat. Yeah, we'll figure it out, hopefully. We just had a 66-mile-per-hour wind gust measured back over at the KLYV Laverne Airport not too long ago. So we just had a pretty significant wind gust measured over here near the Laverne area. Adrian is, again, in that tornado warning. We did have a ping pong ball size tail report just a moment ago as of 5:50. It does not look like they're going to continue a tornado warning here going towards Columbus, but they are going to continue a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for those in Genoa, northwest of Silver Creek. That'll be for baseball-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. This is a destructive storm that'll be moving into Columbus here in just a few minutes. I know we have a lot of people right now tuning in from the Columbus area. We actually have somebody tuning in right now from Monroe. We have several people tuning in from Columbus. Some people are getting prepared right now. Apparently there was a CHS graduation over in Columbus today. I believe that's the Columbus High School at a graduation today. It was pretty cool. If you guys want to share your location on the Weatherfront app, you can put your camera on the screen and be able to scan the QR code. Also, you can type in this link if you'd like. That is case sensitive, so you have to type it exactly how it is. Thank you, Tristan, for the super chat. Do you think storms will miss Beatrice tonight? I don't think so. I think everybody's going to see storms in eastern Nebraska tonight. Again, there's a tornado watch for this entire area, clearly. But there will be a lot of storms. If you look at the future radar here, let me go to the HRRR. Just kind of show you what the next few hours look like. So for the next few hours, notice how these storms by like 8 to 9 o'clock, they are going to be very widespread. And so the concern that I have is that we are going to have widespread storms capable of all hazards, including the risk of significant damaging winds and also the potential for tornadoes. And I think the most significant severity will be through about midnight or so. So we'll probably be live at least until midnight with severe weather coverage. Minneapolis, I do think, will get hit pretty hard late this evening. Damaging winds will be the greatest concern all across the board by this point, but there could still be some tornadoes embedded in this line. But just look how widespread it's going to be. And then tomorrow looks also really crazy. Tomorrow could easily be like today, but even more intense. So we'll talk about tomorrow later at some point. We still have a tornado warning over here in Michigan. This is over near Minden City. There's an area of rotation here going into Forestville. So definitely take shelter if you are in this tornado warning. Not seeing anything confirmed and on the ground. We got a little CC drop. It doesn't really match up with an actual TDS signature or tornado debris signature. This is still for Huron and Sanilac counties in Michigan, just south of Ubly. Riley just issued a max alert for the storm down here south of Macon, over near Tifton. Observe 60-mile-per-hour winds. So he's putting out a little max alert for a severe thunderstorm. There was a 60-mile-per-hour wind gust measured at 5:45 or 6:45 Eastern time by a storm spotter named Travis. So they measured some winds gusting 45 to 60 miles per hour over near Tifton and Ashburn. We even had a severe warning over there down near Jackson. We have a tornado report over here. Oh, that's just a random tornado report. That is not the right location for that person. That person put in a tornado report. It's not even near where these storms are. This is storm chaser Ryan Scholl. He's looking at the leading edge of this line of thunderstorms that is now going towards Columbus right now. What an intense thunderstorm right now that this is. Still producing up to baseball-sized hail right now.
Look at this shelf, dude. Oh my gosh.
Ryan Scholl's going crazy.
Can we do mic check 1 2 3 here?
Mic check. I can hear you. I can hear you loud and clear. Huge shout out to Richard for the $200 super chat, saying this is for Jamie, who has a birthday coming. Connor promised bangers for her birthday last year, and it did not happen. So far this year, it's much better. Anyways, we watch you every day. Keep up the good work. Happy birthday to my love. Happy birthday there to Jamie, and really huge shout out for that really generous super chat. Get some W's in the chat there for both Jamie and as well as Richard. Also got Storm Chaser CJ Ziegler. He's looking at this storm a little bit behind it. This is kind of what it looks like from the undercarriage of the back side of the supercell. Good shout out to Krabs with the super chat. Just wondering if Fargo is safe for tonight. I think Fargo is safe. Talking about North Dakota, I'm guessing. Happy 27th birthday to Emma. So we're going to keep an eye on them. We just got a new destructive severe thunderstorm warning for those that are in Humphrey, Madison, north of Columbus. All right, so a lot of people live in this area. This warning is going to be for the threat of damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour and baseball-sized hail. That is just off to the west there of Clarkson. I would definitely be watching, guys, for an increasing tornado threat with this line. I'm looking at some rotation developing right now, at least some rotation potential here near Humphrey. We are starting to see this line of thunderstorms bow out, and when we see this happen, when it starts to bow out like this, a lot of the time this turns into a QLCS tornado threat, and with today's environment, there is a very real risk that strong, intense, possibly even another intense tornado could happen embedded in a line of thunderstorms. Much lower chance of something like what we just saw, but I definitely think strong tornadoes are definitely still on the table here with this line of thunderstorms that is developing. But you can see all that inflow that is wrapping around the northern side of this cluster of thunderstorms. And so as that moves towards Clarkson, Madison, and Maple Creek, we'll definitely see an increasing tornado threat. There's also a little bit of rotation developing near Madison, going towards Enola and Stanton. If we look at all the locations and the people that are tuning in right now, we got a lot of people tuning in from the Omaha area. That's a lot. We got a lot of people over there in Omaha. We got a lot of people in Norfolk, too. This person just said Norfolk, Nebraska looks kind of scary at the moment. If you have a photo, feel free to send it in to us, or a video. I think we got some photos and videos that have been getting sent in. Not sure if there's anything crazy. Let me look. All right, we got some new photos and videos that you guys have sent in to us. This is a video from Michelle over at Buffalo County, Nebraska, seeing the rapid, explosive motion of this storm. Look at how rapidly the storm built here. You can literally see the clouds just exploding. That's what I was talking about earlier in your Carney, with basically a nuclear environment here when it comes to instability. I mean, the instability, the Cape basically is well over 4,000 joules per kilogram. This is from Davison County, South Dakota. Dust cloud south of Mitchell. It kind of looks like a dust storm. It's kind of scary looking. This is also from Sioux Falls, South Dakota, of a giant shelf cloud. Oh man, guys, we got a trampoline. Might have to issue a trampoline warning. We are going to bring trampoline warnings to life. I'm telling you guys, we're going to start issuing flying trampoline warnings. We're gonna have to scout out where the highest density of flying trampolines are. It's over in Columbia Township, Michigan. A bunch of hail on the ground here. A lot of it being small, but a lot of hail on the ground. If you guys do have any photos and videos, you can scan the QR code or go to reports.maxvelocitywx.com. In case you are just tuning in, we currently have 2 tornado warnings. We've had a really crazy stream already. We had a violent tornado on stream earlier that produced some damage to a small town just off to the north of Grand Island. You can see all the different tornado reports. There's about 6 of them here, but granted, it was just one singular tornado that happened here. Produced some damage to some farms and as well as some buildings. And now we are monitoring an increasing tornado potential with this very large line of thunderstorms that is developing, that is all heading towards Omaha, Fremont, as well as the Wahoo area. All those purple dots that you see on your map here, those are different people that are tuning into our live stream with their location on the map. If you want to submit your location, there is a link down in the description below. We also just got a new tornado watch for Iowa and Minnesota. We'll talk about that here in a second. Also, you guys probably saw that tornado on our stream earlier. There was multiple chasers. I had a view of it. There was a view of this tornado here. I'm not sure if this was Nick Gorman. I believe this was Cannon Calton, is what I'm being told. So shout out to Cannon Calton. We had like a bug for some reason where the names got flopped. But that was the view of the tornado earlier here on stream. An absolutely wild tornado. I definitely recommend, if you want to see this tornado in real time. We had a bunch of views of it. There was like probably 8 different chasers that we had views of with this, but definitely recommend going back on our live stream and watching it. It was a really crazy tornado. We have a new tornado watch that was just issued. This will be for those in Iowa and as well as Minnesota. So Mankato, Owatonna, Austin, Mason City, Hampton, Waverly. We're looking at a threat of a couple strong tornadoes being possible, scattered 2-inch size tail, and then widespread wind gusts up to 75 miles per hour is likely. Minneapolis, I do think, will be under some sort of watch at some point. Riley just issued a brand new max alert. This one's going to be for the storm near Burlington and Kansas. And Riley has said the hook echo is re-strengthening and the velocity couplet is attempting to tighten. A tornado is possible as the storm heads towards Goodland. So we got a little bit of rotation developing right now just to the south of Colorado going towards Goodland. So if you guys live over here, definitely stay on alert right now as that rotation continues to move off to the east-northeast.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We also have a new tornado warning now in Minnesota. This will be back over in Jackson and Nobles counties in Minnesota. That's going to be for Worthington, Brewster, Huron Lake, and Ross. So if you guys are in this tornado warning, we need to be taking shelter now, putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible, and you've got to get away from windows. Rotation on this storm is definitely intensifying right now near Worthington. You can see the velocity starting to tighten. Very strong RFD surge. That is your rear flank downdraft. It is very intense going towards Round Lake, and then a pretty strong inflow going to the storm just south of Interstate 90. There was just a 62-mile-per-hour wind gust recorded by a personal weather station at about 5:44 p.m. And so if you live in Brewster, Huron Lake, Dundee, there is a possibility for a tornado up here too, but the wind is very intense right now with this cluster of thunderstorms. But Worthington, we definitely got to be taking shelter right now. We just said bouncy house alert. Do we have to issue like a bouncy house warning? Flying bouncy house warning. That'd be quite the warning. We could actually issue like a little alert here. So this is how the whole max alert thing works, right? But we could basically issue a little flying trampoline warning here for this entire area if we really wanted to on our stream. So pretty interesting. We might come to fruition, by the way. We might do that. I would definitely say though, this entire area is at risk of flying trampolines. It is not tossing trampolines on Tacos Tuesday, but we can still have flying trampolines on any day of the week. All right, we do have a new max alert from Riley back over near Hebron. This is also near the storm near Deschler in far southern Nebraska. Riley said radar indicated 2.25-inch sized hail. So he says that this storm could basically go considerable for a severe thunderstorm warning. Right now we're looking at ping pong ball sized hail. And also a risk of damaging winds around 60 miles per hour. All right. Thank you, Katie, for the super chat. I also have a cat named Rusty Cheese Curd. I might have to grab one and go. Today is kind of that kind of day for cheese curds. I did not have any cheese curds, by the way, leading up to the severe weather event. Just want everybody to know. I did make a tweet about it, I'm pretty sure, but we didn't do it. Avery over here in Columbus says, hi, Max, from Columbus going north. Your thoughts? No, you're about to get absolutely slammed by this right here. We're about to see some really significant hail and wind come right into town here in just a few minutes. So yeah, you're not really, I wouldn't say you're chilling. We just had a wind damage report out of Fullerton of some power lines down just a moment ago in Fullerton. We do have a few people tuning in. There's a person over here in Fullerton that just said their tree in my backyard broke in half. That ain't good. This person over here, Levi, said it's very scary out here. A lot of people tuning in from York. We got Jacob McMillan down here. This guy's name is Waterboy, saying great coverage. All right. Thank you for that. They have downgraded all of our severe warnings here. Instead of them being destructive for hail, they're all back to normal, considerable severe warnings just off to the west here of the Omaha area. The big concern right now is the damaging wind threat with this entire line of thunderstorms, but there is a real risk that we'll start to see tornadoes again here soon. And there's a reason why it's a little bit more concerning for this area out in front of the line. Is because this line of thunderstorms could actually produce embedded tornadoes in more populated areas. And so like Sioux City, for example, Omaha, Fremont, West Point, Anoa, you guys are all in the direct crosshairs of this line of thunderstorms that is really quickly going up and upscaling. And I do really think that there will be a more legitimate tornado risk developing probably in the next half hour, if I had to take a guess. So we're gonna have to keep an eye on that activity. Do need to fix the opacity of these warnings here. A little bit better. Hey, Jason for the $20 super chat. I'm east of Des Moines. Am I good? No, you'll be hit by storms late tonight. We have a wall cloud report from a storm chaser named Baylor, 2 miles northwest of Sibley, Iowa. There is a rotating wall cloud. That's as of 4 minutes ago. I don't see anything on radar that really makes me think there was something crazy. But over here near Worthington, that's the main area of rotation. And there's a very high likelihood that there could be a tornado dropping right now near Worthington. Thank you, Sue, for the super chat. Any thoughts for Norfolk in Nebraska? Should be a lot more of a damaging wind threat there. I got a lot of hail also down to your south, but damaging wind should definitely be the dominant concern there for your area. This is Storm Chaser, Storm Runner Media. They had a storm down here near the Kansas and Nebraska border that did look interesting not too long ago when it came to maybe a tornado threat. It has upscaled really quickly.
Our presentation I'm seeing right now, velocity looks a little distorted though. I don't know what it's doing.
The storm is very discreet actually right now. I don't know. This storm, it'll be interesting to see if this storm can organize. You can see how elevated the cloud base is off the ground right now with this storm.
Base right here, Chad.
And if we look at velocities, look how disorganized it is. So our rotation, there's none really, right? It's very high based, but it is a discrete supercell. And in this environment, if it can stay discrete, there will be a higher tornado potential. So Fairbury is going to be in the path of that down the line. This is also Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl looking at the storm near Duncan, Nebraska. This is the one that's impacting those that live just west of Omaha near Madison and Humphrey. Oh, Ryan Scholl is talking. It's very quiet.
Next town up's Columbus.
Massive shelf plot.
Rescue ongoing.
Hey, Rainey, for becoming a member.
So far. Thank goodness. That makes me feel so much better about that. Like, seriously.
Bro, I love this ice maker.
I was really afraid that there was something actually that was going to happen.
Unfortunately, it trips everywhere.
I'm really glad that wasn't the case.
Bro. Alright. I said I love this ice maker. I'm not sure how much I like it anymore because it just got water all over my socks. Bro. Water on my socks now. And it's on my mouse pad. At least it's just water and not something else. Just don't spill it, thanks.
That was my main thing with that, because again, when my mom texted me saying there was people trapped, I'm like, oh my gosh. I'm glad there was no injuries. Push button changer. All
right.
No, it's not fancy.
Now that my socks are wet, stop spilling stuff. At this point, it's just a habit. Hey, Tad, for the super chat, just had hail in Central City. Thanks for the report. If you get any photos or videos, feel free to send it in to us. Reports.maxvelocitywx.com. There's a link down below. I do think at some point we'll integrate it into Weatherfront. So, like, if you have like the iOS app or something, you might be able to submit stuff that way too. That'd be kind of cool. This whole location thing will also be inside of the app here soon. Pretty cool view of this storm over here, right along the border of Nebraska and Kansas. Despite it being very high base, you can see the giant rain shaft.
Yeah, I kind of wish the Cortland cell wasn't there. I think this thing is just now steadily ramping up.
Yeah.
Yep, that's my problem. It's looking better and better under the base. I wish that Cortland cell wasn't there, but at this point, all we can do is wish that it gets up here fast, does a merger, and then it cycles.
Yep, and Freddie and I were just talking too. If you look to the east, you can see the inflow really streaming in.
We got another interesting storm that's going up right now in kind of southern Nebraska. This is near Stromsburg. There's a little discrete cell that has been trying to organize over the last several minutes. This is near Henderson right now. And I know we have Storm Chaser Jacob McMillan down there right now, so we're keeping an eye on him. There's like a little discrete cell that's been trying to go up. It is kind of splitting to the north, though. There's not really a whole lot of rotation on it, but you can see it's just out in front of that line of thunderstorms. And unless it took a right turn, which doesn't appear likely right now, I think the tornado threat on that's going to be pretty low. Definitely looks like it'll probably just merge with our line. The storm down here near Ruskin could definitely get interesting, though. I think that this one, out of any storm that we have right now, might become a bit more significant when it comes to a tornado threat if it can organize. Fairbury and Galede will also be in the path of that. We still have a tornado warning in Michigan. That's just south of the Harbor Beach area. That is a Canadian radar site. This is the rotation here near Minden City and Forestville. It looks like it is weakening as it approaches the Lakes region. But we are still monitoring at least a low-end tornado potential before that does move offshore. Big hail threat right now north of Minden City. And that's going to be moving right into Forestville here over the next few minutes. Absolutely stunning shelf cloud here.
What a freaking day for everyone. And again, no injuries reported so far. Hopefully that doesn't change. Oh my gosh, dude.
Riley just issued a new max alert for those that are in Clarks, Central City, Polk, and west of Osceola. All right, this max alert here is going to be for a severe thunderstorm warning that should be issued for 60-mile-per-hour winds and ping-pong ball-sized hail. We just got 2 new severe warnings. Let's see if one of them is that. We got one down near Friend Milford. Where's this other one coming in? Where's it going to pop up? We actually have another max alert up here, too. There you go. It's kind of in it. The max alert wasn't too bad. They issued a new severe warning for Merrick, York, Hamilton,
new tornado warning has been issued.
and also Polk counties. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour winds and as well as quarter-sized hail. We also have a new tornado warning here in Nebraska for Colfax, Platte, and Stanton counties. Wait for that to pop up here. Actually, let me change the, there we go. All right, Riley is actually on the money with this one, too. There's a max alert here for this storm. That's going to be for Lay and Clarkson. So if you guys live in this tornado warning, you need to be taking shelter now and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible, and you have to be getting away from windows. All right, so Clarkson, Humphrey, Creston. We got an area of strengthening rotation right now that's moving directly to the northeast towards Lye and as well as Clarkson. Riley had a max alert here, which was 6 minutes ago for, you know, a tornado being possible. So pretty much on the money here. So seek shelter immediately if you are in this tornado warning. We have multiple storm chasers that are very close, or if not in this tornado warning. I'm trying to look and see. I know Ryan Scholl is currently the closest to this tornado warning right now, and he is currently looking at it live. That is what it looks like here. So he's next to the tornado warning. Rotation is tightening up right now, southeast of Humphrey.
Need to be taking shelter. We were just there.
Look bottom right side of your screen, guys. We got a tight couplet developing, and Ryan Scholl's coming up into this thing right now. Ryan Scholl is right now in Columbus, so he's actually just south of this. So he's in Columbus, but he's the closest chaser to this area of rotation right now. Also, this is back over in Stanton County, which is just north of this. We got a camera shaking over here in Stanton County. This is in Norfolk. I know we have a lot of people tuning in from Norfolk right now. So damaging winds are becoming more and more a concern. There's also another live shot there.
To deal with that, but Leslie should be all right. I'm going to put you guys back up here on the front.
Also, Storm Chaser CJ Ziegler is underneath some really ominous clouds right now near Stromsburg. I am also watching this right here, guys, north of Polk. There's a little area of rotation trying to develop right there right now. There was a report from a Storm Chaser of a rotating wall cloud as of about 10 minutes ago. And I would have to assume this is trying to rotate right now where Storm Chaser CJ Ziegler is currently located. Putting Ryan Scholl on the bottom right side of your screen. He's near that other tornado warning. Got a lot of storm chasers in this general area. Riley just issued another max alert. That will be for a tornado threat near Madison. Madison, Stanton. I know it's kind of hard to see. There's a lot of, you know, alerts here, right? A lot of alerts across the board, but here's that new max alert. Rapidly strengthening rotation, capable of producing a tornado near Madison, Stanton, and as well as Pilger. So we got rotation developing here. It's a little contaminated, but a little bit of rotation developing there right now, heading off to the north and east. So another tornado warning is going to be possible there. I definitely would say there's an increasing tornado threat here near Clarkson, Osceola. Let me go back down to this warning too. See if this has been doing anything. Nothing really too crazy on that Deschler supercell. This supercell looks wild. It's just not really rotating right now. If there was going to be another, like, intense tornado threat, I think it would be coming out of something here in southern Nebraska. One of these discrete supercells. But we'll have to wait and see. This storm over here near Humphrey has looked pretty intense for the last few minutes. If there is a tornado, it's going to be located near Creston. I'm not seeing a debris signature right now. We have a very significant swath of wind that is moving into Columbus over the next few minutes. This is live from Columbus, guys, in Nebraska.
I was looking directly from the south, so I was, like, right next to it when it formed.
Yeah, because it had that piece coming from the southeast, and you couldn't see it if you're out in front of it. I guess you either had to be to the northwest of it, or like you said.
Hey, Corbin from Sewer Chat, is Arlington, Minnesota going to get anything? Could see some damaging winds up there
Got
for sure
pretty
tonight.
lucky with positioning because I was able to hit that.
So again, this is near our tornado warning near Columbus. Really significant wind threat's going to be coming in here in just a few minutes.
Holy, dude, this is a green storm, dude. Where are y'all at right now? Oof.
Headed towards the Columbus.
Is that a stoplight? Nice. This is also CJ Ziegler. He's on that other area of rotation. There was a report of a rotating wall cloud. Oh, maybe 10 minutes ago in this storm. Also, storm chaser Connor Croft had a rope tornado over near St. Liberty.
Yep.
This was not too long ago. This was on that storm that produced the very large tornado. About an hour ago. So there's a little rope tornado. You can see some of the debris in the air too.
Gosh, that thing's incredible. That's, oh my gosh, that's a top tier tornado right there. That is incredible. Yep. Get to work.
That was the same tornado roping out apparently. So that was actually just the same tornado, but we never really saw that on our stream earlier. So storm chaser CJ Ziegler. There is there was a rotating wall cloud on this storm. Rotation's gone a little bit broader on radar near Clarks, but tornado threat should gradually increase over there near Osceola. And storm chaser Ryan Scholl is now underneath a giant shelf cloud in Columbus, Nebraska. We have dozens and dozens of you guys tuning in from Columbus right now. This is what it looks like out there. Big blue tinge off to the left. We got 70+ mile/hour damaging winds possible.
Runza, dude, I would so stop for Runza right now.
We're probably going to see a really big surge of wind here in just a few minutes.
There's tornado resource down there. There's not. It's a mess down there. It's kind of a mess everywhere right now.
All right, Riley just issued an exclusive max discussion. You only see it here, folks. You only get the max discussions here. Got a max discussion over here in eastern Nebraska and western Iowa. A rapidly forming QLCS will be capable of producing 80 mile/hour winds, large hail, and intense QLCS tornadoes as storms move into Lincoln and Omaha. So this discussion here was just issued for a very large area. If you live anywhere in that blue shaded area, we got to be staying on alert. I would low-key support a max discussion back over in Texas. I thought had something going up. There were some storms going up down here. Got some weak storms. Got a couple storms over there near Waco that are going up. Got some really weak storms. Nothing crazy. I saw somebody post a satellite imagery shot of that a few minutes ago on Twitter. So, where is Tornado TRX still in St. Liberty, or has he moved? I don't know if any chasers are still here assessing damage. This is actually, yeah, this is live here. This is some of the damage over here in St. Liberty. So we have major tornado damage from that intense tornado that happened on our live stream here not too long ago. This is again live here, St. Liberty. Wow. It's a really bad situation here. And again, we have had no injuries or fatalities reported, which is really a good thing. Also, we just got a new tornado warning. I don't know if the audio played or not. I might have bugged it out by accident, but we have a new tornado warning for Colfax and Platte. So if you guys live in this tornado warning here, you need to be taking shelter near Maple Creek and Howells. Get away from windows, get to the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. That is barely north right now of where storm chaser Ryan Scholl is. Just north of Richland, going towards Maple Creek and Dodge. So Colfax, Platte counties, we need to be taking shelter here, just north of Columbus. You can see storm chaser Ryan Scholl in the Weatherfront app here. He is just off to the east of Columbus, going towards Schuler, I believe it was. We're going to go full screen to his live shot right now. With the wind really picking up here, you can see that American flag there whipping with the strong winds. If there were to be a tornado, it's going to be literally directly north of where, like directly where he's looking. Hey, Gilly for the $20 super chat. Timing to Southwest Omaha and Gretna.
Literally just kind of depends.
I'd say Omaha's going to be sometime.
Let's get out in front. Let's reevaluate, and then we can kind of go from there.
Time around 8 o'clock for you guys.
I think that's probably the best way to go about it right now. Right now, no tornado warning to the south either, so that makes it at least a little easier to be like, okay, we don't need to rush in getting somewhere here. We're not like crunched for time.
So if there were to be a tornado, it's going to actually be, I don't have my green screen on, but it'll be in the middle of your screen right behind that rain shaft, all right? So we're looking behind the rain shaft. There's a little visibility there, and there's really strong rotation on radar. So there is a possibility there's a tornado. Again, this is just north of Columbus, Nebraska. This area of rotation heading towards Maple Creek. You can see just back in there a little bit now. Very hard to see, but that's the general area of where the clouds are way lower to the ground, and that would be where our wall cloud is currently located. A lot of this is pretty contaminated, so it is hard to tell whether this is really a legitimate rotation or not, but there's definitely something back in there right now that we're at least observing over there. Storm Media is looking at this storm that has a max alert still down here near Deschler and Hebron. Looks very messy right now. We are monitoring an increasing tornado threat down here near the Nebraska and Kansas border. This is what Storm Media is looking at right now in that storm near Hebron. It looks still very elevated. Hasn't really organized into anything tornadic
Hopefully it's a good
recently.
merger. I would hope so, but I don't think it looks too promising if it's a good merger. Because there's another. The problem is.
Good shout to Gilly with the $20 super chat. Thank you also. Backspin for the super chat and Jacob for the super chat. Live south of Lincoln. Just staked my trampoline down. Not losing it this time. Hey, W. Get some W's in the chat there for Jake.
Southwest,
or Jacob.
Northeast cold front.
He's hatching out the trampoline.
Again, like a little more difficult to kind of.
Over there in Lincoln. You should be doing the same.
Menards. Look at that view. You have a Menards in the way. That's hilarious. Freaking hilarious to drive right past Menards. Save big money at Menards today.
So again, this is on the tornado warning near Columbus, Nebraska.
Dude, like the whale's mouth of this thing is nuts. It is so creepy looking right now. No, I don't think there's any south roads over there. Is the problem? No, there's not. That's fine. Like,
all right, guys.
Okay.
We are issuing the first ever flying trampoline watch. And it's actually a legitimate threat, by the way. All right, we got an entire flying trampoline watch. Thoughts, concerns, comments? This is literally where we're going to see pretty much widespread damaging winds. So I think it's pretty accurate. Shout out to Sarah with the PayPal donation. And Shannon with the $50 Venmo donation. I didn't know what a discrete storm was until I started watching you. Thanks for educating me. No problem. Thank you, Jim, for the Venmo donation. Our daughter is in Marquette, Nebraska. Thanks. So hopefully she stays safe there. This is pretty revolutionary, guys. Massive watch. All right, we got too many watches on here. I'm just taking this down. Low key, though. It's coming. It will be used. And the flying trampoline alerts out there. It is a legitimate concern. For those that do not know, trampolines do go flying very frequently during major severe weather events like this one. We had a tornado reported, unconfirmed report of a tornado approximately 1 mile south of Worthington. Debris currently being observed. That was about 21 minutes ago. So that just came in. And right now near Worthington, we still have a strong area of wind and possibly a tornado trying to drop right now near Interstate 90. Going to Rost and Lakefield. If you guys live over here near Jackson, Lakefield, definitely get ready. I would expect a new tornado warning here soon for this area of rotation that is heading in the direction of Fairmont. Tornado warning is currently for Jackson and Nobles counties in Minnesota. It will end at about 7 o'clock Central Time. There is a giant severe thunderstorm warning here for both Minnesota and Iowa. That'll be for 70-mile-per-hour winds and half-dollar size tail. There's also a little bit of rotation down here near the Sibley and Harris areas of Iowa. And so I wouldn't rule out a tornado warning down the line as that goes towards Spirit Lake, but the highest tornado risk will be near Brewster. The rotation that we were looking at near Clarks has kind of died down now. It looks like it's becoming much more of a significant damaging wind threat right along US Highway 30, just southwest of Duncan. We're going to see if we have anything else crazy going on. Really, the main concern are these tornado warnings and this becoming a very significant line of thunderstorms right now. We are still monitoring discrete supercells to pop up especially down there in southern Nebraska, but we even could see one try to pop up west of Omaha still. There's a low chance of that. This is looking at the tornado warning here in Colfax County, Nebraska. This is just east of Columbus near Schuler.
Looking north at those tornado warnings right now. As much as humanly possible. We start going the speed limit here, though. Things are moving at 50 miles an hour. They are flying, so we need to keep going with them.
Hey, actually, for the super chat, what does Faribault, Minnesota look like today? Should be mainly a damaging wind threat. Low tornado risk. I wouldn't be freaking out up there. Very ominous skies. He's underneath the shelf cloud. Again, I don't see anything definitively that would be on the ground here, but if there were to be a tornado, it would be buried back in that rain, most likely. And he's trying to keep up with this right now. I mean, he's driving east at like probably 70 miles per hour. This line of thunderstorms moving east at 50 miles per hour. This is no joke. It comes to the speed that the storm's moving at right now. Also, I do have a pretty important update here on our meso-analysis for the environment that we have right now when it comes to our significant tornado threat. The latest meso-analysis has a couple different areas outlined for the highest tornado potential within the next really 30 minutes or so. We are looking near Columbus, where there are STP values upwards of 6 in this area. Granted, this is now a line of thunderstorms, so this isn't as relevant than if these were to be discrete supercells, but this environment's still very favorable for tornadoes. Down near the Nebraska and Kansas border with those discrete supercells that are down there right now, there are values near 5 that are currently in place. It's out of a scale of 0 to 10. 10 being very, very favorable environment. 5 is still very favorable for at least strong to intense tornadoes. So we need to watch this environment down here as well. And then back over in northwestern Iowa, we have another corridor that is setting up here. But this is also a line of thunderstorms, so not nearly as relevant. But if we had discrete supercells, there would be a much higher tornado potential even in that area. Right now, the risk of severe weather is an enhanced risk of severe weather. Includes most areas in Nebraska, Iowa, Minnesota, also back into Kansas and Colorado. The wind threat is very high. So if you live in the pink, flying trampolines are going to be everywhere. They could fly to another state. We have widespread damaging wind potential right now in Sioux Falls, Worthington, back towards Austin, Mankato, west of Rochester. Scattered to numerous damaging winds are likely across Omaha, west of Des Moines, O'Neill, and east of Kearney. And significant damaging winds are also possible down towards Woodward. This is where damaging winds could exceed 75 miles per hour. Large to very large hail still a concern. And then our highest tornado threat does include Sioux City, Omaha, Denison, Storm Lake, Geneva, and Lincoln. So if you guys live in the red, the yellow, the tornado threat is still fairly high for today. It's a little bit more conditional, a little bit lower for those that are in the brown and green, but even if you live in those areas, we could still see a few tornadoes. But the tornado risk right now, like we've barely even entered into the 15% tornado risk here. We've barely even gone into it here near Fremont. We're just entering into it as we speak. So this tornado threat is going to increase, especially as this becomes a line of thunderstorms. Riley just issued a massive max alert for the Texas Panhandle, where multiple wildfires are ongoing west of Amarillo, and temperatures are 100 degrees with extremely low relative humidity. So avoid activities that could spread fires. We have a fire warning right now west of Amarillo and another one near Boys Ranch. We can actually look at satellite imagery. You can faintly see the smoke here, just faintly. So you can see the fires going up. There's one here just outside of Bishop Hills. This is actually near some homes right now. And you can track this inside of the free Weatherfront app.
Tornado warning has been issued.
We can also look at fire temperature and see that as well. We have a brand new tornado warning here in southern Nebraska. This is near Hebron. Whoa. That might be really contaminated. I'm not sure, but that rotation on radar looks absolutely crazy. If you're in this tornado warning, you need to take shelter and put as many walls between you from the outside as possible and get away from windows. This is a discrete supercell. That is really intensified quickly over the last scan or two. That is quite concerning. I do not think we're going to see that within a scan. Storm Chaser, Storm Intermedia, they're looking right at it right now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have another tornado warning in Kansas as well for Sherman and Wallace counties. That'll be
that's certain.
Pop it up here in a second.
That's what. Oh my gosh! Look at that up at Hebron.
All right, we got a tornado trying to drop right now, also near Goodland. This is an area that was under warnings yesterday. Rotation currently located west of 27. That's heading up towards Edson and Brewster. So take shelter if you're in this tornado warning for Wallace and Sherman counties. I would definitely say the storm right now near Hebron is looking really concerning. Riley just issued a max watch for a tornado watch expansion. He said a localized addition to the watch would be beneficial. For the record, guys, they just issued an extension as he issued this. He did actually 30% or 30 seconds before it got issued, so he's on fire right now. They did expand it for Great Bend, Ellsworth, and Salina. Has not been expanded yet for Harrington and Abilene and Kansas. Bro is on it right now. There is a chance with all the hail that we have that this could be somewhat contaminated, but I do want to remind you guys that, like, if there is a tornado here, it is going to be very strong with the velocities that we are seeing right now on radar. Storm Intermedia is just barely south of this right now, so we are keeping all eyes on Storm Intermedia right now, and some other chasers that are kind of nearby this. That rotation is really strong right now, going right over US Highway 81. Latest scan is showing, man, that rotation, once again, really strong right now. There is a possibility that this could drop a pretty strong tornado over the next few minutes. This has converged rapidly over the last few minutes here, heading directly into Hebron. Gilead is also in the path of this, and then Alexandria will be in the path of this as well. It's a rain-wrapped area of rotation, but it looks really concerning. Storm Intermedia is located right about here, so they're about to punch up north into that thing. Also, we are still watching for more elevated tornado risk north of Omaha. They have just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for West Point, west of Onawa. This is going to go right towards the Iowa border here in Nebraska. That'll be for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds and also ping-pong ball-sized hail. Apparently, there is a live camera that was in Deschler, but I think it might have gotten knocked out by power. So Deschler is basically inside of this tornado warning right now. It might have gotten knocked out because of the wind or some sort of severity of this, but there's a really strong area of rotation here, guys. It's a legitimate risk. We could have a significant tornado trying to drop right now, right over the town of Hebron. While we wait for Storm Intermedia to kind of get a little bit closer to this, this is what it looks like over in Colfax County, Nebraska. This is from Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl. Large shelf cloud, and that's going to be the leading edge of damaging winds. And then CJ's kind of in middle of transitioning to this area here. There's a rapidly increasing severe threat. There is also a report of a wall cloud on this little cell here just southwest of Chester. Very weak rotation, but there is a wall cloud being reported there, so we're going to be keeping an eye on that. I'll have another radar scan in a second here. About maybe another 20 seconds until we have a new radar scan. But again, very strong area of rotation, about to enter right into the town of Hebron, Kansas. Or sorry, Hebron, Nebraska. It's for Thayer County, Kansas. Storm Chaser Connor Croft is actually really close to this now. He's coming out of the north right now. So Storm Chaser Connor Croft, he's going quickly down to the south towards Hebron. He's on US Highway 81. He's just north of the warning near Belvedere. So he's trying to get into this right now. No CC drop on this latest scan. Rotation is still really strong right now, but it hasn't updated yet on the velocities. Riley has an urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, there's a TDS on that latest scan. There's 100% a tornado on the ground headed into the town of Hebron.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. All right, so we do now have a tornado in progress here. This is going to go right into Hebron. All right, so we need to be taking shelter now if we are in this tornado warning and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible. That tornado right now is currently over US Highway 136. All right, so we got a tornado currently down right now. It's going to be moving right into the southwest side of Hebron. It's going to be approaching First Street, and that will be going into the south side of the town here in just a few minutes. This has been a rapidly organizing supercell, but there is now a tornado down. Storm Intermedia is looking in the direction of it right now. They are coming out of the south near Chester, and we also got Storm Chaser Connor Croft, who's just north of it. So we got two different angles. We'll have two different views of this once they get a little bit closer to it.
That Beloit storm is going to go big here.
The rotation, oh man, look at that TDS. That latest update, yeah, that's big. We got a large tornado debris signature here, guys. Large tornado debris signature just to the south of Hebron. That's going to cross right over US Highway 81 here in a few minutes. That is not good. Whoa.
This is an emergency alert. A tornado emergency warning has been issued.
They have just upgraded this to a tornado emergency in Nebraska. This is the highest level tornado warning you can possibly get. It is a catastrophic situation right now for those in Hebron, Gilead, and as well as Alexandria. This is the highest level tornado warning you can possibly get. You need to be taking shelter immediately, putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible, and you got to be getting away from windows if you live in Hebron. This is an extremely dangerous situation. We have somebody named Hunter that's tuning in right now from Hebron that is about to be hit possibly by this potentially intensive, violent tornado. So once again, we have a tornado emergency. This is the highest level tornado warning you can possibly get for those in Hebron, Gilead, and Alexandria. The velocity couplet is very tight. We have a large debris signature right now over US Highway 136. There's about 1,300 people that are currently inside of this tornado warning right now. Storm Intermedia is coming up into this right now. They're coming out of the south. And we also got Connor coming out of the north right now. This could be an intense to violent tornado once again. We're waiting for another radar scan here. So Storm Intermedia is coming up into it. Connor's also coming out of the north right now. He's going to be driving into this here in just a few minutes.
About to get nuked.
This is a rain-wrapped tornado, by the way, guys. You're not going to be able to see it. Do not try to look for this.
It's about to get nuked by Chester, so we'll see what happens. Also, this thing sent out an outflow boundary west that has helped stall the cold front.
Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I'm going to talk real quick about why this is worthy of a tornado emergency. First of all, our VROT got very strong very, very quickly. It was above the velocities required for a tornado warning. And one of the other things that comes into play when issuing tornado warnings and the levels of them is the significant tornado parameter. And with a very, very high STP here, it is worthy of a tornado emergency. For that catastrophic tag, you need a VROT of 70 knots and an STP of 6 or higher. So we technically did check all the boxes. It was a very, very quick sort of progression from not really any couplet at all to a tornado emergency level, but this was a good call by the National Weather Service to upgrade this to a tornado emergency, even with how quick it happened.
Thank you, Riley, for the insight. And we just had somebody named Jake that's actually just barely northeast of this tornado saying, so am I in danger? Yeah, you're in danger, man. We got a big-time tornado right now over US Highway 81. There is a large debris signature that is on the south side of the town of Hebron, Nebraska. Picking up a lot of debris. You gotta be taking shelter, Jake. I know we have somebody named Hunter tuning in from Hebron. You gotta be taking shelter too. If you guys are here and you want to, I mean, you got to take shelter, obviously, but if you want to submit your location, there's a link in the description. I know we have several people tuning in from this general area. A little bit before this happened, there was a storm chaser saying that there was a rotating wall cloud. So this, again, really intensified quickly. Like, look how fast this happened. There was nothing at about 6:50, all right? Or not 6:50. This was 6:35. There was like nothing. This thing became super intense super quickly. And we're not sure if it is still on the ground, but there is a large debris signature still on the south side of the city. Storm Chaser Connor Croft is looking right towards it right now. All right, so he's coming out of the north. He's going to be looking south right now, looking southeast. towards that area of rotation. So he's going to be looking at it right here in just a few seconds. But it's on the left side of your screen. It's going to be a little bit rain wrapped. We just said send video, Jake. No, Jake, do not send video. Take shelter. Do not send me crap. Whoever's in Hebron, you do not want to be trying to look for this. These storm chasers, they're already...
Yeah.
Like they're experienced, right? But this is a rain wrapped tornado. The likelihood of you seeing this is not very high. Likelihood of you seeing this tornado is honestly very low. With this being incredibly rain wrapped right now. They just condensed the tornado emergency, so it now includes, again, still includes Thayer County. It is going to continue as a tornado emergency for Hebron and Gilead and just south of Alexandria. I'm not confident that we still have a tornado, but there's still debris being lofted up. We got to watch for a new area of rotation to develop here, going up towards Alexandria and Dakin. All right, so if you guys live in those areas, we got to be watching for that. He's definitely still, I mean, this tornado's about to hit Jake. If it's still on the ground, Jake's about to get hit by this. Whoever Jake is.
Maybe they're just pulled off.
Connor, again, going right towards this. Left side of your screen is the area of interest and where there would be a tornado.
That might be
Thank Rental for the $20 super chat.
area to the south, but
We're mostly focused on the Tor E right now, and then we'll talk about some of the other stuff.
I think I have a visual of the bowl lowering.
All right, so Connor says there's a bowl lowering. It's hard to see, but it's going to be on the about a third of the way from the left side of the screen to the left middle there.
I'm directly north of it. I do have a visual of the bowl, I think. Not down.
No, it is not.
Look at the wind here. So he is in the RFD. That is the rear flank downdraft that he's starting to push into. You can see the wind really intensifying. He's trying to quickly drive away from that right now. There's a large bowl.
And
maybe a 25% there on the left side of your screen. We also just had another person named Chivo say they're on US Highway 81. I would avoid this area, man. Got 3 people currently tuning in from this tornado emergency, at least on the map here. Now, I do think what's going to happen is that this is going to recycle and produce another tornado threat as it heads in the direction of Fairbury. Fairbury is directly in the path of this. We still have a tornado emergency for those that are located in Gilead and Hebron. It's the highest level tornado warning you can possibly get. Connor is looking at it right now, out of the north. Connor's also live here on YouTube.
no idea.
Hey, Jake, make sure to give us an update if you're all right.
Is that a tornado coming down?
That's what I'm looking
If you even have power. That was a bird or something flying.
Looks weird.
Connor's going down Bob's Road here.
Keep an eye off to my right.
Still looking to our north. We got strong inflow into this meadow.
I am noticing right now that this is a very disorganized thunderstorm on radar. Like, that rotation is wrapped in a lot of rain. Here's the thing, though. Rotation, again, not tight, but it is reorganizing. And what might happen is it might do something like it just did, where it could drop another significant tornado as our inflow is increasing. And so if this can organize, there will be a legit tornado threat again. There is, again, main rotation right now is near River Road. It's going to be approaching Gilead here in southern Nebraska. And then down the line, it's going towards Fairbury, Jansen, and Plymouth. So if you guys live in those areas, we need to be staying on high alert right now. With a, again, tornado emergency currently in effect. We just got a new tornado warning in Minnesota.
And the rain bands all bad, but I can't confirm 100%.
All right, we got a new tornado warning here in Minnesota. This one will be just south of Windham near Lakefield, Huron Lake and Jackson. We got a broad area of rotation making its way up towards US Highway 71. So you need to take shelter if you're in this warning and put as many walls between you from the outside as possible and get away from windows. Just north of Interstate 90. We also got a couple little discrete cells that are trying to go up near Fairmont. I don't think the tornado risk will be very high with these, but if they can stay discreet, There's at least a tornado risk with that. Riley just issued a new max alert south of Goodland, Kansas, where he says that there is a destructive hail threat developing here. So this little severe warning here could easily be upgraded to destructive. Right now it's for 70-mile-per-hour winds and golf ball sized hail. Could see baseball sized hail though with this supercell as it continues to track east. We actually have several areas of rotation right now that could still drop tornadoes as well. So just south of Goodland, Kansas, we're still monitoring that storm for a potential tornado risk. Going back over to our tornado emergency. We're going to see if there's any update on the velocities here. They are pretty strong north of River Road. We got 2 storm chasers currently inside of the tornado emergency. Storm chaser Storm Intermedia is currently located on the southeast side of Hebron. And then we have storm chaser Storm Intermedia. That's on the southeast side. Connor Croft's on the north side of this warning currently. Jake said 1 minute ago, I'm in shelter, don't worry. So Jake is okay. Hopefully. Latest scan, I'm not seeing a tightening, but the rotation is still pretty strong just north of River Road. That's the area that we're looking at for a potential tornado threat. The tornado emergency here does go for 30 minutes. There's no way it lasts that long with the rotation. Going to be moving outside of this warning at some point in the next 30 minutes, but we are still watching for another potential tornado risk to develop as this moves off to the east-northeast. Connor's looking back into the storm here.
I will be curious.
I'm looking to see if he can spot anything.
Figures itself out after this merger happens.
That could eventually get
easy. I think the problem is this one's so dominant. But this will fade out eventually.
Because it already looks like the southern flank of this ongoing merger. It's already feeding an inflow layer into it.
Yeah, again, I'm just north off.
Hey Smith, for becoming a member.
This thing is so HP.
And Connor's looking right into the area of interest right now. It is almost impossible to see anything right now.
It's gonna be us.
It is so incredibly rain wrapped. He's about to get hit pretty hard here by strong winds.
Right in front of me.
It was down earlier. It had a really big TDS.
Really?
Yeah. Well, I close to it.
I mean, Copic had it down. It was just a dust whirl. Yeah, it was. So that was when Copic must have had it. Which is crazy.
See if Storm Intermedia has anything. They're just south of it. Oh, their stream is loading. All right, well, they don't have anything. They are currently on the bottom right side of your screen. So Storm Intermedia is located right here. They're just south of where the strongest rotation is. And then Connor is somewhere up in here, just southeast of Belvedere on the northern cusp of the tornado emergency right now. We do not have any tornado warnings anymore northwest of Omaha, but we are still monitoring an increasing tornado threat along with significant damaging winds heading in the direction of Schuler. We do have Storm Chaser Tornado Pagey actually looking at this area of thunderstorms over here near Richland. Hard to tell if that's contaminated or not, but there might be some rotation developing north of Bellwood. Can somebody put, Tornado Pagey in slot 1 at the bottom left. So we're going to keep an eye on them. That might be another area of interest here down the line. Back to our tornado warning in Minnesota for Jackson and Cottonwood counties. Rotation on this storm has been pretty weak for the most part. I'm honestly more concerned about the tornado risk if these storms can organize near Fairmont and Truman. I'm not saying it's a really high chance, but I definitely think a tornado risk cannot be ruled out as those storms continue to move northeast here in southern Minnesota. We have a lot of people tuning in right now from southern Minnesota, just kind of sporadic here. Got somebody over here in Mankato tuning in from their mobile home. I'm going to go back to our tornado emergency. We got Storm Chaser Jacob McMillan punching into this right now. Rotation is trying to intensify again. It has broadened out for the time being, but I do think it is going to recycle as it moves into Alexandria and Dakin. But this tornado emergency still continues for Thayer County in Nebraska. Tor E is now known as a Jake-nado. Thank you, Carter, for the super chat. Storm Intermedia and Connor are inside of the tornado warning, but they are just repositioning right now. We also got Jacob McMillan here. I don't think his feed is going right now, but he is driving into it too. Down the line, this will be heading towards Beatrice, Pickrell, Philly. I know we have a lot of people that tune in from over here. We had a lot of people tuning in from the Beatrice area yesterday. I definitely think there's a possibility that, you know, this could be a concern for you guys over there near Beatrice. They have gone ahead and downgraded it, or actually canceled the tornado emergency entirely. It is back down to a normal tornado warning for the time being, but I do think there's a high likelihood that this is going to recycle as it moves into Dakin, Swanton, as well as Jaden. We actually got somebody tuning in here from Fairbury saying straight is still blue sky, straight west is dark clouds, strange sight to see. I'm guessing that's straight east on the first part of that. If we look at GeoColor satellite right now on the free Weatherfront app, there's quite a bit of blue sky off to the east. A lot of big storms right over this corridor here from Lincoln back into Great Bend. It's kind of crazy to see all the storms blowing up here over the last hour or two. We're going to put Connor on the bottom right side of your screen. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, real quick, I want to talk about a flash flooding situation we have ongoing right now. So we did issue a max alert for this a while back, but we have had 3 inches of rainfall in this area, and these storms are still sitting over the same area. Another 1 to 2 inches is expected. There's still no flash flooding warning there yet from the National Weather Service, but there will probably be one issued shortly. Also, this storm near Goodland, Kansas is continuing to produce hail greater than 3 inches in diameter as indicated by radar. We do have that destructive max alert issued for that area. Also, there are reports of another wildfire starting in the area of Amarillo. We do have 2 fire warnings, one just off to the west of Amarillo and then another one up here south of Dumas, but that is going to be a developing situation as it gets even drier there as our moisture continues to move off to the east. Across southern Minnesota, we are starting to see a lot of these prefrontal supercells pop up. This is going to be something to keep an eye on later as we see the QLCS get even closer to them. There is a chance that we're going to see these storms get nudged by the QLCS, and that should lead to a quick, rapid tornado threat anywhere where there is existing rotation when it eventually gets nudged by the QLCS. Back down here in Nebraska, we're sort of seeing 2 different QLCS systems start to wrap up here. This first one is probably going to be the most significant of the 2. However, there is still the chance that it could merge with this one off further to the south. Either way, I would expect a new watch in the next few hours for places including Des Moines and St. Joseph, and basically this whole area here, as we're going to expect a significant wind threat to evolve throughout the rest of the day.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. Have a little update on everything that's going to be happening here, and also what is ongoing. Somebody over here just sent in a message here from just east of Dakin. Somebody tuning in named Dan. Don't like the look of this. Contemplating leaving. I don't know if you're in like a mobile home, but it might be the better decision out of what you could probably do right now. Rotation currently is right over James. James says, well, this will be my first intercept. I don't know, man. I don't know why in the world you'd be trying to intercept this tornado. I'm gonna be honest. This is probably not the most worthy situation of trying to intercept a tornado. I mean, we are looking at a rain-wrapped mess currently. There's rain all around this rotation right now. Brian says, is it too late to evacuate? It is. You got to hunker down. Yeah, you don't have any time to evacuate. I mean, again, there's really very few situations where you should ever evacuate if you are in a tornado warning. You need a lot of heads up for that. Like, you can't just do it last second. It does not work like that. Otherwise, it's way more dangerous. We just got a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. Pretty large one here across much of Iowa, Nebraska, and Kansas, with the risk of significant damaging winds and hail to continue with a QLCS tornado threat developing. So that will include areas like Omaha, Onawa, Sioux City, and then back into Concordia. We are looking at a much more elevated risk of damaging winds. The best chance for QLCS tornadoes will be north of Wahoo and right around the Omaha, Nebraska area. So if you live over there near Omaha, we got to be staying on alert. We still are looking at some of the damage that's happened back over here in St. Paul. Some pretty significant tornado damage in this general area. This was the probably intense to violent tornado that happened earlier. Sarah is still there. There has been an ongoing search and rescue. A lot of people were impacted by this tornado in some rural areas just outside here of Grand Island, Nebraska. Again, luckily, we've had no reports of injuries or fatalities from this tornado, which is, again, miraculous with how intense that tornado was here that we, again, saw on our live stream here today. In case you did not see it on our live stream, Tornado TRX was on it. This would happened earlier. Ripped through a field, but it also hit multiple buildings and homes. And the motion, again, was intense to violent. Like, that motion is absolutely insane. There was ground scouring. There was trees debarked. And a lot of the time when we have those two things, that does represent EF3 plus intensity. And so I'd be really surprised if that tornado, does not get rated at least EF3. But we'll see what the surveys show us tomorrow and probably the pursuing days. We have a new tornado warning here for that storm that was just warned as a tornado emergency. This is going to be for those in Dakin, Western, just west of Plymouth. So if you guys live in this tornado warning in Jefferson and Saline counties, you need to be taking shelter now, putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible and getting away from windows. Jefferson and Saline counties, we got to be taking shelter. I know we have one person tuning in here named Jacob in the warning. Think the tornado threat will make it here? It will. It is coming right towards you right now, man. And unfortunately, it is going to probably go towards Pickrell, DeWitt, Plymouth as well. So some of you guys will also be in the path of that. Kind of curious. What is Ryan Scholl looking at right now? Ryan Scholl is right along the leading edge. Wow. Well, that's actually pretty impressive. That's what Ryan Scholl is looking at right now. If I click the right slot. Where'd I put him? Here we go. Ryan Scholl is looking at a giant shelf right now.
Right here. I do need to stop for to use the restroom real quick. But, oh, why is it all the way on the sand? This line's about to catch up.
And, oh, okay. This is Brett Adair. This was some of the other tornado damage over there in Palmer. This is going to be the tornado damage back over here, just north of Grand Island. This is actually live right now. Looking at live footage of significant tornado damage here to the Palmer area. Wow. You can see how sunny it is now. All the storms have passed by. It's much drier on the backside of the boundary here. Really sad to see. And again, this is just one of several buildings or homes that have been heavily damaged or destroyed. Look at that basement. I think that's a basement right there. At least the bottom floor of a home here. And where, like, taking shelter here, right? Like, you got to literally be against the, like, grass there. You got to be on the backside of the home to have any chance. It's unknown what this building even looked like before. I'm guessing it was at least 2 stories, but there's some really major tornado damage there. We're going to keep an eye there on Brett. Eli for the super chat saying, hey, Max, thanks for keeping everybody safe. We love the new Max alerts and Max discussions. Keep up the great work. I think the Max discussions and Max alerts are both pretty sick. What do you guys think? They're going to be way better here in the future. They're pretty basic right now, but they'll be way better in the future. Here's some of that ground scouring, by the way. You can actually see it a little bit here. There's more of that tornado damage, a bit more zoomed out.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
We have a confirmed tornado for Blue Earth, Martin, and Watonwa counties here in southern parts of Minnesota. All right. Well, Truman, we were talking about this, guys, not too long ago. I did say there's going to be an increasing tornado threat here. And we now have a tornado in progress here for Truman and Louisville. This is confirmed by law enforcement. So if you are in this tornado warning, you need to take shelter immediately and put as many walls between you from the outside as possible. And you've got to get away from windows. This is a dangerous storm right now. The rotation's gotten pretty strong, too. And this is going to be just north of Fairmont, so it just narrowly missed Fairmont and is now tracking up into Truman, Minnesota. Lew-Earth, Martin, and Wautoma counties, or Watonwan counties, sorry. And Minnesota, you need to take shelter. There's some more tornado damage here. This is some of that farm equipment. I think we saw some of this get ripped up on stream earlier. Wow. Look at that damage. You can see the ground scouring. Most intense tornadoes do that. Got a lot of debris in the farm fields here too. Crazy. All right, back to that Truman confirmed tornado. Again, this is confirmed by law enforcement. It's going to be pretty close to Northrop right now. We actually have somebody named Ryan tuning in saying it is raining as of 8 minutes ago. Thank you for your report. They are inside of the tornado warning now. I think that was right before the tornado warning even got issued. Back over to the south of Windham, we still have a tornado warning here for Lakefield, just north of Jackson. I don't think they'll continue this warning for the time being. That rotation is fairly broad at the moment. So we are monitoring that for a possible tornado risk down the line. Let's check out this storm here near Fairbury. This one has kind of weakened over the last several minutes. This was a tornado emergency. In case you're just tuning in, rotation's gotten much broader here over the last several minutes. Riley just issued a max alert. This is going to be all the way back up here north of Walthall near Winnebago. And so this one is for a tornado possible. He's saying organizing rotation will become favorable for a tornado threat in the next 15 minutes for Walthall, Winnebago, and just north of Macy. Got a little bit of rotation developing there. And so we could see a tornado warning down the line. We got somebody tuning in here from Sloan. Keeping a close eye on this one from Sloan, Iowa. I would be too. You're in that max alert, technically. You're in that polygon. Bro, we're in the middle of a tornado outbreak, and some random guy in the chat just said, do you have any girlfriends? Girlfriends, plural. There you go, Darren for the super chat. We are in Dassel, Minnesota, and something is moving towards us from south of Wilmer. Is it coming towards us? The main concern right now in Minnesota is going to be the line of thunderstorms, but these little discrete supercells that are going up out in front of it could also produce the risk of tornadoes. I think the higher tornado threat will be out of this discrete activity, but it should upscale pretty quickly, so it'll be a pretty short window here. This is what this line of thunderstorms looks like right now, back over here near Webster, Nebraska. This is the activity that'll be heading towards Omaha very soon here. Giant shelf cloud blanketing the skies. Shadow with the $20 super chat said, Max, my sister, is in one of the houses in St. Livery. We are doing what we can. I'll email you. Pray for my family. Well, yeah, definitely reach out. I'll have somebody keep an eye on my emails. Let me know what we can do to help. Thank you, Squeeze, for the super chat. I do not have a girlfriend now. And no, they're not called the Max sets. What are we talking about? Off topic, I do want to quickly mention this. We posted this on Twitter and Facebook. We covered the Enid, Oklahoma tornado. It was an EF4 back last month. That was upgraded a little bit. It's still an EF4, but the maximum sustained winds were initially 170 miles per hour. It was upgraded to about 180 miles per hour. It was about a 5 to 10 mile per hour wind increase. We do have some new photos and videos that you guys have sent in from today's storms. Got a new one over in Davidson County, South Dakota, of a massive dust storm. My goodness, look at that, guys. That's kind of scary looking. This is from Okama Township, Michigan. That is pretty stunning, right on the water. That looks beautiful. I low-key want to go swimming in that water. And this is a photo from Boyd County, Nebraska, of some damage to a roof, specifically in Spencer, Nebraska, around 2 p.m. today. And if you guys do have any photos and videos of today's storms, you can send it in to us, scan the QR code, or go to reports.maxvelocitywx.com. And also, if you want to submit your location to our live stream, so you can see it here on the Weatherfront app, you can scan the QR code or go to the link on your screen. It is case sensitive. There is a link in the description below if you want to put your location on here, maybe put a message on here as well. And you can also download the free Weatherfront app. That's what we're using right now to show you everything that's happening in real time. It is currently on iOS. It'll be releasing the desktop on Memorial Day weekend and then also to Android sometime in early June. Really excited about that. 100% free to download, though. The confirmed tornado warning here for Truman was just downgraded. It is back down to radar indicated for Northrop, Truman, and Louisville. We just asked if Riley left. Riley's here. He's issuing max alerts left and right, guys. He's the one that's issuing these little max alerts. This one near Winnebago definitely looks interesting. There's some level of rotation there near Winnebago. This is inside of the max alert that Riley issued a moment ago. I definitely could see there being a tornado warning. It could be a bit contaminated, but rotation is definitely trying to intensify north of Walt Hill. It's going towards Salix and Sloan right now. I would support a tornado warning for this, even though it's a little contaminated. We are starting to see storms enter into the west suburbs here of Omaha. So we'll probably get some new severe warnings here soon for Wahoo and Ashland as this line of thunderstorms continues to push off to the east. Rotation on the tornado warning near Alexandria and Dakin's been pretty weak for the most part. We just got a new severe warning here just southwest of Beatrice. Jefferson and Gage counties near Diller for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Riley has an urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I did just upgrade Winnebago to a max alert tornado warning. I do believe there may be a low precip debris ball on here. There's a very strong velocity couplet. However, ZDR and correlation coefficient are scanning at a weird angle where it makes it hard to confirm whether or not that is a proper TDS. GR2 is indicating that it is a TDS, so there is a chance this is a tornado on the ground. So we've gone ahead and upgraded that to a max alert tornado warning.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So Winnebago, there could be a tornado right now happening. If you're in Winnebago, you need to be taking shelter. It is hard to tell exactly if that is 100% a tornado, but if it is one, it is likely strong. There's no tornado warning right now for Winnebago. I would fully support a tornado warning for this storm. I'm a little surprised we don't have one right now. We've been talking about this for several minutes now. We put the max alert out about 7:14, so about 7 minutes ago, for a potential tornado threat, and it does look more legitimate now. If I'm going to be honest, I do think this is a tornado, even though there's some discrepancies here on radar. I definitely think this is a tornado right now that is completely unwarned.
A new tornado.
And that's going up towards Salix. They have issued a new tornado warning for Lincoln County, Kansas. That is not this storm. That is a completely separate storm northwest of Salina. Got an area of rotation developing near Lincoln, going towards Beverly. So take shelter if you're in this tornado warning, just off to the southeast of Grant. Northwest of Salina, which is a little bit more populated. Thank you, Lunar, for becoming a VIP Velocity member. Riley has an urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, as of the latest scan, I agree that is 100% a TDS. I've upgraded that to a confirmed max
New
alert.
tornado warning.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Yeah, so this is almost undoubtedly a tornado. We've been talking about this for about 8 minutes now. And they have just gone ahead and issued a tornado warning. All right, so this is almost undoubtedly, guys, a confirmed tornado. I do think this is a tornado that's happening as we speak in Winnebago in Nebraska. For whatever reason, we did not get a tornado warning until now, but there's a lot of debris that has been lofted up over the last few minutes. The rotation was very tight right over Winnebago, and it's going to be crossing over into Iowa near Salix and Sloan here in a moment. So you need to be taking shelter now if you are in this tornado warning and putting as many walls between you from the outside and getting away from windows. Hopefully we got the alert out there quick enough for those that are tuning in from Winnebago. But that tornado just hit the town here over the last few minutes. We actually have somebody tuning in from Sloan named Thomas who's keeping an eye on this. Don't have any people that at least put their location on the map here that are currently here in that tornado warning, luckily, but hopefully the word got out there, because I literally think we just had a tornado hit the town. Very confident we just had a tornado. And this right here is debris. We still got a big debris signature, guys. I think it might still be on the ground. We got a large tornado debris signature still on the east side of Winnebago. Just west of 33 Road. It just crossed over US Highway 77. I would support another tornado warning going over towards Salix, north of Sloan. Our max alert polygon here does kind of include that area near Salix. Pretty concerning. Salix, Iowa. Another radar scan here in a second. So if we have a tornado right now, it's going to be crossing over into Salix, Iowa. If you're in Salix, Iowa, we need to be taking shelter. Hey, good for becoming a VIP Velocity member. We definitely need a tornado warning here in Iowa. Wait for velocities and correlation coefficient to still update. By the way, this is what this storm looks like just south of where that tornado is. This is Ryan Shoal in Webster, Nebraska. Giant shelf cloud. It is an IHOP stack of pancakes type shelf cloud that we're looking at here. Got multiple layers. Or maybe a cookie stack. We call it a cookie stack. There's still a lot of debris being lofted up. This is, again, we think this is all debris from that tornado that just happened. I do think Winnebago in Nebraska just took a pretty hard hit from this tornado here over the last few minutes. I don't think it's on the ground anymore, but I think that's all debris fallout that is all going to be moving right over the Iowa and Nebraska border. Not good right there. That was a really quick but significant tornado. Also, we need to watch this right here, just south of Hooper. This actually, I believe, where Ryan Shoal is. Yeah, Ryan Shoal's right there. There's a new area of rotation that's attempting to develop here. This could spin up a tornado going towards the Nickerson area just south of Hooper. This is north of Fremont. See if Ryan Shoal's on the bottom left side of your screen. He is the closest chaser to this. He might intercept this tornado if it does drop. That's an area of rotation, though, that's going to go right towards him. This is Cole over here in Fremont saying the skies are dark, thunder is starting to rumble, and the wind has calmed way down. I do not like this. That was as of 20 minutes ago. I would support at least a severe warning for this that's going up right here south of Hooper. Let's see what the next scan shows. Riley has not issued a max alert for this, but
a new tornado warning has been
issued. Still rotating. There's another area of convergence here going towards Fremont. So another area of rotation right now heading towards Fremont, Nebraska. We got to be staying on alert if we live there. Brand new tornado warning in Iowa and Nebraska. This will be for the Moville, Correctionville, Pearson, Anthon, Climbing Hill, and Salix. So if you live in this tornado warning for Dakota, Thorston, and Woodbury counties, we need to be taking shelter and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible, and you've got to get away from windows, all right? This is going to be crossing right over the border. This just produced a tornado, we believe, in Winnebago, and it could produce another one. And there's actually a new area of rotation that's developing really on the northern periphery of this tornado warning, and that could go right towards Mobile over the next few minutes. We do have somebody tuning in from Mobile saying they are keeping it real in Motown, whatever that means. Randy just said, I'm eagerly awaiting my Max Alert call. Well, you just got one. If you guys don't know what Max Alert is, it's where we give you a phone call if you're in a tornado warning or severe warning. I know it's kind of confusing. We call these alerts that we're putting on your Max Alerts too, but if you want to sign up for Max Alert for the severe weather event, there's a link in the description to that. Frederick says, I hope this just misses me. There's so much lightning right now. It's going to be a close call. We still have a lot of debris being lofted up in that hook right now. I'm not sure if there's still a tornado here. It's hard to tell. There might still be a tornado here. It's very hard to tell. If you live in Salix, I would be taking shelter. For sure. And we're also watching some rotation attempting to develop down here. Back over in Lincoln, we got a lot of you guys tuning in from Lincoln. Lincoln's right now getting hit by quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Pretty significant storm there right now. There is still a tornado warning down here near Western. That rotation's actually ramping up again. So we got a little bit of stronger rotation developing near Western going into Swanton and DeWitt. That is heading up towards Wilbur right now. And back over at Beatrice, Jacob McMillan's on this with quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. We go back to our severe warnings here. Let's see if this is ramping up or not. Got a little bit of rotation here. Ryan Shoal is just barely east of that area of convergence that's trying to come together. It's in a little bit of a weird position, but this will be tracking just to the north of Fremont over the next few minutes. Ryan Shoal is on the bottom right side of your screen. He is going southbound right now on US Highway 77. Matt with the super chat just said they lost power in Scribner, Nebraska. Go back to this tornado warning here. We just had a wind damage report. Power is out in Bancroft. That's as of 7:09 p.m. There was also a 60-mile-per-hour wind gust reported over in Pender a moment ago from this line of thunderstorms. This is definitely trying to cycle again in this tornado warning here. We got a very strong area of rotation that is still ongoing. Got a large hook as well that is developed on reflectivity. Possible tornado once again. We likely just had a tornado a moment ago near Winnebago. Salix is also in the path of this, and it'll be going towards Climbing Hill in western Iowa. Riley just put out a Max Alert that the updated warning polygon to support the northern deviation of a tornado. The tornado debris signature is continuing on radar. So this is as of about a minute ago. So there is a possibility that this area of rotation could track onto the northern side of this tornado warning. So if you live in Kingsley, we should be on high alert right now in Lawton here in northwestern Iowa. We have another wind damage report. Oh, that's the same one. Never mind. Just kidding. We could have a tornado trying to develop right now west of Fremont. There's some rotation right there on radar that I'm looking at near County Road X in Cedar Bluffs.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Definitely gotta keep an eye out on that. We have a brand new tornado warning. This one's going to be back over in Minnesota, just to the west of Fairmont. This is off to the west of Trimont right now. There's actually two really significant storms here. This new tornado warning is north of Alpha. If you are in this tornado warning, you need to take shelter and put as many walls between you from the outside as possible and get away from windows. This tornado warning here near Truman was a confirmed tornado. It looks pretty concerning on velocities. We have a very strong area of rotation. This is a fairly large radar hole, but that rotation is going to go right over Truman over the next few minutes and then track up into the direction here of County Road 24 and then eventually go towards 489th Avenue. So potentially significant tornado threats developing here. That's moving off to the north and east. This was a reported tornado earlier by emergency management There was a short rope tornado northwest of Fairmont at about 7:12, so about 20 minutes ago. Mile marker 99 along I-90, confirmed by law enforcement and a trained weather spotter. We also just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Odin, St. James, LaSalle, Medallia, Northrop. That'll be for quarter-sized hails, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and there's also a tornado possible tag on that. The latest scan is showing a strengthening area of rotation right now, just to the south of Surgeon Bluff. Again, I would expect that we're probably going to have another tornado dropping with this very intense couplet embedded in our line of thunderstorms here in a moment. For those that live over here, just south of Sioux City. So again, this is very close to Sioux City right now, and it is tracking up in the direction of Climbing Hill, Mobile, and Correctionville right now. There are quite a few people that live in this area. Granted, Sioux City is not currently directly in line for the tornado threat. You guys are getting hit pretty hard by the damaging winds right now, but the significant tornado threat is really ramping up again. We just had a tornado near Winnebago, we believe, and we have another one trying to drop right now, right over Salix. And I'm really watching the Omaha area for an increasing threat of severe weather in terms of even maybe a tornado threat. We just got a new severe warning here for Omaha, Bellevue, Louisville, Greenwood, and Waverly. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. There is an area of broad rotation that's been developing northwest of Fremont over the last few minutes.
A tornado warning has been issued.
That can become concerning. Riley put out a tornado possible tag max alert for Cedar Bluffs and Lashara, which is just south there of Fremont. We have a brand new tornado warning in Nebraska. This will be back down to the south of Lincoln near Swanton, DeWitt, and Wilbur. So you need to take shelter now if you're in this tornado warning just south of Lincoln, and put as many walls between you from the outside as possible and get away from windows. As this storm continues to move off to the north and east, going towards Crete. We got a very significant damaging wind threat moving up towards Omaha right now. I'm definitely thinking that we're probably going to see some sort of QLCS tornado threat develop out of this line as it moves towards Gretna. Again, I would fully expect that we'll have at least some level of a tornado threat here in just a few minutes. By the way, this is what it looks like out there in Sioux City right now. We got a pretty significant line of thunderstorms rolling in right now with damaging winds. Winds actually rapidly intensifying here in Sioux City, which is just north of that tornado warning. The visibility is actually really low here right now. This area of thunderstorms is no joke. Look at this camera. This might be strong. What is this warning for? I think it's warned for 60 mile. It might be 60. Oh, no, it's warned for 70. So we got 70-mile-per-hour winds right now in Sioux City. It is incredibly windy out there right now in Sioux City. Wow. Almost looks like a hurricane out here. This is basically hurricane force winds hitting Sioux City right now near Morningside.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
They have upgraded the tornado warning in Iowa to a confirmed tornado. It's the one we've been talking about for a while. I'm honestly surprised it took that long, but we now have a confirmed tornado for Woodbury County, Iowa. Again, you gotta take shelter if you're in that tornado warning. Again, the wind is absolutely crazy here in Sioux City right now. There's very little to no visibility. I think those two cars on the left are parked under an overpass right now, so we got shame happening on that camera. The conditions are rapidly deteriorating, though, all across the board here in Sioux City. My goodness. Now, we got a hurricane out here. Literally a hurricane. These are hurricane force winds right now in Sioux City. We have all sorts of shame happening on some of these cameras. This is what the leading edge of the storm looks like, by the way. So this is just east of where our winds are, maybe about not even a quarter of a mile. I mean, the wind's coming in right now on the left. You can see it's surging right now. And so the wind's going to rapidly intensify here, probably catching some drivers off guard here on US Highway 20 in Sunnybrook. And so the wind is going to really rapidly intensify here over the next minute or two. I'm going to go back to that camera in a moment as it gets much more intense. You can't even see anything on some of these cameras. This is also in Sioux City right now, and you can't see a thing. Oh my goodness. And these damaging winds have been continuing for over 5 minutes now. It's just an intense straight line wind threat that is currently impacting Sioux City. And that's the camera that I just showed you guys about a minute ago. The winds are intensifying on that camera right now. Not nearly as much violent shaking on the camera as before on some of these other ones.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Look at this camera. I think we've looked at that one a couple times, but it is really intense out there. That's just north of Sergeant Bluff. And so again, we do have a confirmed tornado just south of this. That is going to be for Salix, Bronson, Mobile, Pearson, and Correctionville. We just got a new tornado warning over in Kansas, northwest of Salina near Minneapolis. Strong area of rotation developing right now near Beverly. And so you got to take shelter now if you are in this tornado warning and put as many walls between you from the outside as possible and get away from windows. That is for Ottawa County right now, north of Tescott. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I did just issue a max alert, including Minneapolis, Kansas. This is a currently tornado-warned area of rotation. However, over the last few scans, it has been rapidly intensifying. I do think this is going to... Oh, perfect timing. It is going to pose a significant tornado threat sometime in the next 15 minutes. So if you're in Minneapolis, the time to take shelter is now.
Hey, Riley, for the update. I just got warned like, I think 20% seconds before you came on. But yeah, there is a tornado warning here for Minneapolis now. Riley did put out a max alert there right before it came out, so props to him. But yeah, definitely a strong area of rotation developing right now near Ada and Tescott, and it's heading up towards Minneapolis. We also just got a new tornado watch. It's a very tiny one. It includes like 8 counties. It goes until 11 o'clock Central Time for Larned, as well as Dodge City and Pratt. So about 64,000 people are in that watch. That is one tiny watch right there, but they have expanded this tornado watch to include even more areas, and we even have fire warnings down here near Meade right now. So definitely a dangerous situation evolving with both severe weather and fire weather happening all at the same time. We definitely need to watch this over here near Fremont. We've been talking about this for a little while now, but there is some rotation attempting to form just north of Fremont, heading towards Arlington, Blair, and Kennard. This is not currently warned.
A new tornado warning.
But we'll be heading towards the northwest side of the Omaha suburbs here in a moment. We are up to 9 tornado warnings. We have a 9th tornado warning now. That one's going to be for Winnebago and Delavan. Not to get confused with the Winnebago in Iowa that's under a confirmed tornado warning, or was under a confirmed tornado warning. This warning here is going to be for Winnebago and Delavan, northwest of Blue Earth in Minnesota. So we need to be taking shelter now if we are in this tornado warning and putting as many walls between you from the outside. This is another dangerous storm right now that is rapidly developing. This is a discrete supercell. It could produce a tornado like the one in Truman did. So if you live here near I-90, going up towards Winnebago, we need to be taking shelter. We have another tornado warning for Martin and Watonwan counties in Minnesota. So that'll be over here near Odin, St. James, north of Trimont. So you need to be taking shelter now if you're in this tornado warning. There's actually a tight couplet over 580th Street. That's moving up towards Odin and South Branch. So we now have 9 tornado warnings. If you guys have friends or family in the path of severe weather right now, you've got to make sure they're aware of this. We have 65,000 people watching. If you guys are in the path of this area of thunderstorms or have friends or family here, make sure to share the stream. Do your part and get the word out there. We are starting to head into the nocturnal severe weather time frame right now, which means that our nighttime threat is going to start to really ramp up here over the next couple of hours. This is turning into a kind of a mess right now of just a lot of warnings. This is what it looks like all across the board right now. We got tornado warnings all across southern Minnesota right now. We have a couple tornado warnings in Kansas, got a couple there in Nebraska. We got a confirmed tornado warning here in Iowa, which has been a pretty intense supercell, still a strong area of rotation that is heading up towards Pearson and Correctionville. This has produced a tornado for probably about 10-15 minutes earlier and is now going to be going towards Washita and Quimby. So if you live near Cherokee, Quimby, or Ida Grove, we should be staying on high alert right now. Over near Sioux City, Riley did put out a max alert for a tornado possible here a few minutes ago. And so we're going to be monitoring at least a potential tornado risk after the very intense winds just moved through Sioux City, which now Sioux City looks a little bit better. Doesn't look nearly as intense as it did maybe 15, 20 minutes ago. Go back to our chaser views there. Hey, Shannon, for the super chat, you predict for the local news. Thank you. You did it for Alabama. No problem. I want to go back to our Minneapolis tornado warning here in Kansas. This rotation is really strong right now. This could be a pretty big concern, guys, over here. Near Minneapolis, north of Salina. I would have to say, guys, like this could be it could easily become a strong or even intense tornado if it does wrap up. I would be taking shelter if you are in Minneapolis in Kansas. Not to get you confused with Minneapolis in Minnesota. We're talking about the smaller town here in Kansas. That has a really intense area of rotation. There is a storm chaser on this. I'm waiting to see if they have a view of it. But that is just south of Ada right now, north of Salina. Really concerning storm there. And this is, once again, a very favorable environment for strong to intense tornadoes still. So there's a real risk that this could produce a much more significant tornado as it heads into Minneapolis here in just a few minutes. This chaser that I'm looking at is... maybe gonna have a view of it. I'm waiting to see if he has a view of it. Going through trees right now. Hey, Nick, for the $50 super chat. Congrats to Riley for graduating. The dibble makes me dribble. What? Hey, Case for the super chat. And also Melissa for becoming a member. I would support a new tornado warning here for Lawton. There's a new area of rotation east of Sioux City. This is going to be approaching Kingsley in Iowa. There's a new area of rotation developing on the northern edge of this tornado warning. It's actually outside of our warning. And so I would support a brand new tornado warning for this area of rotation that's heading towards Kingsley right now. This is right inside of a little hook echo embedded in our line of thunderstorms. This will probably become the more dominant tornado concern here with this line of thunderstorms near Sioux City for the next few minutes. If you live in Kingsley, I'd be taking shelter. If you live in this little max alert polygon right here, you should be taking shelter right here. All right. So Kingsley, Lawton, we should be taking shelter and putting as many walls between you from the outside. If you guys live in the severe warnings, you should also be taking shelter right now because the straight line damaging wind threat is also very elevated with this entire line of thunderstorms. But there is also a very high likelihood that we have another tornado here.
A new tornado warning has been
We have another
issued.
tornado warning in Minnesota. That'll be for Cottonwood and Jackson counties. It's gonna be a very small one. It's just gonna be for the remnant here area of rotation that's gonna be moving outside of this NWS or National Weather Service office. So that'll be for Jackson, Cottonwood counties. Little French fry tornado warning. That rotation will be moving towards Odin and South Branch over the next few minutes. So you should be taking shelter right now if you live in St. James, Odin, and South Branch. That storm has produced at least one tornado in the past. We have at least had, I think, 6 to 8 tornadoes today. There's been quite a few. This has not been a small day when it comes to tornadoes by any stretch of the imagination. I'm surprised we do not have a tornado warning for this near Lawton. There is again, area of rotation that is developing outside of our tornado warning near Lawton that's probably on the ground or very close to being on the ground. There's a small CC drop, but it could be a little bit contaminated. Going back to our tornado warning south of Lincoln, Nebraska. This one's looked pretty disorganized for quite some time. Still monitoring it for a possible tornado risk. Actually, the radar site here from the west shows a much stronger area of rotation west of Wilbur. Maybe it is a bit more organized than I thought. You have to kind of look at 2 different radar sites for this one. And so this is just south of Crete, near Wilbur. And we are keeping an eye on any storm chasers here, but that rotation is pretty strong right now. And again, if we do get a tornado, even with a storm like this, it will probably be on the stronger side of things. So we're going to have to keep an eye on this as it moves up towards Kramer. Ryan Scholl is currently located just outside of Omaha, Nebraska. He is looking at the giant shelf cloud that's coming in out of the west right now. The main concern right now for the Omaha area will be damaging winds, but there is a possibility for a couple of tornadoes. Actually, going back to radar, we do have an area of rotation developing right now. A large hook just southwest of Omaha near Ashland and Memphis. That's going up towards Gretna. So there's a new area of rotation developing here near Ashland. We actually have a viewer in Ashland that's tuning in. They said rumbles of thunder happening here. That's Jennifer over there in Ashland. There's a little area of rotation developing. This guy says, looks bad out here. Should I go inside of the truck stop or ride it out? I would be taking shelter. Very significant damaging wind threat's going to be rolling into you guys here in a moment. And Emily over in Gretna says, thunder starting here in Gretna.
A new tornado warning has been
There
issued.
you go. We have a brand new tornado warning in Nebraska. Cass, Douglas, Sharpie, and Saunders counties. That's for this. This is a lot of people, guys. We were just talking about this. We now have a tornado warning for a lot of you that are tuning in. So this is on the west side of Omaha.
A new tornado
We need to be
warning
taking
has been
shelter
issued.
immediately if we are in this tornado warning and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible and get away from windows. So Ashland, Gretna, Chalco, just on the west side of Omaha, Nebraska right now, all right? We need to be taking shelter and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible. There's an area of stronger rotation that is attempting to develop, and if a tornado does happen here, it will likely be on the stronger side of things. So it is, again, vital that you are taking shelter. If you are over here in Omaha, on the west side,
a new tornado
we've now
warning
hit double
has been
digits
issued.
for tornado warnings. We have 10 tornado warnings now. The new tornado warning in Iowa will be for that rotation we were just talking about a second ago for Lawton, going up towards Kingsley, and Washita is also in the path of this. This did produce a tornado earlier. We have another tornado warning in Minnesota for Truman, Louisville, Vernon Center. A lot of people live here as well. Take shelter if you are in this tornado warning. These are all very dangerous storms for their own reasons. I'm currently the most concerned about this one southwest of Omaha, because if this does tighten up, we are talking about a highly populated area that is in the crosshairs for a risk of a significant tornado. We have a lot of people tuning in from this area. Emily is right out in front of this. We also got somebody saying thanks for always being better than the news. I'm not sure if I'm better anymore because we're in a tornado warning here. Lightning hit my house. Got to go. Hopefully you're all right, man. This is Heath saying all the birds are flying as fast as they can to get out of here. They know something's up. The birds know before we do sometimes. They knew a tornado warning was coming. We're going to have to get some bird insiders on these live streams down the line. Latest radar scan shows a little tightening of rotation just outside of the town of Ashland, Nebraska. It's going to move right into Ashland here in a minute. If you guys do want to submit your location on our map here, again, QR code's on your screen. The link is on your screen. It is case sensitive. Also, you can go to the link in the description if you want to put your location here on the map. I want to go back to Kansas for a moment. This storm's been really concerning down here in Kansas near Minneapolis. The rotation is very, very strong right now over Ada, and there is a real risk that we could have a strong, possibly even intense tornado trying to form right now near Ada. It is very important that you are taking shelter if you are in this tornado warning. We have a storm chaser that is currently on this right now. It is very, very dark with this camera angle, but this is inside of the tornado warning near Tescott. This guy named Mikey. So there's quite a bit of lightning. I'm going to keep it on the bottom middle of your screen, but he is inside of this tornado warning right now near Ada, which has very intense rotation right now on radar. As for Minneapolis, Kansas. We definitely could have a tornado right now on the ground at any moment going towards Ashland. We have another viewer tuning in here from the east side of Ashland. My storm shelter is 60 years old. That's really old. Thank you, Daniel, for the Venmo donation. Your streams from the April 13th to 17th tornado and severe weather outbreaks led me to switch my degree from theme park management to being a meteorologist. That's pretty cool. Waiting for another radar scan here. All those purple dots are people. I'm going to take them off here for a second. Shout out to Jeff with the $25 super chat. Thanks for everything you do. When will this hit? Ever Grove, Minnesota. The storms are going to be over the next like 3 to 4 hours. I'm not going to do really a whole lot of timing here. Mainly focusing on all the 10 tornado warnings that we have right now. There could definitely be a tornado here. Riley has an urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we did just get a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. This one is for southern Minnesota. We have a lifting warm front here, and we're going to see tornadoes up to 125 miles an hour, damaging winds to 80 miles an hour, and hail to 1.75 inches in diameter.
Hey, Riley, for the updates, the best chance of tornadoes right now is going towards Albert Lee, Minnesota. This is an area that we have like 5 different tornado warnings right now. We have 10 tornado warnings active currently. Half of them are in southern Minnesota. We have a couple of discrete supercells that have been rapidly rotating near Truman and Winnebago. We've had a tornado at one point with the storm near Truman, and then this line of thunderstorms is also producing a localized embedded tornado threat. It's going towards Truman and Fairmont right now. We got a giant tornado watch in effect here for another 5 hours as this area of thunderstorms continues to march east. And then round 2 of that is over here in northwestern Iowa. We've already had at least 1 or 2 different tornadoes with this activity. We got another area of rotation that is going to be heading right up towards Cherokee, Quimby, and Holstein. This is one of those that has produced a tornado at some point here recently. They just continued the observed tornado warning, so they are keeping this as a confirmed tornado warning for those in Mobile, Correctionville, Pearson, and Anthon. It's going to be for those in Woodbury County. Still continuing as a confirmed tornado warning. There's a little condension there. We had a 70-mile-per-hour wind gust, actually a 69-mile-per-hour wind gust from a personal weather station over in Salix, Iowa, not too long ago. Emergency manager also reported a tornado there visually, which I'm not surprised by. There was also a 66-mile-per-hour wind gust via personal weather station just southeast of Sioux City. So we got a lot of new reports there. The rotation near Ashland, this is just outside of Omaha. That rotation is still pretty strong. It's kind of wrapped in rain right now on the west side of Ashland. So if there is a tornado, you are not going to see it. Do not try to look for this thing. If you are out here in Gretna, Chalco, or anywhere that's just west there of Omaha. It's going to be very tough to see anything there. Huge shout out to Ray with the $50 super chat saying Michigan looks like we're clear on the lower peninsula after those cells move through. Watch because our tornado alley because Tornado Alley is always insane to me. Get some coffee. Love everything to appreciate that. Yeah, Michigan, I think, is not done, but I definitely think it's a lot lower of a risk. Huge shout out to Brian as well with a $100 super chat. I really appreciate that, Brian. Thanks for always supporting the channel. Here's a better view of our tornado warning here in Kansas. This is Storm Chaser Mikey in Ottawa County. This is that Minneapolis rotation in Kansas that has been very strong over the last several minutes. It has gotten a little bit broader on the latest scan. See some of that motion right now underneath the base. Winds are starting to intensify here in Ottawa. We got a little bit of motion up there right above his head. Blackburn with the super chat just said, started watching you last year, far more accurate than for a trucker than the Weather Channel. Appreciate that. Look at the wind intensify here. It's getting pretty strong in terms of the winds. This is just off to the west of Minneapolis here in Kansas. Wind is starting to pick up a little bit. Probably some of the outflow winds or some of that rear flank downdraft. Rotation was much stronger a few minutes ago. It hasn't been occluding a little bit off to the north and west. Hopefully that continues. That would at least lower the tornado risk in the near term. Going back to our tornado warning here near Wilbur, we've been monitoring a stronger area of rotation near Wilbur for a little while now. That one's also occluding, so that one does not look nearly as concerning as a moment ago, which is good to see. We have a lot of people tuning in from Lincoln right now. We have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning for Hickman, Douglas, Sterling, and Philly. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour winds and half-dollar size hail. Back to our tornado warning here just southwest of Omaha. This storm does look still pretty concerning right now. The latest scan is starting to show a new area of convergence developing here over the north side of Ashland near Beacon View, going into Malaya and Gretna. So there's a new area of rotation developing there. This is the old one. There's a new one. So basically what we're seeing right now southwest of Omaha is this storm is trying to recycle. And so a brand new area of rotation is trying to form west of Malaya. So Gretna is going to be at the path out here in about 7 minutes or so. Got a large hook still in this storm going right along Interstate 80. Murray says, I'm tuning in from West Omaha. Thanks, Max. You're right in the crosshairs of this. Joshua says the kids are getting their bike helmets on. There you go. Should I be alarmed? Yes, you're in a tornado warning. Help, I hear sirens. There's not much I can do, man. I'm in Florida. You're in Nebraska. I can't really do much about that. So dark out. Tornado sirens are going off. Girth says, about to head into this nasty looking Frank just west of Omaha. What does that even mean? Frank hot dog? There's some convergence happening here near Arlington too. I'm curious to see if that tries to spin up a tornado near Arlington. This person over here named Gerard is saying thunder's getting really loud there. There's a little bit of convergence happening there. Going back to our confirmed tornado warning in Iowa, I don't think there's a tornado anymore. Rotation's got a lot broader. I'm a little bit more concerned about this rotation near Kingsley, and that one's going to be tracking towards Cherokee and Quimby over the next several minutes here in northwestern Iowa. Going back to southern Minnesota, we still have a significant threat ongoing here. We have 3 active tornado warnings. One of them is going to be allowed to expire in about 1.5 minutes. Winnebago, south of Amboy, Truman, and as well as Odin are all currently under tornado warnings. The strongest rotation is near Winnebago. Riley has an urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, that storm near Ashland has a TDS on it in the latest scan that's correlated with ZDR as well. I've gone ahead and issued a confirmed tornado warning max alert on that.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. All right, so we now have a tornado in progress. There is a debris signature here just outside of Omaha. This is going to be going towards Gretna. All right, so we do now have a tornado confirmed. It is on the ground. It is pretty rain-wrapped. It's going to be right over Beacon View. This is heading off to the north and east right now, going into Malaya. So we need to be putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible. We got to be getting away from windows and get to the lowest floor. I would also support a max alert for this right here. We got some rotation trying to develop near Kennard, Arlington, and Washington. There is some convergence happening there. I wouldn't say it's a really high tornado risk right now, but it is definitely an area that I would go ahead and put a max alert out for. So if you live in that little white box I just drew, I'd be getting ready. The bare minimum damaging winds, but maybe a little bit of a tornado threat there. And yeah, guys, we definitely have a tornado on the ground here. Much more definitive on the latest scan. All right, so tornado is in progress here in Saunders, Sarpy, and Douglas counties. This is just outside of Omaha. We have a much more definitive debris signature on this latest scan. This is near Beacon View. It's near Infantry Road and Ridge Road, and it's going to be approaching Malaya and the southwest side of Gretna over the next few minutes. This is a tornado debris signature, visible on radar. We have to be taking shelter now if we are in this tornado warning on the west side of Omaha. That is 100% a tornado on the ground. There was a 67-mile-per-hour wind gust measured by a personal weather station on the west side of Ashland at about 750. So this is producing some pretty significant damaging winds. There was also a 66-mile-per-hour wind gust measured by a personal weather station right before that. Once again, if you're just tuning in, tornado confirmed in Beacon View. This is going to be heading in the direction of Omaha. I will say these are not going to be your like long track tornadoes for the most part. These are tornadoes that are going to be embedded in our line. And so we are going to have probably at least a couple of quick hitting tornadoes in the Omaha vicinity. And this is one of them. There will probably be others that pop up here as this goes into Omaha. So if you're tuning in from Omaha or the surrounding area, you should be staying tuned because there will be other tornadic circulations that develop here over the next several minutes. And here's that Riley little max alert here that we have that he put out a few minutes ago. But this is an emergency alert once again for Gretna and Chalco, where we do have a confirmed tornado. We're waiting for another radar scan. I'm also monitoring a potential tornado risk a little bit further off to the north. Back up near Kennard. Mostly a downburst wind threat, possibly a tornado threat. Actually, very significant wind here near Washington. This is probably a pocket of around 70-mile-per-hour winds heading towards Fort Calhoun right now. So that's kind of concerning. Got a very significant swath of wind right now heading directly east. Going towards Fort Calhoun. Latest scan is now showing mostly debris fallout now near Beacon View and Malaya. So this tornado again has now, for the most part, weakened. There's probably at least something still there, but mostly debris fallout. I do think that we will see another tornado somewhere near Omaha in the next 20 to 30 minutes with this line of thunderstorms. So stay tuned if you live here. In fact, we already have a convergence signature trying to develop on the leading edge of this line, which is a more favorable spot for a tornado near Malaya. And so if this can start to converge a little bit more, we'd have a more legitimate tornado threat going into Chalco, and as well as the Palpion area. I think that's Palpion. And then after that, Omaha will be in the path of that area of rotation. Huge shout out to Joey with the $100 super chat saying, I love your videos. Keep up the good work. Really appreciate that. Thank you, Joey. Thank you, Wills, for the super chat. One of the storms and tornadoes going to fire up in Texas and Oklahoma, or is there no threat? If there's going to be any storms, it'd be within the next hour or two. It'll be really in far western. Oops, let me click that. It'll be in far western Oklahoma and Texas. Palpilion. Palpilion? Oh man, I gotta figure out this pronunciation. What can Google provide me with pronunciation here? Papillon. Papillon? Did I get it? Papillon? Papillon. You guys are in the path of this. I think I got it. And this is the old tornado here near Beacon View. There is a new area of rotation developing here near Interstate 80. We're watching that really closely right now for a new tornado risk. Riley has an urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, over the last 2 radar scans, just off the east of KOAX, there's been a couplet that's very quickly come together. I've gone ahead and issued a max alert for that. A tornado is imminent.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So that's going to be this right here near Bennington. With a potential tornado threat here near Bennington heading towards Florence. This will be on the north side of Omaha. So if you're in this max alert, I'd be taking shelter right now. All right, this is kind of just an early heads up. For those that don't know what this is, it's basically an early heads up alert. So you have an idea that there's something coming towards you. And so if you live in Bennington, if you live in Florence, you need to take shelter. Very soon, you'll be able to see these inside of the Weatherfront app, which is what we're using right now. And you can download it on iOS right now with the top link in the description below. It'll be coming to desktop and Android here within the next few weeks. All right, real quickly too, we do have a little area of rotation that might be trying to form there near Kennard. I think it's more of a wind threat, but watching that for a possible tornado risk. What I think is going to happen here over the next few minutes is that we are going to see a converging area of very intense winds near Washington converge with some really strong RFD. And this could lead to a more legitimate tornado risk here near Kennard. That's actually where Ryan Shoal's located. He's just north of that, and they just issued a tornado warning for this. So I very well agree with this tornado warning here. Ryan Shoal is in the tornado warning. He's going to be on the bottom right side of your screen. This is going to be for those in Kennard, Missouri Valley, and Modale. If you are in this warning, you need to take shelter. This is a more concerning situation, in my opinion, because what I think is going to happen is that this very intense area of wind that is surging north from our radar site is going to merge with an area of convergence from the west. And so this will probably all converge and maybe produce a strong tornado. And so if you're in Kennard or Blair, we need to be taking this seriously. We are on like a direct collision course right now for 2 different areas of rotation to collide, and that could lead to a much stronger risk of a tornado here. And so Ryan Shoal's up here in Blair. We're keeping an eye on him right now. Back over here near Omaha, rotation is once again trying to intensify right now, right near Interstate 80. That's going towards Chalco and Millard. It's a little area of convergence right now, just south of Gretna. So a rain-wrapped tornado is going to be possible going right up towards Papillon, and eventually going towards the southwest side there of Omaha. I'm definitely pretty concerned that this area is going to lead to some sort of strong tornado here soon. We'll go back to that in a moment. I want to go back to our tornado warning in northwestern Iowa. This rotation has been, for the most part, broader over the last few minutes. We're still keeping an eye on it. Did have a confirmed tornado not too long ago. We do have a new tornado watch that was just issued for Missouri, Kansas, and Iowa. So almost all of central Iowa is in this until 3 a.m. tonight, with a couple tornadoes possible. Isolated ping pong ball size tail, and then scattered damaging wind gusts up to 80 miles per hour is likely. St. Joseph, Maryville, all the way into Iowa Falls. You guys got to be ready. Have ways to receive weather alerts. And stay tuned to the stream. We'll be live for a vast majority of this severe weather event. If you guys don't already have it, I would definitely recommend checking out Max Alert. It's where I give you a phone call if you're under a tornado warning or severe thunderstorm warning. You can check it out on maxalert.net. There is a link in the description to that. You want to check out that service. Papillon. I don't know. Just going to go with it. Thank you, Vince, for the super chat saying Fairmont Town, Minnesota, possible unwarned tornado. Let me look at Minnesota real quick. We haven't checked here for a bit.
This is an urgent alert.
I was going to look. I didn't see anything too crazy there.
Seek shelter immediately.
We now have a confirmed tornado warning here in Nebraska. That'll be for Douglas and also Sarpy counties.
This is an urgent alert.
We got back-to-back.
Tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So we have now 2 confirmed tornado warnings. We have now 1 west of Omaha for Gretna and Chalco. So they have gone ahead and upgraded this warning, corresponding with our max alert that we just had here. So if you live here in Omaha, we need to be taking shelter and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible and getting away from windows. There is a tornado currently near Gretna that's going to go right into Papillon. Or Papillon. Chalco on the west side of Omaha. You need to take shelter. We have another confirmed tornado warning here near Kingsley. So we have a tornado in progress right now just east of Kingsley. This is going to be probably rain-wrapped, if I had to guess. That is going to be moving up towards Cherokee and Quimby over the next several minutes. So we also need to take shelter if you're in this tornado warning right now. We have 2 tornadoes in progress at this moment. It is vital that you are taking shelter if you're in either tornado warning. If you're in any tornado warning, you should be taking shelter right now. I was looking at the storms in Minnesota too, and I would be watching this little cell here near Wells for a possible tornado threat going towards Minnesota Lake. So I would almost issue a max alert for that one too, but I don't have time for it. We have an area of rotation near Amboy. We're watching that closely. I don't see anything really crazy, though, outside of that for rotation. For the time being in Minnesota. We could have a tornado dropping at any moment right now near Kennard. Storm chaser Ryan Scholl is inside of that tornado warning near Blair and Fort Calhoun. And then back to our confirmed tornado warning here. They've upgraded this kind of late. I don't see anything really definitively on the ground. If we have a tornado, it is going to be right over I-80. And that'll be tracking up into Papillon. I think I'm getting close enough as I'm going to get. Papillon for now. South of Chalco. We have a flooding report over there near Elkhorn. No details on it, but there's a flooding report there. Lincoln, Nebraska just had a 60-mile-per-hour wind gust measured over there in Lincoln just a moment ago. We have quite a few viewers that are tuning in right now inside of this tornado warning. This tornado is awfully close to one of our viewers near Gretna. No message on their little thing there. This person said, "Help, I hear sirens." I'm in the line. Am I cooked? I thought you were saying you're in line for like McDonald's or something, but yeah, you're kind of you're about to get hit by this pretty hard. Damaging winds should definitely be the primary concern. Let me set this location thing to the last 15 minutes so we can get more recent ones. There we go. Filter it out a little bit. Hey, Megan. Got some people tuning in from Omaha. Yo, should I go to my basement yet? It's dark. Hot Dog Man. That's what a name. Yeah, I'll be going to your basement probably in the next few minutes. We got a large area of rotation right now near Kennard. Nothing's really dropped yet. I would watch for a tornado trying to drop here right over Kennard in a minute. I'll go right towards California Junction. Nothing's really dropped though yet. I'm kind of surprised. You got a little bit of rotation near US Highway 30. The other area is right on the highway too. That's a little bit further north. So we got 2 different areas of rotation with that. We have a large area of rotation right now on the west side of Omaha. We'll see if they issue a new tornado warning. I don't know if they will, but Omaha, Nebraska, I would have that tornado action plan ready to go right now in case they do end up issuing a tornado warning for you guys. I definitely think it is on the table. And we also have to watch an increasing tornado risk with this line of thunderstorms near Hickman, Beatrice, all the way up towards I-80, because we are going to see this line of thunderstorms producing significant wind, but possibly some embedded tornadoes in this line as well. We no longer have any tornado warnings in Kansas for the time being. That area of rotation that was really intense near Minneapolis is no longer as intense. It's mostly just producing damaging winds for the time being with that entire line of thunderstorms. They've consolidated our tornado warnings down to a singular one in Minnesota for the time being, and that one's for Louisville and Vernon Center. There's a couple areas of rotation near Winnebago and Easton, but I don't see anything too concerning as of right now. Jamie over there in Good Thunder said the winds are picking up. And we also got somebody over in Wells watching. That's Bill. Keep you posted. We have a tornado report here from 8:09 p.m., so 3 minutes ago, near Kingsley in Iowa from Brian, saying there was a tornado on the ground 1 mile east of my location. So there has been a tornado reported by a storm chaser, and there is a real risk that this could try to produce another tornado threat as this heads towards Cherokee and Cleghorn. And this person over in Marcus, Iowa, saying the tornado sirens are going off. Let's go back over to the Omaha area. Got a lot of people near this rotation. Over here, Palpillion. It's so dark and dead still out here right now. So again, rotation right now is coming right up into Palpillion here in just a moment. We had a somebody got through the swearing by filter on this location thing. My apologies for anybody that saw that. Person said parents refuse to take shelter. Sky is black. Why are your parents refusing to take shelter? Are they watching the Max Velocity stream? Do they know what's going on out here? There is an observed tornado warning once again. I don't see a tornado anymore, but this would be the area to watch for a potential tornado risk going up into Omaha, Nebraska. We just got a brand new massive severe thunderstorm warning for Omaha, Oakland, Neola, Avoca, Hancock, Harlan. That'll be for 70-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. And we just got an extremely dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm warning for Cherokee, Ida, Plymouth, and Woodbury counties. That is going to be this up here. So this is an extremely dangerous situation. This is the highest level severe thunderstorm warning you can possibly get. That'll be for Kingsley, Cherokee, Holstein, Ida Grove. All of you guys are included in this. All right, this is going to be for 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds, quarter-sized hail, and there is also a tornado possible tag on this giant severe thunderstorm warning here. So if you are in this severe warning, you need to be taking shelter now. This is basically as if there is a tornado warning. We've had tornadoes also confirmed by the Kingsley Fire Department there. They reported a brief tornado near Pioneer Avenue and C60, and we have another tornado that was reported by a storm chaser just a few minutes ago. And so now we have a very significant wind threat.
A new tornado
moving off to the north and east. And there's now a new tornado warning for Potawatomi, Douglas, and Sarpy counties here in Iowa. And that is going to be for Omaha. So Omaha, Nebraska, this is your time. We got to take shelter. We got to put as many walls between you from the outside as possible and get away from windows. So Omaha, Nebraska, Crescent, McClelland, Underwood, and Neola. We got a lot of you guys tuning in right now from Omaha, and now is your time to be taking shelter and heeding the warning. I know somebody's parents were not tuning in or not tuning in or not taking shelter here. You got to take shelter now. The Oma Dome says tornado can't touch me. I don't know about that, man. Oma Dome, protect me, please. Everybody's really hoping for the Oma Dome over here in Omaha. Oma Dome, save us. Everybody in Omaha is saying the same thing. Daniel says very dark, winds picking up a lot, lightning everywhere. No rain yet where I'm at. That's on the north side of Omaha. So the rotation right now is over near Vala Vista. Let me take off the locations here for a second. This is the area of rotation. Again, I do not see an active tornado right now, but it is trying to converge yet again and try to produce a tornado as this continues to head off to the north and east. And so if you guys live in McClelland, Underwood, Neola, Crescent, we need to be taking shelter as this does have a potential of producing another tornado as it continues to move off to the north and east.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a tornado warning now for Marshall and Washington counties in Kansas. That is actually where Jacob McMillan is. So take shelter if you're in this tornado warning and put as many walls between you from the outside as possible. Jacob McMillan's on this thing right now. Look at this, guys. He's inside of this tornado warning here near Hanover. That is a discrete supercell that is rotating pretty hard right now. Jacob McMillan is just like literally
right there.
On the most random storms. I mean, yesterday he was on that storm near Beatrice that almost produced a tornado.
For what?
Jacob just said for what? I guess he's not very happy with that warning.
What are we tornado warning?
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, well, maybe this is not worthy of a tornado
it's a big
warning.
downdrafty storm right now. I don't see any real hint of an imminent tornado. It's incredible.
Now we're gonna keep an eye on him. The rotation. I mean, there's rotation on radar. I don't know, man. All right, we got a new tornado warning. This one will be south of Omaha. This one's just southeast of Lincoln near Eagle, Elmwood, Weeping Water, and Avoca. So take shelter now if you are in Cass, Otoe, Lancaster counties here in Nebraska. This storm is currently moving off to the east-northeast. Rotation isn't super strong right now. We got a little bit of rotation that's trying to get going right now near Bennett. Going into Palmyra. Otoe, Avoca, Weeping Water, all in the path of that. Back over in Omaha, Nebraska, our main area of rotation is right over Papillion, and that's going to move into the south side of Omaha here over the next few minutes. I just said, why did I move to Omaha in the chat? I don't know, man. That was your decision, not mine. This person over here in the stockyards said it's getting dark. We're on standby to head to the basement. I'd be heading there now. I wouldn't be on standby. I'll just be heading to the basement right now. If you are in this tornado warning. I don't see a clear tornado, but if we had one, it would be right over the southwest side of Omaha. On this latest scan, rotation's pretty weak in my opinion, but that's the area that we're looking at for a tornado. So it's going to be on the south side of Omaha here if we have one. A lot of people have been talking about the Omaha Dome protecting you. I think the Omaha Dome might protect you here. We'll see. Keith is inside of the tornado warning over there near Council Bluffs. Jay over here says lots of thunder near the Underwood area. The tornado warning over here near California Junction, that one's gotten a lot broader in terms of rotation. Matthew's saying there's no rain, but very dark clouds. And then Ben over here in Fort Calhoun says it's really windy over there. Here's a little view kind of everything that's happening right now. These are all of our warnings that we have. We currently have 7 tornado warnings and 15 severe thunderstorm warnings stretching from southern Minnesota into central Kansas, and a giant swath of tornado watches. Those are those pink boxes that go all the way from basically Dodge City here in Kansas all the way back up into southern Minnesota near Mankato. Over in Minnesota, I'll be watching this right here near Granada for a possible tornado threat going towards Delavon. That's not currently tornado warned. Our observed tornado warning here over near Quimby, that rotation is now outside of the tornado warning. They've not reissued a new warning, but I'll be watching for a possible tornado threat near Sutherland, Sioux Rapids, and Storm Lake. Riley just issued a new max discussion. This one's going to be a pretty large one for Algona, Fort Dodge, Jefferson, Ames, as well as Iowa Falls, north of Des Moines, saying damaging winds as high as 80 miles per hour are expected, and significant tornadoes over the next 2 hours as a significant bow echo continues to make its way east. Be prepared to take shelter. So if you're in that blue outlined area, this is your time to be staying weather aware. We also have a max discussion for those in southern Iowa, Des Moines, Atlantic, Red Oak, Clarinda. Multiple embedded supercells are resisting upscale growth, making a proper QLCS less likely. This could lead to a localized higher tornado threat, where storms remain more semi-discrete. So these blue circles right here, that's where the highest imminent threat is currently of significant severe weather. Looking all across this line to see if we can see anything really strong. There's a little bit of rotation, again, just south of Omaha. I haven't seen anything really wild here in Omaha in terms of rotation, but definitely want to make sure you're taking shelter. We do have some live cameras right over the river here that I'm keeping an eye on. This is a live shot here on the east side of Omaha near Brasswood Road. This will be over near Council Bluffs specifically. So dark skies over there, nothing crazy happening there yet, but that'll change here pretty soon. This is Storm Chaser Jacob McMillan. He's on the tornado warning currently in northern Kansas near Washington County. Looks actually kind of wild here over in Hanover. The rotation right now is just barely off to his north. So he's kind of looking into that area of rotation. There's some rain curtains kind of moving different directions here. We just got another extremely dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm warning. We'll be talking about that here in a second once it pops up. But this is over here in northern Kansas near Hanover, where there is a potential tornado risk developing. We're gonna keep an eye on him. Let me go back over to the EDS severe thunderstorm warning. So this is another extremely dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm warning here for those in Sioux Rapids, Storm Lake, Spencer, as well as Hartley. That'll be for 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Once again, this is almost the same intensity as a tornado. So 80-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail here. That is moving off to the north and east. This is a very dangerous situation right now. So if you live over here in Spencer or Storm Lake, we should be taking shelter. Over here in Omaha, Nebraska, I am again not seeing any sort of strong rotation as of right now. The rotation, if there was to be a tornado, would be over in South Omaha. But again, I'm very confident that this is mostly a damaging wind threat as of right now, rather than a tornado threat at this moment. But if you live in Omaha, take shelter. We still got significant damaging winds making their way into the town right now. We are currently sitting at 7 different tornado warnings as of right now, all the way from Minnesota into Kansas. We just got a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center for those in northwestern Iowa. This is where Riley put his little max discussion.
Flip you guys around.
And this is going to be for the main concern here being a focus corridor of 60 to 75 mile per hour wind gusts being likely over the next few hours. QLCS tornadoes may also occur. Also, Jacob McMillan is in a really intense thunderstorm right now. This is inside that tornado warning in Washington County, Kansas.
I'm gonna back up here.
Look at the wind picking up right now. You can see the American flag whipping
on a time lapse. So this is what they tornado warned, was this little thingy up here, which I'm not quite sure why it's tornado warned. There's really nothing to me that says.
Jacob is keeping it real.
Hey,
Ethan from the sewer chat. Tornado sirens are going off in Lincoln, Nebraska. Probably for the damaging wind threat.
I can't believe that this got warned.
All right. Also, Tornado Pagey is now entering into the tornado warning near Palmyra. This is south of Omaha. There's a little area of rotation trying to develop here going into Unadilla, Oto, and Avoca. So we're going to be keeping an eye on them as they continue to move off to the east-northeast. Rotation currently not really that strong, but it may try to intensify. This could lead to a spin-up tornado embedded in this line of thunderstorms. Ryan Scholl still finding himself inside of a tornado warning here near California Junction in Missouri Valley. I'm not seeing anything too strong. There's a little bit of rotation over California Junction right now. That'll be coming up towards Modale on the northern side of that tornado warning, and then a smaller area of rotation that is near Loveland right now. Storm chaser Ryan Scholl is currently looking at the storm here from California Junction. That's the leading edge of the storm here, and if there were to be a tornado, it'd be on the right side of your screen here. You can see the leading edge of that large shelf cloud there on the left side of your screen. And then a possible tornado risk just off to his right here. And you see the wind starting to pick up now. So this thunderstorm again just north of Omaha, Nebraska.
See if anything's gonna try and drop you.
Look at that, guys.
I doubt it, but you never know. There's like 1 million circulations right now. We're not gonna keep up anymore, bro. Holy crap, here comes the wind.
This is basically what's happening in Omaha right now too, by the way. So this is kind of the same sort of story right now. Look at the wind here picking up.
Hold on, chat.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning for Buena Vista, Cherokee, Clay, and O'Brien counties in Iowa. We'll talk about that here in a second. Apparently, Nathan Moore has a crazy view of a storm. Wow. This is over in Lincoln, Nebraska, guys. If you're in Lincoln, Nebraska, and you go outside, as long as you're not hearing any thunder, you actually can see a whole entire field of Mammatus clouds here over in Lincoln. It's literally a field of them. These are little Dippin' Dot clouds.
Are.
Ryan Scholl again in the tornado warning here near Missouri Valley.
Oh my gosh.
In Iowa. Look at the wind here.
Oh my god, it's probably, I could rip off the thing over here. It almost did. It dropped, it did the drop box. It tipped over the drop box. The window and look over the other way. Because, oh my gosh.
Look at that.
Look at this view. Oh my god.
I don't know if that little, is that like a donation box on the right? I don't know if that flipped over from the wind or not, but there's like a little donation box there on the right.
Dude,
that just got
this is creepy,
It's just
bro.
flipped over right there. Storm looks pretty wild. Going back to Omaha, Nebraska, we have a tornado warning still in effect. We have a very significant swath of wind that is now making its way through Omaha. So Omaha, Nebraska, taking a pretty hard hit right now from damaging winds. We have a lot of you guys tuning in right now from Omaha. We actually have somebody in Council Bluffs saying the sirens here in the sky is super scary. Well, thank you for the report there. Over near McClelland, is Quick okay, Max? I don't know. I'm guessing Quick is right here. You guys are not okay. You're in the warning.
A new tornado warning.
We have two new tornado warnings here in Iowa. We got a new tornado warning up here near Sutherland. This is also inside of our extremely dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm warning. So Sutherland, south of Royal, we're talking about quarter-sized hail risk and also rotation wrapped in rain near Larrabee. So take shelter if you're in that tornado warning. We have another tornado warning near Missouri Valley and Woodbine. This is actually a strong area of rotation that's developing here near Loveland. And there's a little tight couplet right near where Ryan Scholl is. Ryan Scholl might have a tornado next to him. I'm not sure. He just lost connection for a second. Once he comes back, we'll look. There might be a tornado right there near Missouri Valley. There's a small tightening there on our velocity radar. And then there's a new area of rotation developing right near Interstate 880 going towards Persia, just southwest of Portsmouth and south of Logan. So we need to take shelter in this warning as well. Ryan Scholl would be right next to where that tornado will be located. Looks like he's lost his audio here, but be right next to him. And he just lost connection again, but it'd be off to his right. We're going to keep an eye on him in case he does see something there. But there might be a tornado there. We got a tornado paging in slot 2. Good shout out to Brayden with the $50 super chat. Had a chance to call it the Dibble discussion. The storm that Jacob McMillan's on has really strong rotation currently near Bremen and northern Kansas. But I haven't seen anything visually that looks that concerning. It just on radar looks like it's really strong rotation. Might be somewhat contaminated. Jacob McMillan's looking at it right now out of the south. Looks like a pretty elevated thunderstorm. And if we were to have a tornado, he'd be looking pretty much right at it. Pretty elevated, at least for right now. Got quarter-sized hail that was reported on that storm too. Ryan Scholl is over there.
Jesus, never mind, it's not done yet.
Ryan Scholl's being hit by a hurricane over here in Missouri Valley. There might be a tornado off to his right. I do want to remind you, like, there could be one there off to his right here near Missouri Valley. There's a little tightening on radar.
Before, though.
That might be why the winds are a little bit more intense here for a longer period of time. Zach with the super chat just said currently in Bellevue, Nebraska, hail went down like crazy here. As Ryan Scholl there, the most significant wind threat is now pushing through Omaha. It is now approaching Trainer, Oakland, and Neola. So if you guys live in those areas, you should be starting to take shelter right now. Very significant damaging wind threat along with tornadoes embedded in this line. We have 3 tornado warnings from Nebraska City through Dunlap. I mean, they're almost all connected to each other right now. We are back down to 5 tornado warnings. We have 1 in Kansas. We got 3 along the Iowa-Nebraska border, and then 1 over here in northwestern Iowa, where there is a significant threat of damaging winds happening. Really important update, too. We have more tornadoes being confirmed with this area of thunderstorms over near Larrabee. So this right here is a really strong area of rotation in northwest Iowa approaching Peterson, and storm spotter Braden Evans just said that there was a tornado as of about 17 minutes ago, about 10 miles southwest of his location. Dust and possible debris was being kicked up. And so this has a history of producing multiple tornadoes, and it could produce another one as it goes towards Rosie and Spencer. And if you live in any of these severe warnings here, you should be taking shelter. Any of these orange boxes, these are destructive severe thunderstorm warnings for straight line damaging winds of around 80 miles per hour. That can do similar damage to a tornado. And so if you live here in northwest Iowa in these giant orange boxes, we need to be taking shelter. Like, absolutely got to be taking shelter right now. We're looking to see if we have any confirmed tornadoes here. I'm not seeing anything too definitive right now over near Omaha. Omaha is no longer in the tornado warning. The east side near Council Bluffs and Crescent, you guys are still included in that tornado warning right now. Here's a large view of all of our warnings currently. This is what the backside of the storm looks like where Ryan Scholl is. It's wild how quickly the conditions change here. So he's in the tornado warning near Missouri Valley. For about 10 minutes, he was in intense winds, and all of a sudden, it's almost all cleared out behind him. You can actually see the sun setting out there on the horizon.
Police lights coming through.
Thank you, Marla, for $50 super chat. Thank you for the storm coverage tonight. I have family and friends that are experiencing these storms. We had PETA quarter-sized hail and lots of rain. Appreciate the generosity. Hopefully you stayed safe. Thank you, Luna Star, for the super chat. Got a police officer coming by here. Unknown of why. Maybe somebody was speeding. We just got a new tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning. That'll be for Denison, Carroll, as well as Churton and Jefferson here in western Iowa. You guys live here, you should be taking shelter. This is the tornado warning storm in northern Kansas from storm chaser Jacob McMillan. There's actually a little wall.
One thing that I dislike about the Subaru.
We're talking about Subarus now, but there's a little wall cloud right there on the middle. A little lowering forming.
I guess that's better. If I go 10 contrast, it's deeper.
Guys, we got some new really crazy video.
Got another camera outside doing lightning, so hopefully we get a couple good bolts.
I need to show you guys.
A new tornado warning has been
I have
issued.
a quick second. We have a really crazy video here from storm chaser Ryan Scholl of that tornado earlier, back over near Hastings, or back over here in Nebraska. That is a video from earlier. He was driving right up into it, basically. It was live on stream. He lost connection a little bit, but that is a crazy video right there. This was the first tornado of the day, that at least we've been able to confirm so far. It lofted a bunch of debris, hit a few buildings and homes. Incredibly violent motion. Again, I gotta be honest, like, this is probably one of the most intense tornadoes we've covered on a live stream. At least just visually being able to see it, at least. I mean, just insane motion. There was ground scouring. There was trees being debarked. That is indicative of EF3 plus tornado damage. And so we are pretty confident that this was at least an intense, if not even violent tornado that ripped across the north side there of Grand Island. It did not hit Grand Island, but it was on the north side of the town. But Ryan Scholl with some, again, really incredible video there from earlier. We have a new tornado warning here in Iowa. This will be for Suck City, as well as Jolly. Fonda, Palmer, and Manson. If you are in this tornado warning, you need to take shelter now. There's a little area of contaminated, spin probably that's going on near early. It's hard to tell if that is tornadic or not, but that would be the area that we're looking at for a potential tornado. So we need to be taking shelter now. Again, if you're near early, Fonda, Manson, Palmer, Jolly, or I think it's Sock City, not Suck City. Sock City. Storm Chaser Tornado Pagey is in our tornado warning just south of Omaha near Syracuse. They have almost gone out in front of this. They're bottom middle of your screen. There is a tornado warning here. Very weak rotation on radar, but there is a possible QLCS tornado threat heading towards Nebraska City right now, just south of Plattsmouth. So we're going to be keeping an eye out on that. We got a few new photos and videos that you guys have sent into us. This was one from Boyd County, Nebraska from earlier of some damage, probably wind damage over here. Over in Boyd County, Nebraska. Here's a video of a field of mammatus clouds over in Gage County, Nebraska. And here's a photo from Cass County from Tyler saying, I hope I'm good in my truck. Hopefully you are too. Big thunderstorm off to his west. And if you guys have any photos and videos, QR codes on your screen. You can also go to reports.maxvelocitywx.com. There's also a link in the description below. We got somebody tuning in close to this area of rotation. We live in a small village outside of Lincoln, Nebraska, and our sirens went off. Well, you're in a tornado warning, so that would make sense. We got somebody over here in Storm Lake tuning in saying the tornado sirens are going off. Yeah, I want to remind you guys again, if you are tuning in from northwestern Iowa, this is a very dangerous line of thunderstorms. Doesn't matter where you are right now in northwest Iowa, we have a very significant swath of damaging winds that's going to continue to produce the risk of even some strong tornadoes down the line, but also widespread damaging winds of around 80 miles per hour. Riley has an urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I want to talk about the flooding situation ongoing in Kansas. I did issue a max alert for this area. There's a 1 in 200 year flood ongoing right now. These streams are going to peak very quickly, and this is an area that's not seen a lot of rain recently. What that means is the soil is very compacted. There's not a lot of space for the water to actually infiltrate into the soil. So there's a 1 in 200 year flood going on in this area. There is a considerable flash flood warning here. However, I've gone ahead and upgraded that to a max alert flash flood emergency due to the significance of this flood that's ongoing in this area. They've already seen 5 inches of rain. These storms have been sitting here almost since we've gone live earlier, and it's only going to continue to rain. They're looking at another 3 to 5 inches of the rain in this area, so the flooding is only going to get worse. There's already been a few reports of people trapped in floodwaters, so if you're anywhere along that I-70 corridor or in this polygon that we have drawn up, please do not drive through any floodwaters and seek higher ground if you need to shelter from the floodwaters.
Hey, Riley, for the update. And so a really cool tool that you can actually use inside of the Weatherfront app is called the Max Flood Recurrence. And so that's what I'm looking at here near Dorrance and Wilson. And so you can see that this is a 1 in 200 year flooding event that's happening right now north of Beaver. If we head on over to the amount of rain that has fallen, according to radar over the last 24 hours, there's been about 4 to 5 inches of rain. We've had a lot of rain here just west of Wilson and east of Bunker Hill. Also, Riley is a degreed hydrologist. He just graduated yesterday, so this is why he knows all this stuff, for the record. A lot of the hydrological stuff that he was just talking about. Look at that. His degree is useful, even though he didn't get a meteorology degree. He has a useful degree for some weather-related stuff. All right, let's go back over to our storm here east of Omaha. I'm not seeing anything crazy for rotation still east of Omaha. I definitely think the damaging wind threat is more concerning. There is a little hook that's trying to develop just south of McClellan near Trainer. That's going to go towards Oakland. So we're watching at least a possible tornado risk with that. I wouldn't say it's imminent, but it is something we'll be keeping an eye on. Further off to the north there, Persia, southwest of Portsmouth. There's a little area of rotation there that's going to be heading up towards Panama. Got a few people tuning in right now from Harlan. Corn Enjoyer just said, getting on my roof for a better look. Do not do that, please. Do not get on your roof. That is a terrible idea. Hey, Nicole for tuning in there from Vale. Yeah, Vale's about to hit pretty hard. We got a tornado possible tag on this, so we are monitoring at least a low tornado potential with this line heading towards Carroll, Sheridan, and as well as Coon Rapids. Name checks out, I guess. We got somebody over there in Suck City saying the tornado sirens are going off. Angel also said the tornado sirens are going off over in Storm Lake. Yeah, if you're anywhere over here near Nemaha or Early, you should definitely be taking shelter. There is a tornado warning here, but we really can't see much on radar. It is a really contaminated area of rotation via radar that we are looking at here. But I would definitely be taking shelter just in case. We have several areas of rotation embedded in this line and a very significant damaging wind threat still that is ongoing. Also over near Rosie, I would expect a new tornado warning here in a moment going up towards Spencer, Dickens, and as well as Gillett Grove, as there is some rotation there north of Peterson that could lead to a tornado threat. So we got to watch this closely. If you guys live over near Peterson or Lynn Grove. Somebody's tuning in from Spirit Lake saying, waiting for hit. Quiet so far. Also, no longer any tornado warnings in Minnesota for the time being, but we do have a significant line of thunderstorms right now near Mankato and Mapleton. This is still producing a damaging wind threat. Low tornado risk, at least for the time being, but if you live near Owatonna, Albert Lee, Wells, Austin, get ready for damaging winds and a possible tornado risk. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning over near Dunlap and Moorhead. That'll be for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. We have some more photos and videos that were just approved that you guys have sent in. We have a video here from Sarpy County. This is over in Omaha from just a few minutes ago when the tornado warning was in effect. Crazy shelf cloud there. That right there would have been the area of interest for a tornado. Got some modest clouds over in Fillmore County, Nebraska. Got cloud lightning and a rainbow over in Russell County, Kansas. Double rainbow in Lincoln, Nebraska. Another double rainbow there in Lincoln. Lincoln's kind of had some crazy shots today. Modest clouds and rainbows. Cloud ground lightning over in Lincoln, Nebraska. A lot of Lincoln people tuning in. And this is also Lincoln. Almost every one of these was Lincoln. Got modest clouds on the back side of this really intense area of thunderstorms. If you are tuning in from Omaha right now, and if you look to your west, you might see some modest clouds. I'm not guaranteeing it, but you might see it. If you have any photos and videos, QR codes on your screen. And also, if you want to submit your location to the map that we have on here, you can check it out with this QR code. There's also a link on the screen that is case sensitive if you want to type it in. You can put a message on the map too. That is on the Weatherfront app. You can also download Weatherfront on iOS with a top link in the description. It is a completely free app, 100% free. Kind of stay ahead of all the weather. Storm chasers will be being added to the app here soon as well, so that'll be pretty cool. Thank you, Emily, for the $20 super chat in St. Louis. So, okay for today, but thanks for your coverage. It's appreciated. Yeah, St. Louis is chilling for today. Tomorrow might be a different story. This is our risk of severe weather for tonight. We still have a 10% or 15% tornado risk outline from Storm Lake into southeastern Nebraska, a giant 10% tornado risk from southern Minnesota back into northern Kansas, and a pretty elevated tornado risk even back down here into Oklahoma, as far north as Minnesota. And we're still looking at all hazards of severe weather, including a significant damaging wind threat. There's still a 45% wind risk from about Rochester back into Storm Lake, and that's where we have those extremely dangerous situations, severe thunderstorm warnings that are ongoing, and then still a significant threat of hail for the next hour out of those discrete supercells. And also, don't forget, tomorrow, a major outbreak is possible tomorrow. We have a moderate risk of severe weather with a SIG 2 tornado threat. That means that EF3 plus tornadoes are possible in that environment. Tomorrow it looks really crazy. Today's been really crazy. I got to say, though, tomorrow looks even crazier. And I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves since we still have a lot of severe weather ahead for tonight, but I do want to remind you guys, again, tomorrow could easily be another significant outbreak. If you are new to the channel, definitely subscribe. We're going to have a lot of significant severe weather coming tomorrow. Back over near Royal and Rosie. We do have a little area of rotation there moving up towards Spencer. We might get a new tornado warning for Dickens and Spencer here in just a moment, north of Webb.
A new tornado warning has been
And we just got a new tornado warning right along the Nebraska and Iowa border. This will be back over near Plattsmouth. New area of rotation developing right over near Plattsmouth, going into Pacific Junction, Glenwood, Silver City, and Mineola. So you need to take shelter now and put as many walls between you from the outside as possible and get away from windows if you are in this warning. We currently have 4 tornado warnings right now. We got one northeast Omaha. The other 2 are northwest Iowa, and this one north of Nebraska City. Shout out to Jamie with the Venmo donation. Thanks for keeping us informed. In Omaha tonight, get some Culver's cheese curds for dinner. I honestly might. I don't know what I'm getting for dinner yet. I'm getting hungry, though. Thank you, Whack, for the super chat. Southern Minnesota. We just talked about it a minute ago. This is Storm Chaser Jacob McMillan in northern Kansas right now. He's been looking at this storm near Hanover for quite some time. It did have a wall cloud trying to form briefly there a little while ago. Doesn't look nearly as concerning as before, but we're still keeping an eye on it. Got a lot of thunderstorms right now down here in Kansas, all of them producing damaging winds. Major flooding risk is evolving west of Salina, and there's going to be a chance for some embedded tornadoes in this line as well as it continues to move to the east. I don't see any rotation on this tornado warning near Fonda. We still have an extremely dangerous situation. Severe thunderstorm warning for Rockwell City, Pocahontas, and Emmitsburg. That is for 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds. That is our only extremely dangerous situation. Severe thunderstorm warning for the time being. Actually,
a new tornado.
We actually have a couple of viewers right now tuning in from this tornado warning. Beaver Lake just said, "I just received the warning at Pocahontas." You're really close to that rotation, by the way. Rotation's like barely to your north. Definitely take shelter. Got another viewer over in Silver City saying it's windy, but hopefully it still moves north. Unfortunately, it's coming right at you, man. Waiting for velocities to update, but there's definitely some strengthening rotation right now near Plattsmouth. We have a new tornado warning. That's going to be for those in Spencer. Got a lot of people tuning in from Spencer right now. This has had a history of producing tornadoes in northwest Iowa. If you are tuning in from Spencer right now, if you live over there near Ruthven or Terrell, you need to be taking shelter now and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible and get away from windows. This person said we over in Spencer. Got a lot of people saying tornado sirens are just going off in Spencer. Latest scan on that Plattsmouth warning is a little bit broader. We're going to keep an eye on it. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I want to talk about tomorrow real quick. Tomorrow, we do have a moderate risk of severe weather in a lot of the same areas that we're talking about today in Kansas, Nebraska, and parts of Missouri and Iowa. This is a tornado-driven moderate risk where we do have a 15% SIG 2 intensity level for tornadoes tomorrow. What that means is we are expecting a 15% chance, or we have a 50% chance of EF3 or higher tornadoes within that double hatched corridor. The other thing that we have going on is we do have a SIG 2 hail risk, both a 30% and a 45% hail risk. What's going to happen tomorrow is we are going to see explosive convection early on in the day or early on in the afternoon, and that's going to eventually transition into some very powerful supercells here across the areas that we were just talking about. This is why we do have a moderate risk of severe weather, and it's going to be a very dangerous day tomorrow in northeastern Kansas and southeastern Nebraska. We're going to also see that transition into a line of damaging winds later on in the day, but the reason this is so significant is the tornado environment that we do have tomorrow. So leaving that circle there where the storms were, our STP is through the roof tomorrow. Remember, this is a scale of 1 to 10, and we are seeing values as high as 32 tomorrow. So this is a very, very large corridor where any storm that does manage to become a discrete supercell and sustain itself is going to produce a very significant, intense, or maybe even violent tornado. So if you're looking at this and you're like, oh my God, I'm in that sort of pinkish white area, be prepared for a severe weather event tomorrow that's going to be very significant. Start making your plan to take shelter now. Know what you're going to do if a tornado warning is issued for your area, because unfortunately it does look like a very dangerous day of severe weather tomorrow.
Hey, Riley, for the update. And yeah, I want to touch on that a little bit. You know, tomorrow does look like it could be today, but like literally way worse. I mean, tomorrow does have the potential to be a much higher ceiling event than today. We could easily see several significant tornadoes. And so if you do live in the risk area, you're going to want to stay tuned to our channel. And you're going to want to tune in because it's going to be a very dangerous day of severe weather tomorrow. So subscribe to the channel and click the bell icon so you're notified with the latest updates. I am personally concerned that tomorrow could wind up being a more significant tornado outbreak. Storm Chaser Jacob McMillan has a little lowering there. Big cloudy ground lightning on the right side of your screen. This is what it looks like over in Washington County, Kansas. Amy with the sewer chat says, is Ohio going to get possibly hit tomorrow? If you get hit tomorrow, it won't be anything significant. All right, I'm getting Culver's. What should I get? What do you guys think? I'm getting cheese curds, that's for sure. Put cheese curds on there too, Riley. Just as a separate thing. Storm Chaser Tornado Pagey is currently near Syracuse in Nebraska. This is what it looks like out there right now. It is becoming a light show out here. And we are now entering a nocturnal severe weather threat. So as a reminder, guys, if you are in the risk area anywhere across Iowa or even Kansas, you're going to want to make sure you have multiple ways to receive alerts, especially if you end up going to bed tonight, like early. So they're driving right now through the severe warning here near Syracuse. Damaging winds being the primary concern. There will be a risk of a possible tornado. Over in Cass and Mills counties, we still have an area of rotation near Pacific Junction, moving into Glenwood and Silver City. I wouldn't say it's anything too intense right now, but we're still watching that area of rotation. I don't think they're going to continue the tornado warning near Portsmouth and Dunlap and Woodbine. Our rotation's been a little bit weaker. Not seeing any rotation really on the storm near Manson. This is more probably out of precaution, but there's a very significant damaging wind threat that you should be taking shelter for right now if you live in Suck, Calhoun, or Pocahontas counties here in northwestern Iowa, mainly for the damaging wind threat being up to 80 miles per hour. And back over in Spencer, we still have an incredibly strong area of rotation here. Just south of Spencer, going into Dickens and Ruthven. Just south of Terrell, west of Gillett Grove. This has had a history of producing tornadoes, and it could produce another significant tornado as it moves off to the north and east. Good shout out to Josh with a $20 super chat. What is your chair situation there? Is it power lifted? What is it, man? What do you mean? I just have a standing desk, so it can go up and down.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning in Iowa. That is all the way up here near Spirit Lake and Milford and Fostoria. So if you live in Spirit Lake, Superior, Milford, any of these areas, you got to be taking shelter and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible. I know we have a few people that are tuning in from this area. Actually, a lot of you are tuning in right now from Spirit Lake. Somebody just said the winds are picking up here right now. Been watching all live stream. Who's been here for the entire stream today? We've been live for nearly 5 hours. Ligma, what a name, is saying really dark in Spirit Lake. Scared my dog is going to blow away. He's a tad special. What? This person over here in Spirit Lake says sirens went off, but no wind so far. Wish me luck. Stay safe. Waiting for it to hit quiet here so far, according to Brent over here in Spirit Lake. There's one person over in Lake Park saying the sirens are just starting to go off there. I know we have some people tuning in from Spencer, including Jenny and Jordan. And that rotation is going to be really close to you here in a few minutes. So you should be taking shelter if you've not already. If you have any friends or family in the path of this, you definitely got to be getting them aware of it. And definitely make sure to share the stream with them. We're going to be live throughout the duration of this very significant severe weather event. Rotation is definitely still pretty strong here. This has had a history of producing a tornado. It's going right up into Ruthven, Iowa here in just a moment. That's somebody tuning in from, I think it's Fonda, saying just starting to arrive to that area. Downpouring and dark. Got quite a few people tuning in from Des Moines as well. Got a lot of people still tuning in from Omaha. I do want to give you guys a heads up. Over in Omaha, we have a flooding risk that is increasing. So if you're still tuning in from the Omaha, Nebraska area, we have multiple people reporting that there's flooding with potentially in some of those underpass areas. So if you are tuning in right now from this general area near Omaha and you're going to be planning on driving tonight, I would highly recommend you know, maybe not driving, either that or just avoiding the more, you know, impactful or impacted areas there. There's a camera. This is a stationary camera. It doesn't really work as a normal, like, it's not like a live camera, but it's a picture camera. And this is live. This is a moment ago here in Spencer. You can actually see the shelf cloud on the horizon, maybe even a wall cloud back in there. It's hard to tell from this angle. But back there at the very top of your screen, that's in Spencer, where there is a tornado warning right now. So pretty interesting. It's definitely difficult to tell, though, whether that is a, you know, wall cloud or a shelf cloud from this perspective, but very interesting. This is a live shot in Mineola Tower. This is in far western portions of Nebraska. This is actually where our tornado warning is, I think, right? Yeah, this is inside of our tornado warning. This is over in Plattsmouth right now. This is live inside of the tornado warning just north of Malvern. So this is what it looks like inside of our tornado warning. We actually got a live camera right in the middle of it here near Glenwood. This camera specifically is in Mineola, which is on the northeast quadrant of this tornado warning south of Omaha. I didn't even realize we had this. A lot of lightning with this. Shout out to Costco with the $10 super chat. As always, thank you for your live streams. I got storm anxiety, and listening to your stream all day helped me stay calm while I took shelter here in Omaha. You're the best. I'm glad I could help you. Huge shout out to Ethan with the Venmo donation. We're going to continue to keep an eye on that camera. That'll be on the bottom right side of your screen. Again, that is inside of this tornado warning. Camera's located right about here. So rotations down here near Glenwood. It'll be passing pretty close to this camera.
An urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
We have yet again another confirmed tornado warning here in Iowa. That'll be for Mills County. Oh, that's actually this one. The heck? All right, so that where that camera is inside of this confirmed tornado warning. So Mills County, you need to be taking shelter. Glenwood and Silver City. This is going to be confirmed here by Public on the south side of Plattsmouth. So this happened over near Plattsmouth a few minutes ago at about 8:48 p.m. It's about 11 minutes old. I'm not sure if this tornado is still on the ground, but it could be. And so we need to be taking shelter now if we're in this confirmed tornado warning and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible. This is a live shot currently inside of this confirmed tornado. It is very dark and ominous. The tornado is going to be back there somewhere, kind of buried back in here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have another tornado warning in Iowa for Emmett and Palo Alto counties. That's going to be all the way back up here near Esterville, Armstrong, and Emmetsburg. So if you live in that tornado warning, you also got to take shelter. This storm does have a history of producing tornadoes over the last really few hours now. It started all the way back over in eastern Nebraska, and it is still trying to produce tornadoes right now, moving off to the northeast, going towards Armstrong. Storm chaser Jacob McMillan is driving through some really intense wind right now over in Washington County, Kansas. We got damaging winds between 60 to 80 miles per hour happening with this line right now. Really intense out here. There you go, man up the super chat. Sac City is pronounced Sac, not Suck. I donated in hopes you'll pronounce it correctly. Sorry, my apologies. It is really windy in here, my goodness. Man, this is easily 70 mile per hour winds if I had to guess right now. Very intense wind surge here. As Jacob has that happening, this is live inside of the tornado warning here in Mineola, Iowa, where there is a confirmed tornado. If we have a tornado, it'll be on the left side of your screen now. So it's kind of moving in the left side shot here of the camera view in Mineola. There is a lot of lightning right now that is illuminating the sky. This is another view of it from a different angle. See the large shelf, like large whale's mouth, basically, that is reaching way out to the east. Here's another view, too. This is also from the other tower. This is in Malvern. So this is just south of the tornado warning, but we would have a better view of the tornado from here, too. Not seeing anything clearly yet, but it'll be in the middle of your screen. Not seeing anything fully verified here yet. The wind is getting really significant on this. I think damaging winds are going to be a big concern. You got a large lowering there on the left. You can see the edge of it. It's about to go out of the camera shot here. If we look at live radar, we got a really significant wind threat that is now moving through Malvern in Iowa and eventually approaching Henderson and Emerson. So this is a really significant surge of wind right now, moving off to the north and east, along with the possibility of there still being a tornado, which if there is one, it's going to be in Silver City right now. Jacob is driving through now a hailstorm in Maryville, Kansas, along with significant damaging winds right now. You can barely see anything. Look at the road, guys. You can't even see anything out here. This is one of the reasons why you should not be driving if you're out here in Kansas. We haven't seen a whole lot of hail today. This isn't related to what's happening right now, but we just got a new video from that tornado earlier. This is something that we have not really seen from anybody yet. This is from Storm Chaser Tornado TRX from that tornado in central Nebraska. We had a horizontal vortice right here. This only happens with some of the most intense tornadoes. There's multiple of them. So this was from earlier. Tornado TRX was literally right next to this thing. That is insane. If you want to check that out, it'll also be on our Twitter page. Riley just put out a tornado possible max alert for those that are in Macedonia, Henderson, Hastings, and Malvern here in far western Iowa. This will go until 9:20 p.m. Central Time. If a tornado is ongoing, it will be outside of the warning polygon. An extension should be considered. So we're looking at our main area of rotation, kind of on the edge of this tornado warning, moving up towards Henderson. You have a camera there on the bottom right side of your screen that is starting to get really hit hard by this wind and possible tornado. It's all impacting Silver City, Mineola, and Malvern. Going back into northern parts of Iowa. Wow, look at this, guys. Over near Spirit Lake. Spirit Lake, Iowa. We should definitely be taking shelter right now. If you live in Spirit Lake, we need to definitely be taking shelter. That rotation in Spirit Lake has really intensified over the last few minutes, and I am definitely concerned that there could be a spin-up tornado trying to drop right now, right near Arnold's Park, and it'll be moving to Spirit Lake over the next couple minutes, just off to the west of Superior. If you guys live over there in southern Minnesota, and you're Jackson, Sherburne, or Fairmont, I'd be definitely staying on alert right now. If you live over near Owatonna, Faribault, or Waterville, we got to be watching this line of thunderstorms, mainly for a damaging wind threat and even possibly a tornado risk as this continues to track to the east. Got a lot of stuff going on still right now. Good shout out to Reigns for becoming a member. Where's that tower? It is inside of our tornado warning. It would be... Put a little dot on the map here. It'd be right about here. So it's kind of getting into the rain now. It's on the east side of Mineola. So conditions are quickly deteriorating there right now.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
That is a lot of counties that are now included in a new confirmed tornado warning. That will be for those up here near
tornado
Fort Dodge.
has been issued.
So Fort Dodge, you guys are in the path of a confirmed tornado. We need to be taking shelter now and be putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible. There is a confirmed tornado once again here over in far northwestern Iowa near Fort Dodge. It's going to be near Fonda, moving off to the east-northeast, so take shelter if you're in that warning. We also just got a new tornado warning west of Griswold. This is west of Elliott, near Henderson and Carson for Montgomery, Mills, and Pottawatomie counties. This will go all the way until 9:45 Central Time. You need to take shelter if you're in this tornado warning and put as many walls between you from the outside as possible and get away from windows. There is a camera on the bottom right of your screen that's actually inside of that confirmed tornado warning in Fort Dodge. And I do have the ability, I believe, to move it. So I'm going to move that camera here in a second. This is live from Fort Dodge. I know we have quite a few viewers that do watch from the Fort Dodge area. And so here's a live shot right now. Looking towards this storm. I have just moved the camera a little bit to the left. It'll update here on the... You'll see it update here in a second. I don't exactly know what camera direction this faces, to be honest, but I just moved it, so it should update. Oh, here you go. See, now I moved it. Look at that. I think this is looking towards the storm. I'm waiting to see some lightning, but this will be looking towards that tornado here. You have the ability to zoom in and out. I'm going to keep an eye on the lightning and see if that is looking the right direction. Now, this confirmed tornado warning is for Fort Dodge and Gilmore City. We're back up to 7 tornado warnings right now. The vast majority of them are in Iowa. We have actually none in any other states right now, so it's almost all Iowa currently. I wonder if it was facing the right direction. I really don't know. Thank you, Sarah, for becoming a member.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have another tornado warning. We're now up to 8. That's another one in Iowa. We are literally just seeing a train of tornado warnings right now in northern Iowa. This is kind of crazy. Right now, we have tornado warnings stretching across a 85-mile line right now. 85 miles. So this is stretching along 85 miles from Minnesota all the way down towards Des Moines. We have a brand new tornado warning for Emmitsburg, Fenton, Algona, West Bend, Livermore, Bancroft, west of Wesley. So if you're in that pink or that red polygon, you gotta be taking shelter. It is going, we're again heading into nighttime, and people might be trying to go to sleep here soon. So if you do have any friends or family that live in these areas, you need to alert them and make sure that they are awake. Feel free to share the stream with them too. We'll be live covering this. I do see an area of stronger rotation right now near Spirit Lake. There's another area of stronger rotation over near the Wallingford area. That is on the very northern side here of our large line of thunderstorms that has developed. And then a little bit further down to the south near Fort Dodge. That's where we have a confirmed tornado warning. I'm not sure what this is even confirmed by. This is confirmed by law enforcement. So this is a law enforcement confirmed tornado heading into Manson. And then eventually going towards Fort Dodge, which is that camera on the bottom right side of your screen right now. Thank you, Wendy, for the $20 super chat. Thank you, Max, for all the dedication to keep us all informed and safe. And also thank you, By Curious, for becoming a member. And Ben for the $20 super chat saying, are QLCS tornadoes embedded in a line of thunderstorms ever EF3 or above? Rarely are tornadoes embedded in a line above EF2. They're usually just EF2 and lower. With that said, there have been occasions like there could be a stronger tornado than that. It's pretty rare. Pretty rare for that to happen. This is a live shot here from Fort Dodge. We are looking in the direction of a confirmed tornado right now. I'm able to move the camera, so I'm just kind of playing around with it. And if we have to move it, we'll move it. It's looking in the direction though. We can, if you get a lightning strike, you can see the underneath there. You see that right there? That right there is like the leading edge of this thunderstorm. And so if we have a tornado, it'll probably be on the left side of your screen. Actually, what was that right there? There's something being kicked up right there. There's something there in the middle of your screen. You see that? I don't know if that's dust or something. Around the horizon. There might have been a power flash too. I thought I saw a power flash out in the distance, but there's some like dust being kicked up on this camera right now. Can't zoom it in anymore. This is the most I can zoom it in, but there was a power flash out in the horizon too. So we do have confirmed power flashes, not knowing if it's a tornado or not. Could have easily been the significant damaging wind threat here near Fort Dodge, but this is where there is a confirmed tornado warning. Oh yeah, we got power flashes, guys. We're going to have more here in a second. There might be a tornado, either that or it's damaging winds. You're going to see it here in a second. I just saw it on the real-time feed. There are power flashes right there in the middle of your screen. We're going to see it here in a second. That might be a tornado right there. That we are seeing some non-condensed tornado possibly. There you go, big power flashes. Look at that right there. Huge power flashes. This is just west of Fort Dodge. This is in a confirmed tornado warning. So if you live in Fort Dodge, you need to be tuning into the stream and taking shelter for a possible tornado. So we got power flashes again just west here of Fort Dodge.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We also just got a new tornado warning in Iowa. That'll be just south of Fort Dodge near Rockwall City. Take shelter if you're in Rockwall City. There is something back there, guys. I'm seeing something. That might be a tornado there. Like, I'm right there. All that dirt being kicked up. I think that's a tornado right there. I'm pretty confident that there on the left side of your screen is or middle left is a tornado right there. All that dust being kicked up just looks like a tornado. That is almost undoubtedly a tornado right there in the middle of your screen. Look at all that dust being kicked up right there. And there were power flashes very close to it a second ago. That looks like a tornado, guys. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's a tornado. And this is heading right towards Fort Dodge right now. Emergency management did report a tornado near Manson. I'm pretty confident we got one right there in the middle of your screen. Let's see who's tuning in from Fort Dodge right now. We got a few people tuning in from Fort Dodge. Somebody just said, am I safe near Badger? You're not. That is a cone tornado that we are looking at right now in the middle of your screen. I can't zoom it in any further. So we got a cone tornado right there in the middle of your screen that is coming right towards Fort Dodge. So again, you need to be taking shelter if you're in Fort Dodge because there is a cone tornado right there in the middle of your screen from this camera that is picking up debris. We've had power flashes too. You can see all the debris just being lofted up. It's being kind of thrown around right now too. And this is going to be making a beeline right towards Fort Dodge here in the next 10 minutes or so. Any CC drop, it's a little bit too far away from the radar site, and it's very contaminated because of all the storms here. Yeah, we definitely got a tornado right there on the right, or on the left, I mean. So again, there is a cone tornado that is currently coming towards Fort Dodge. It is impacting the suburbs currently. And Barnum, as well as Clare and Manson. This tornado is probably hitting Manson right now. You can just see all that debris that has been picked up there. It's spread it out by about half mile to a mile. And it's still going. I wish I could zoom in the camera more, but I cannot.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have another tornado warning here in Iowa. We got a lot of tornado warnings in Iowa right now. Or that new one's gonna be a pretty small one near Esterville. So if you're in Esterville, you need to take shelter right now. We got a lot of rotation that's gonna make its way into southern portions of Minnesota here over the next several minutes. Those could also produce tornadoes at any moment. This is where that Fort Dodge tornado would be. I'm assuming it's right here. Yeah, that's gonna be our tornado right there. That's a pretty strong area of rotation. I would expect the tornado warning for Callender, Duncombe, and as well as Dayton and Gowrie to be upgraded, because we definitely have a tornado once again. Like, we're seeing it live on this camera. That's where the tornado will be located. It'll be just west of Fort Dodge here. Fort Dodge, very populated area here. We got all sorts of debris that is being kicked up there on the middle left of your screen. And Fort Dodge has a lot of people that live here. There's twins. I don't know if there's twins. It's hard to tell. Look closely. Oh, the camera just moved. I'll go back to it in a second. There could be twin tornadoes. It's very hard to tell. Everybody's saying twins in the chat. Maybe there are twins. Maybe you guys saw before I did. There might be twins right there. We got one debris area there on the right. There might be another one there on the left. There's just so much dirt and dust that's being kicked up from this tornado. It's like spreading all across this area right now. So there might be twin tornadoes. I would expect the tornado warning here for the southern tornado warning that is just basically including the south side of Fort Dodge to be upgraded to confirmed. Hey, Jeff, for the super chat, keep doing what you do. I appreciate that. This tornado will be hitting the Kinnram area, which, again, there is a tornado still down right there. You can see all the dirt and dust being kicked up. So there is still a tornado down here. It's going to be located right here, just west of Moreland. And it is taking a direct collision course towards Fort Dodge. Riley put out a confirmed tornado max alert here just a moment ago for those that live in Fort Dodge. Obviously, there is already a tornado warning here, but this area is where that tornado is going to be heading. So Fort Dodge, Oltho, Webster City, Vincent, Woolstock, you guys are right in the direct crosshairs of that tornado. You really got to be taking shelter if you're in this tornado warning. Paul is taking shelter over here in their basement with their girlfriend and the kids over there in Eagle Grove right now. We just got a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning in Minnesota. That'll be for this area near Fairmont, Truman, Winnebago, Blue Earth. We got more severe storms coming out of your south that are going to be equally as dangerous, if not more dangerous than the storms earlier. So get ready if you're over in Fairmont right now. Going back to this live camera in Fort Dodge, we've been looking at a tornado clearly in the middle of your screen for the last several minutes now. See if we get another lightning strike. I think it's still down there. Yeah, there's still a tornado there. Can't tell if it's more condensed than before or not. Waiting for more lightning. I'm also watching a little area of rotation on radar just south of Fort Dodge near Lorville, which this camera would be able to see too. It looks like one big tornado right there in the middle. It's like a large non-condensed tornado that we are looking at there in the middle of your screen. This is a large area that is, this is probably a large tornado. Not entirely sure how intense it is. I'm going to shift the camera for a second down to the south to see if we can see something down there. I'm trying to see. I don't see anything down there yet. I'm going to keep it back on there. Camera will move. It's just a little delayed. Yeah, but we got a large non-condensed tornado right now west of Fort Dodge. That's going to be this right here. And so we'll have a new radar scan in a second. But that's heading directly towards the downtown area, Fort Dodge, which is a lot more populated. We do have a viewer here tuning in. Elizabeth says, in Fort Dodge, family and I are in the basement. Aspen over here, west of Manson says, in the basement, staying safe. How's the NATO's looking? The NATO is down to your south. It'll miss you. over there in Manson. If you guys want to submit your location, and if you're in Fort Dodge, want to check in, there is a link in the description. Going back to this camera in Fort Dodge. Riley has an urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, that northern tornado warning near Rodman and Whitmore has a TDS on it. I've gone ahead and issued a confirmed tornado max alert on that storm.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. And so we have now a confirmed tornado over here. That's going to be over near Algona and West Bend. So you need to be taking shelter now if you are in this tornado warning. We have a debris signature heading right to Algona. We have somebody tuning in right now from Algona saying, oh no. Oh no's right. You got to be taking shelter, Matt, over there in Algona. We do have a tornado coming right into town right now. There's a debris signature that we are looking at that's going to be moving right into town here over the next few minutes. Sexton and Wesley are also in the path of this. Latest scan has that tornado right near Whitmore now. It's going towards US Highway 169. Might be a tornado still near Moreland. That's going to be the tornado once again that we've been looking at on that camera for a while. Somebody else in Fort Dodge just checked in saying, I'm by the Walmart in Fort Dodge. Well, stay safe. There is a lot of dust and dirt and debris being kicked up everywhere there in the middle left of your screen there. We had power flashes a few minutes ago. They're actually, look at that on the right there. I don't know if that might be a downburst of wind. There's something else there on the right now. I can't tell if that's a tornado or not, but there's something on there on the right side of your screen now that is also being kicked up here on the west side of Fort Dodge. So we got a larger non-condensed tornado about 1/3 of the way from the left side of the screen. And then we have maybe something there on the far right. Can't tell if that's a tornado or just some downburst wind or something along those lines, but the rotation's still pretty tight over to the west of Moreland. This is going to move into Moreland here in a second. Got another viewer saying in Fort Dodge, north by US Highway 169. Stay safe. We have somebody over here saying, am I safe near Badger? You're not. Take shelter. I'm going to move the camera for a second, a little bit further north. I'm just looking. Yeah, there's like 2 different areas that I'm looking at right now. That's me moving the camera. Well, I'd have control of this. There's a lot of little dust, like, I just saw it there for a second. There's a lot of different, like, little dust areas that are being kicked up everywhere. So there's a possibility. There could be some gust tornadoes. I've zoomed out the camera here for just a moment so you can see everything. The main area of circulation that we've been looking at is near that cell tower on the left. Still think there is a tornado approaching Moreland in Iowa right now. And for letters for the super chat. Who's tuning in from Fort Dodge right now in the chat? In the chat where you guys are all tuning in from if you're in Fort Dodge. Hey, Thomas for the super chat. If you guys do want to put your location on the map that we're looking at, you can scan the QR code or type in that link. It is a case-sensitive link. It's bit.ly/locationwf, uppercase L, uppercase WF. You want to put your location on the map right now. And again, we do have a tornado confirmed right now, moving up towards Fort Dodge. So you need to be taking shelter if you're in Fort Dodge. There was also a tornado confirmed just a moment ago near Algona. I do think that one is lifted for the time being, but we could see another tornado drop at any moment. Really, the big concern right now is that several tornadoes are trying to develop within this line of thunderstorms all across northwestern Iowa and central Iowa, in addition to basically widespread damaging winds that are happening. So pretty dangerous situation right now all across the board here. We also just had somebody named Mike say, I just got hit by a tornado. So, I mean, we did have a tornado go through here just a moment ago. I don't doubt him. This is from Levi saying, I'm in a small town called Farnhamville between Fort Dodge and Lake City. I just want to know how it's going to be. You're going to be looking at mainly damaging winds, but a possible tornado threat. Highest tornado threat's going into Fort Dodge right now. All right, we've been looking at this camera for a while. We've had several little areas that have spun up. The shelf cloud is now approaching Fort Dodge. But there being so little, not enough lightning right now, it's kind of hard to see any sort of definitive ground circulations if we have any. Oh, actually, I see one right there. All right, we're gonna have a real-time view of this here in a second. Looks like some sort of dirt being kicked up. Once we go back to the left here, I just saw something that looks suspicious. Look on the left side of your screen here. Can't tell what that is right there. It's left of the cell towers. There's a lot of dirt or dust there being kicked up. It's just not enough lightning. We need more lightning. There's a lot of, I'm looking at it on the real-time view too. There's a lot of dirt and dust being kicked up. There's more than likely a tornado here still. In the middle of your screen, there was another good lightning strike a second ago. Again, I have a different view from you guys. I'm looking at two different views. I'm looking at the stream and also a real-time view of it. That looks like it's a massive swath of dust. That could be a tornado again. It's hard to tell. I would say it's probably a tornado if I had to guess, near Moreland. The velocities are pretty strong on radar currently. I think that is a tornado still right there. The velocities are pretty tight. It's going to go right into Fort Dodge. Man, lightning. We just need a little bit of lightning behind this thing. It's like a massive just area of dust and dirt that's being kicked up. Bro, the lightning just stops. Like we need lightning. The lightning's just died. And I mean, there's a pretty tight couplet bottom right side of your screen. It's in a low precip area, but that would be a tornado right along the leading edge of this area of thunderstorms here. I'm going to go back to our 3-cam view. I'll keep that bottom right side of your screen. We have a lot of people tuning in from Fort Dodge. In my basement as we speak. Am I cooked? Yes, you are cooked, Hayden. Worried about this? Is it large? Or how large is it? It is pretty, I mean, I don't know about how large it is. The intensity of this tornado, too, is so hard to tell. I mean, it looks kind of large. At the same time, though, size doesn't really matter when it comes to tornadoes. It could be a large, weak tornado, for all we know. I wouldn't say it's anything too intense. Does look like we have a tornado again, but it's hard to definitively say right now at this exact moment that we have a tornado. Like, we're looking at this camera that's looking directly towards where this tornado is. And we've seen a lot of dirt and dust and debris be kicked up. It's just hard to tell what it exactly is there. I'm going to put that back on the bottom right side of your screen for now. But the rotation is the strongest right now near Moreland. It'll be coming up into Colville and Otho here in a second. A lot of people talking about 3 inches over here on the southeast side of Fort Dodge. Ivy's on the south side of Fort Dodge. In about maybe 2 minutes or so, the wind is really going to pick up here at Fort Dodge. So we'll have the leading edge of our line of thunderstorms here in a second impact the Fort Dodge area.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Right there in the middle, guys. I couldn't tell. That looked like a right edge of a tornado right there. Right near the white lines. The white lines are kind of blocking it. That looked like a tornado right there. We have a new confirmed tornado warning in northern Iowa. This can be for those in Ledyard and Armstrong. So take shelter right now. Ledyard, Rake, Elmore, Armstrong, and Ringstead. You gotta be taking shelter. Again, this camera that we're looking at here, there is. I'm hearing reports that this is on the ground. That would be the tornado right there that we're looking at. So we're looking at a tornado. It does sound like this is on the ground still. This is not in our confirmed tornado warning, but it is going to be just southwest of Fort Dodge. We have a storm spotter that is on the ground right now that is saying that he is confirming a tornado. And that's what we're looking at in the middle. I know there's not a whole lot of lightning, but we've had a very definitive view of a right edge of a tornado near the white wire. Yeah, again, the lightning is the problem, though. Like, we don't have enough lightning to really see it. We haven't had any power flashes yet, either. But this would have just gone through the town of Moreland here a second ago. So it's now left of the wires. All right, that's where our tornado is. It's going to be near where that bright white flash is there in the middle from the cell tower. Kind of see it again there, a little right edge, in the middle of your screen. It's kind of wild. We haven't had any power flashes in a while. It does look pretty big, though. There might be another one developing near Bangor or Badger. Badger on the north side. There might be another one developing just north of this camera over near Badger. Actually see some of the motion back in there in the middle of your screen. And this tornado is going to be on the south side of Fort Dodge. Wind is now picking up in Fort Dodge. Here comes the wind. Thank you, Derek, for the $50 super chat. You can give a shout out from your super fan, Brenna, in Redding, California. How's it going, Brenna? So the really strong winds are now moving into Fort Dodge. If there is a tornado, it's going to be directly looking where we're looking on this camera right now. Camera's going to move here and again in a second. Time for dinner. My Culver's is on the way. And strongest rotations on the south side of Fort Dodge. So if there is a tornado right now, it'll be coming up into the south side of Fort Dodge. We have many of you guys like Brady over there in their basement right now near Avenue O and Kenyon Road. Actually see a large lowering right there.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We're back up to 9 tornado warnings right now. We have a new one for Sierra Gordo, Hancock, Winnebago counties in Iowa. That'll be northern Iowa for Forest City, Lake Mills, and Buffalo Center. You need to take shelter now if you are in that tornado warning. definitely pretty windy here in Fort Dodge. Again, the tornado would be right there in the middle. We don't have any bright power flashes or anything, so it's hard to verify. Some sort of bright light there at the bottom. There's definitely a lowering right there above the camera. We'll have another radar scan in a second, kind of waiting for that.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have 10 tornado warnings now. I'm going to go back to that in a second. We have a 10th tornado warning. We have a new tornado warning here in northern Iowa. So Lake Mills, Buffalo Center, Crystal Lake. We should be getting to our safe place in the next few minutes and getting away from windows. And there's also a tornado warning for Blue Earth, Frost, Fairmont, and Celion. So you need to take shelter if you're in this tornado warning right now and get away from windows and get to the lowest floor possible. It's back over in Fort Dodge. This is where the confirmed tornado warning was. It's no longer confirmed, but our rotation is moving into the south side of Fort Dodge as we speak, near 6th or 5th Avenue, coming up into Quail Avenue as well. Just can't clearly see anything as of right now, but it would be buried back in the rain. The wind is starting to pick up now in Fort Dodge. The damaging wind threat for Fort Dodge will be up to 70 miles per hour on top of there possibly being a tornado right now. It's getting pretty windy out there. We'll keep an eye on that camera. It'll be on the bottom right side of your screen. We had a new max discussion from Riley. He just issued a new max discussion for those that are tuning in in southern Minnesota. So this is going to be near Zumbrota, Rochester, Owatonna, back into Austin, La Crosse. Persistent QLCS will continue over the next few hours, bringing the risk of tornadoes, damaging winds, and hail. Tornadoes may form quickly and be difficult to detect until the storms move closer to the KARX radar site. So be prepared to take shelter at any time. So if you live here in this area in that max discussion, we need to be staying on high alert right now. That does include Owatonna, Albert Lee, and Austin. It's back over in Fort Dodge. The main area of rotations on the southeast side of Fort Dodge right now. It's going to be crossing over Quail Avenue here in just a moment. So really strong winds moving through there right now. We'll keep an eye on that. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, have another mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. This one is for basically Iowa as well as parts of northern Missouri and southern Minnesota. The greatest QLCS tornado threat is in northern Iowa, basically the area we're looking at right now. Outside of that, most of our storms have gone outflow dominant. You can see a very large outflow boundary right now just south of Fort Dodge. Tornadoes up to 125 miles an hour are still possible where we do have a tornado threat, and damaging winds to 80 miles an hour as well.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. And so if you live anywhere in this area, that is where we're looking at for significant damaging winds, large hail, and the risk of a few tornadoes over the next few hours. We currently have 10 tornado warnings, and it is almost 10 o'clock. This is pretty crazy to have 10 tornado warnings this late at night. It's really important, though, if you have any friends or family here, that you're sharing the stream with them. We're going to be live covering this outbreak here that's happening. Very significant tornado threat and wind threat is going all through central, northern Iowa, and southern Minnesota right now. This is live in Fort Dodge, where the winds have gotten even more intense over the last few minutes. There is a tornado warning here, and there has been at times some indications that we've had a tornado. And so this is a pretty dangerous storm right now, moving right through Fort Dodge. If you do live in Fort Dodge, we should be taking shelter, or at least staying in our safe place right now as this storm continues to pass through. And I'm moving the camera around. I was trying to see if we could see anything else. I'll go back and put that on the bottom right side of your screen. Kevin over here in Wesley says, not how I wanted to meet you. They're in a tornado warning in Wesley. It's probably not the best way to meet me. Getting very ominous over here. Algona is west of us. I'm seeing the light show. Stay safe over there in Crystal Lake. How are we doing here? You're not really doing too good right now. I mean, we got a confirmed tornado off to your west. Near Seneca City. How likely is there a tornado dropping here? Well, I mean, we just had a tornado, so I'd say it's basically certain that we've had a tornado over here. It was estimated via webcam, apparently, over there east of Armstrong. So there was a tornado up there via some sort of webcam. This is a QLCS spam of tornadoes right now. Gina is saying, calm before the storm. Brian says, waiting for the storm. Thank you. No problem. Grab a 6-pack and a lawn chair. Got a tornado coming over there in Haas. Where's the Wizard of Oz? I mean, we actually might have two different areas. If we look at radar right now, this is where we had a confirmed tornado. There's a small little couplet there. There's another one up near Vincent. It is along the outflow boundary, so it's a little hard to tell whether it is legitimate tornadic rotation or not, but there are two different areas of rotation heading towards Woolstock and Webster City. Dalton says they're watching from bed. Well, you should get out of your bed and go to your storm shelter, wherever it might be.
A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter.
I don't recommend being in your bed right now in Webster City. We have a new confirmed tornado warning for Buffalo Center, Wesley, Britt, Duncan, Miller, and Fertile. We need to be taking shelter now if we're in this confirmed tornado warning. Get to the most interior room of your armor building. This is for Algona once again. Emergency management is confirming a tornado. We just had somebody say this is not the best way to meet you, sort of thing. And yeah, you're now possibly being hit by a tornado right now. So you need to be taking shelter. If you are in this tornado warning, this is a very dangerous storm and a very dangerous line of thunderstorms that is continuing to drop tornadoes left and right. This could be the tornado right here in Wesley, by the way. That's right next to where that person just talked to me about. Wait, what? There actually might be a tornado right there in Wesley. Where was this person? I gotta go back to the last 30 minutes. Yeah, this person here in Wesley. This might be the worst. I hate to say it, man. Hopefully Kevin's all right, but man, this guy's literally meeting me as if he's probably being hit by a tornado right now, or it's at least on the north side of the town here. This is likely a tornado debris signature from that tornado. This is the least ideal way to meet me. What's the threat level for me? It's pretty high right now. You are in the tornado warning currently. Over there in Bancroft. We got 2 confirmed tornado warnings up there. Back down here, Fort Dodge. We still have a strong area of rotation heading towards Duncombe. Velocities haven't updated yet. Person said they're watching for Webster City. And your area of rotation is heading right towards you right now. Velocities will update here in a second. Hey, Rosette for the super chat. You're doing a great job. Appreciate that. Shout out also to James for the $20 Venmo donation saying for Culver's. Appreciate that. My Culver's is almost here. Fun fact. Latest scan. Not seeing really a tightening, but there is still some strong rotation on that storm. Back up near Wesley. It looks like there might still be some debris being lofted up north of Wesley. It's coming up towards Britt right now. Holly's over in Britt. Stay safe there in Britt. Crystal Lake's right in the path of this too. So that tornado is going to be coming up right into you guys here over the next few minutes. We really got to be taking shelter if we are in this warning. Ideally, putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible. We also just got a new severe warning in Nebraska. We currently have double digits for both tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings. We have 20 severe warnings currently across the board in a very large area. And then we also have 10 tornado warnings currently, stretching all the way from southern Minnesota into central portions of Kansas. Got damaging winds everywhere right now. Most of the storms across Kansas are outflow dominant. And so the risk of tornadoes right now in Kansas is fairly low, but not zero. And then back over here near Seneca, this would probably be the one place where there's at least a low-end tornado potential. So we'll be keeping an eye out on that. Riley just issued a monster max discussion here. So this is a massive max discussion. What this is basically a little basically forecast discussion. It's kind of like a mesoscale discussion, but in our terms. Riley's put this out for Ames, Marshalltown, Cedar Rapids, Iowa City, Washington, Centerville, back into Mount Ayr, and Des Moines.
Tornado warning has been issued.
And this is going to be for a predominant outflow boundary is visible on both KOAX and KDMX, which are radar sites, indicating the tornado threat is quickly coming to an end across these areas, but damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour and large hail will continue. So that's mainly over there near Des Moines. Can't rule out a tornado, but the risk is definitely a little bit lower than before. We have a new tornado warning here over near Eagle Grove, Clarion, Dows, Pope Joy, and Dows. So if you're in this tornado warning, you need to take shelter and put as many walls between you from the outside as possible and get away from windows. This has been an area of rotation for quite some time now. And there's still a risk that we could get a tornado with any of this activity as it continues to move off to the north and east. This is live over in Webster, near Webster City. This is pretty close to where we did have a tornado a few minutes ago. You can see the wind picking up right now live. So this is live inside of that tornado warning near Duncombe, east of Fort Dodge. Hey, Shirley for the sewer chat. Thank you also Growlish for the sewer chat. Threat level for about 40 miles north of Twin Cities, Minnesota for tonight and tomorrow. Pretty low tonight, pretty low tomorrow. It's calming down a little bit now. Pretty strong there for a second. We'll have more cameras coming up over there east of Webster City once this area of storms gets over there here in just a few minutes. Main rotation right now is in Duncombe. What is Tornado Pagey doing? They're just like live in the bottom of your screen. They're just over there in Lincoln. There's a lot of lightning still out there, even in Lincoln right now. This is what it looks like out there in Lincoln. Looks like they're like taking a walk right now. They still have audio on. What are they doing? Are they still live on YouTube? There are people walking on this dirt road over here in Lincoln, or near Lincoln. There's still lightning on the horizon. Very confusing. I don't know what's going on here. A little mud stroll, if you will. Bob's Road stroll, if you will. I don't know if that was Shoal or not. Stroll Shoal. All right. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. I was going to talk about that outflow boundary real quick. We can see it basically everywhere from Fort Dodge all the way down on the radar. That is going to continue to produce a tornado threat until we see something a little bit like this. As soon as we see that gap between the outflow boundary and the mean precipitation core, we know that the tornado threat is basically over for these areas. So this is one area here that's still not really done. It could try and spin up a tornado if it does manage to reach back out to the outflow boundary. But the rest of this, it is pretty cooked. Once it throws out that cold air, there's no way to get the inbound winds that you need in order to have a tornado potential. But that's definitely not the case up here at the top of our bow echo, and that is why we do still have so many tornado warnings. We still have 4 tornado warnings in effect right now, and those are all up here in Iowa and Minnesota. So we're going to continue to see that tornado threat, and we may even start to see another tornado threat across these areas in southern Minnesota, where we've already had a few tornado warnings today as we see that second line of convection go through. Also, real quick, back down here in central Kansas, we are going to see another round of very heavy rain move across the same areas that have already seen as much as 8 inches of rain so far today. This is going to be a very significant flash flooding situation because they're not only going to see rain today, they're also going to see additional precipitation tomorrow as we see another line of severe thunderstorms stall over basically the same areas. So unfortunately, if you're in any of these areas inside the flash flood warnings that we did have in effect, it's going to only get worse over the next 2 days, and you need to be prepared to leave if you are in a low-lying area and need to seek higher ground to stay out of those floodwaters.
Hey, Riley, for the update. So, guys, I got DoorDash, right? I got a soda. I got like a normal Culver's meal. Instead of a straw, I didn't get a straw. No straw. Not even in the bag, nowhere. I got a spoon. So they expect me, DoorDash expects me to use this spoon and drink my soda that way. I'm going to give it a try. All right. This is a terrible idea. And it's not even the right soda. It's freaking Coca-Cola instead of Diet Coke. Bro, how hard is it to be right at DoorDash? Like, dude, it's not even the right soda. It's Coke. I don't like Coke. I like Diet Coke. Goodness gracious. All right. Going back over to radar. Once again, we still have 2 confirmed tornado warnings right now in northern Iowa. We have 6 tornado warnings total right now. Crystal Lake, Forest City. We do have a tornado coming towards you guys just off to the north of Wesley. If you guys are in this area, we need to be taking shelter and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible and get away from windows as the storm continues to move off to the north and northeast. Not seeing a debris signature on radar anymore, but if there was to still be a tornado right now, it's going to move into Crystal Lake and Forest City over the next few minutes. Back over near Sweet City and Layard, not seeing anything definitively from the radar site near Des Moines. Let me see this radar site. Yeah, this is in a large radar hole, so it's hard to tell if we still have a tornado here near Sweet City and Layard. If we do have one, it will be moving to Elmore and then Blue Earth in Minnesota. Frost is also in the path of this, so if you guys live there near Blue Earth or Frost, we should be taking shelter right now and put as many walls between you from the outside. Further down to the south near Eagle Grove and Dow's, this is the area that I've been the most concerned about for a while. The outflow boundary is getting really out in front of this line, so hopefully that continues and it will lower the tornado risk. With that said, there is still a possibility of a spin-up tornado within this line. Still a low chance of a strong tornado near Webster City and Williams. So we're going to continue to keep an eye on those storms. And then everywhere else, as Riley was just talking about, mostly looking at damaging winds. We just had a 72-mile-per-hour wind gust measured over in Red Oak from a personal weather station. So this has been a pretty intense line of thunderstorms. Now, I'm like 99% sure this is literally Coke. I'm going to take off the lid here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I don't like how, like, these DoorDash companies, they put like this weird little paper lid on top and it's like hard to rip off. We have a new tornado warning in Minnesota. This one will be near Albert Lee, Alden, and Conger. This tornado warning here is pretty premature, in my opinion. Not like premature as in it's bad. It's just early. So this they're kind of giving an early heads up here. If you live over here near Albert Lee, Alden, and Wells, you don't have to seek shelter at this exact moment, but you should be getting ready to take shelter over in Albert Lee, Alden, and as well as Wells and any surrounding areas. We did have a tornado report near Armstrong not too long ago at 9:28 p.m. It's actually getting pretty windy again over near Webster City. This is a live shot in Webster City. This is inside of the southern tornado warning just outside of Fort Dodge. And there will be some more cameras coming up here in a second over near I-35. And near I-35, it's about to get pretty windy with incoming potential tornado threat, but definitely a significant damaging wind threat right now. Got some people tuning in from near this tornado warning in Clarion. Ellie says sirens are going off. That was at about almost 30 minutes ago now. Let me filter these locations to the last 15 minutes. Berkeley says, I just moved here from Ames, and you're under a tornado warning. It's a great way to move. Dalton says, we got out of bed. W. Spencer says, we're prepared here. Thanks for the helpful info. No problem at all. If anybody else is closer to this. Celia says, the anticipation is killing me. Okay. God. Bro, what is going on? Some of these need to, some of you guys now chill out with these locations. These messages. Thank you, Joe, for the super chat. So disappointing to get a Coke when you expect a Diet Coke with Feel the Pain. I know, it's like one of the worst things going. Getting the wrong soda is low-key one of the worst things that can happen. At least when you, like, you know, drink like Diet Coke instead of Coke or vice versa. It's all kind of the same thing. Somebody in the chat just said there's a lot of lightning flashes over in Minneapolis. I bet. By the way, guys, we do have officially cheese curds. Cheese curds are a bad thing for those that are wandering in the weather space. This is almost always, every time I eat them, the next day or sometime in the next like few days, really bad weather happens. It can sometimes be instant, so hopefully that's not the case today, but it's a little theory. By the way, most of our severe thunderstorm warnings, if we go ahead and go over to the outlooks right now, are enhanced risk of severe weather. Most of our storms are in the eastern half of that. So the good news, not yet, but in about an hour, most of our storms will be outside of the enhanced risk of severe weather, which is where that greatest threat currently resides.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
The bad news is that this area of storms is still very significant. As you can see, there's still 8 tornado warnings. We just got a new tornado warning for those that are over here near Williams. Let me take off the weather alerts here. We got a new tornado warning here for the Williams area. Webster City, Williams, and north of Story City. If you are in this tornado warning, you need to take shelter now and put as many walls between you from the outside as possible and get away from windows. Camera is also included in this. Dalton got out of bed. I would agree with that. Good thing you got out of bed. Not windy there over in Alden yet. And Spencer says we're prepared. Got a little bit of rotation right now over in Webster City, and that's going to go right along the northern edge of this tornado warning. It's kind of right along the outflow boundary, so it's hard to tell whether this will produce a tornado or not, but definitely prepare now and take shelter if you are in the red polygon for Hamilton, Hardin, and Webster counties. We no longer have any tornado warnings between Gardner and Belmont. Going towards Rockwell and Sheffield. All right, Riley just gave me the 10-month membership and said, hey, Max, have you taken those tomatoes out of your fridge yet, or have they been in there since December? This is a true story, by the way. There was a box of tomatoes in my fridge from December. So for 5 months, I was not made aware that there were tomatoes in there. I had no clue. It was like a weird drawer that I never opened. And this was from somebody that came here back in like early December or late November and had like a bunch of extra food, so they gave it to me. And I don't eat tomatoes. I actually hate tomatoes. And so they put those tomatoes in there and they put it in the worst place possible. They're not there anymore, by the way. They are gone, all right? But they were there for a while. I had no clue, all right? In my fairness, I had no clue. If I knew sooner, I would have gotten rid of them. Those tomatoes are still there. They're not there. Hey, they are gone. I can confirm. Next time Riley's here, you can confirm that too. They are officially gone. Thank you, Blue Bear, for the super chat. You're banned from eating cheese curds? I'm afraid not. What color were they? You don't even want to know. It was bad. It was really bad. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't realize how bad it was. Hey, Lindsay, for becoming a member. Tomatoes are tasty. I like ketchup. I hate normal tomatoes. I don't have it on burgers or anything. I'm not a fan of tomatoes whatsoever. I don't know why. I just began putting lettuce on my burgers recently, so I guess that's kind of a new step in the right direction for being healthy. Tracy over here in Forest City just said it's dead still. There actually might be a tornado off to your north right now. Near Leland and Lake Mills, there's a little tightening here in northern Iowa. There could be a tornado right now just off to your northwest. So I would definitely be taking shelter if you've not already. I'm assuming you already have, but in case you have not, take shelter. Because there could be a tornado directly to your north right now. You're very much a child. I started eating ranch recently too. Pretty good. I'll eat, like, I've had lobster tails and stuff. Like, I don't know. I feel like I've kind of diversified my palate a little bit. Hey, Greg, for the super chat from Colorado, seeing family out east, currently staying in Falls City, Nebraska. Are we okay? Most of Nebraska for tonight is done. Most of it, not all of it. Falls City is one of those places that's not done, but it is mainly just going to be a low-end damaging wind threat with this line of thunderstorms. Tomorrow looks really concerning. As a reminder, we did not have a moderate risk of severe weather today. We do tomorrow. We have a level 4 out of 5 moderate risk of severe weather for Salina, that part of Nebraska near Falls City, just west of Kansas City, and a giant enhanced risk all the way into Iowa and back into Oklahoma, and a giant slight risk too. Tomorrow's tornado threat, in my opinion, is way more concerning, has a much higher ceiling if storms can stay discreet. There is a real risk of EF3 plus tornadoes in this hatched area right here. I do think we have a very high chance of having a tornado outbreak tomorrow. Giant hail, probably softball-sized hail, will be happening tomorrow afternoon across Kansas, Nebraska, Iowa, and Missouri. And then significant damaging winds will also be possible. But yeah, guys, tomorrow's a day that we got to be really watching the channel, staying tuned for the latest updates, because tomorrow could easily end up being an outbreak of tornadoes and very large hail and even some damaging winds to go along with it. I'm personally concerned that tomorrow will be an outbreak, though. I'm pretty sure we'll have a video tomorrow morning talking about it, by the way. So if you need like a forecast on it, we have one today, but we'll have a more detailed one tomorrow morning at like 6 a.m. Central Time, preluding our live stream, or the precursor to our live coverage tomorrow. I do believe there is a tornado right now near Forest City, Iowa. Waiting for another radar scan, but probably a spin-up tornado in this line right now. The HRRR and most models right now have storms initiating right around 2 to 3 o'clock. So we'll probably be live earlier than today. We'll be live tomorrow by as early as 2 Central Time. It'll be an early start time, it looks like. Hey, Poplar for the super chat. They also, Ken for the super chat. We had a tornado come right through our property 3 weeks ago in Roseville, Illinois. 5 trees were ripped from the middle, and trampoline gone and sheds gone. Will Roseville, Illinois be in the crosshairs tomorrow? You are. I wouldn't say it's as much of a tornado risk, but we definitely have a pretty elevated risk of wind tomorrow, late afternoon and evening. Jackie with the super chat says we should start a quote-unquote fill-in radar holes initiative and build Dopplers and notorious radar holes in Tornado Alley. It's not as easy as it sounds, because even if we did that, it costs millions and millions of dollars. Like, it costs a lot to do that. So if you want to go out there and fill up a bunch of radar holes, it will cost a lot. And that's just for some of the basic radars that only go maybe 20, 30 miles away from your location. Hey, Tony for the super chat. I didn't even know that. I might have to check that out. As Riley had with his max discussion, I'm not seeing a whole lot of rotation with this southern line of thunderstorms here west of Des Moines. Most of these storms have become outflow dominant, which a lot of the time leads to more of just a damaging wind risk rather than a tornado threat. So we're not seeing anything too crazy right now off to the west of Des Moines. It is a little bit of a different story over near the Webster City area, where conditions are going to be deteriorating and they will lead to a more elevated tornado risk here soon. This is a couple of different live shots here, pretty close to where our tornado warnings are located. As live out there and just southeast of Fort Dodge. Storms have already moved through the Fort Dodge area here over the last few minutes. There's also a live camera over there in Boone that we're keeping an eye on. There's actually a railway camera here in Boone, and Boone's about to get hit by some really significant damaging winds here in a few minutes. We'll be keeping an eye out on that. And then right along the interstate west of Des Moines, the worst of this severe weather is currently moving through right now. Mainly looking at a damaging wind threat. Looking to see if we can see any of that wind right now. Here's a decent view. You got some gusty winds right now along Interstate 80 between Des Moines and Anita. I wouldn't say this is anywhere near severe levels, at least from what we're seeing here. The severe thunderstorm warnings west of Des Moines are going to be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So we don't have anything here beyond 60 miles per hour south of where our tornado warnings are located. Aside from this one over here near Shenandoah, which is a little bit more intense near Red Oak. This is kind of a separate line of thunderstorms that's developed. They're all kind of merged into one line now, but this is a little bit separate from the other stuff off to the north. And this is where we've had much more significant damaging winds over the last couple hours. We actually had a 72-mile-per-hour wind gust north of Red Oak earlier. We have somebody tuning in from Clarinda saying, how does the weather look for my location the rest of the night? You're about to get hit in about 40 minutes with a pretty intense line of thunderstorms. That's not the best news that you want to hear, but you're going to get pretty hard probably by damaging winds here soon. Over in central Kansas, we have four different severe thunderstorm warnings, mostly with $1/4 to $1/2 sized hail and damaging winds up to about 65, 70 miles per hour. The most intense area of thunderstorms currently is just north of Great Bend. Drew says, "Am I cooked tonight?" I don't think you're cooked tonight. The flooding risk is really significant right now. Riley's talked about this quite a bit on our live stream here, but the flooding risk continues to get worse and worse over here near Otis. I mean, we have a ton of rain that has been falling here. This is the last 24 hours of rainfall here across this part of Kansas near Durant and Wilson. And as of right now, radar's estimating about 8 inches almost of rain that has fallen in this area. And for reference, this is at least a 1 in 200 year flooding event that is taking place near Durant, Wilson, all the way up here towards Slavian Grove near Interstate 70. So a very rare flooding event is taking place right now here in central Kansas. And that's not happening really anywhere else, by the way. It's only central Kansas. I'm not seeing that anywhere else. We did talk about this on today's video, that there would be a more elevated risk of flash flooding down here. And it is, in fact, happening as we speak. We have a update. The tornado warning this large tornado warning
This
has
is
been
an
continuing
urgent
as
alert.
confirmed.
A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
And there's another one. So we got a new confirmed tornado warning here. Still have a tornado in progress. Emergency management is confirming a tornado near Forest City. That's going to be right up here near Leland. So you need to take shelter now if you're in this tornado warning. That rotation is going to be going into Lake Mills, northward, Kensett, Manly, Grafton. You guys are all on the path right now of a confirmed tornado that is currently moving off to the east-northeast. So again, Forest City was just hit by a tornado just moments ago. It's over there in Leland where that rotation is probably the tightest. I would say where our tornado is probably going to be right there just north of Forest City. Noah is just north of that tornado and saying Scarville, Iowa location, some wind and lightning, no signs of any other weather right now. So they're just off to the north of where that tornado is located. Are we going to get hit? You're going to get hit over there in Mason City. This guy's name is Help, I'm Scared. There's no reason to be scared. It's not that deep. This is, again, a line of thunderstorms. It's going to produce 60 to 80 mile per hour winds and also a possible tornado threat, but it's not that high. It's not as high as earlier. This isn't going to be like what we saw earlier with the giant tornado in central Nebraska. Like, that's not the kind of intensity these tornadoes are at. Regardless, though, it will still produce damage if you do get hit by one. So that's why you got to be staying weather aware right now. Hey, Riley, for the $10 super chat saying the chill and I have been talking. Send help. We don't know what to do. I don't know what that means. They called for becoming a member. How's the Twin Cities? Right now, the Twin Cities are doing okay. We got some strong thunderstorms rolling through, but nothing severe, which is always good to see. We just got a new tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be a pretty large one over here. It's a very early warning, but giving you an early heads up if you're in Adams, Osage, Charles City, and Lisle for 60 mile per hour winds. There's also a tornado possible tag on this. So they're issuing that warning well ahead of time, so you have a little bit extra time to prepare over here in northern Iowa and very far southern portions of Minnesota. Tornado Pagey needs a tow. Did they get stuck in mud? Is that what happened? Is that why they're out here? I don't know why they're parked out here. Like, I would assume they would have moved by now. Oh, they were helping somebody that got stuck. Gotcha. Okay. I gotta say, I'd be kind of surprised if their truck got stuck. Our outflow boundary near Des Moines is almost reaching Des Moines now. You can see the giant outflow boundary right here. From Greenfield and west of Creston all the way up here towards I-35. It is a giant outflow boundary. The highest tornado threat is going to definitely be up in here where we have a large Boeing segment. And as long as that continues, we will have a more elevated risk of tornadoes happening in far northern Iowa and far southern Minnesota for at least the next 1 to 2 hours. So still a pretty dangerous situation over here when it comes to our tornado threat. From Shenandoah, somebody says, we're prepared all day. We were getting ready for the storm. Max is the best. Appreciate that. We got 60-mile-per-hour winds now. This warning was downgraded. It was at 70. It's back down to 60, but not nearly as intense. Anybody tuning in from Des Moines right now? I know we got a few people on here tuning in. If you live in Des Moines, I think we're looking at about an hour for arrival, maybe about 30 minutes, actually. This outflow boundary is moving pretty quickly, so I'd say about 30, 45 minutes until the arrival of that outflow boundary. Lindsay says, can we go to bed in northern Wisconsin? You can go to bed. Thanks, Stephen, for the super chat. Does Connor Croft want to eat tornadoes for dinner on Monday in Kansas? There will probably be several tornadoes tomorrow. Look at the lightning, bottom right. Tornado Pagey and Bryce Shelton there on the bottom right. They're in Nebraska. They're not even that close to this severe storm over here. Like, they're still a good 30 miles to the west, and they have a crazy lightning show over there. It's pretty wild out there. We do have some new photos and videos that you guys have sent in from today's storms. Lincoln, Nebraska has had some crazy videos and photos of modest clouds and lightning and a lot of other stuff. This is a photo from Sarpy County. This is actually, it looks like a funnel cloud or a bowl right here. This is over here just outside of Omaha. A few hours ago when we had a tornado warning in Omaha. It might have been the remnant area of rotation. Lincoln's had some really cool shots tonight of lightning too. Luke says SVC downgraded to enhanced, not moderate risk now. It's a moderate risk tomorrow. Today was never a moderate risk. Today was always an enhanced risk of severe weather. If you guys do have any photos and videos, QR code's on your screen. You can also type in reports.maxvelocitywx.com to your browser. We have some other people that sent in photos and videos. Some of them are being approved right now, so be reaching out. Or we'll be approving those here in just a few minutes. Today could have easily been a moderate risk. I think it could have been, but there was a real legitimate thing where, like, this was going to upscale quickly into a line of thunderstorms. I would have supported a moderate risk for damaging winds. I would have definitely supported that. Tornadoes, I wouldn't, just because the storms could have upscaled really quickly.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning in Minnesota. That will be for those in Mitchell and Mower counties. Right along Mitchell County, Iowa, and Mower County in Minnesota. This is a really early tornado warning as well. I do want to really stress for those that are tuning in from Riceville, Osage, or Lisle in this pink polygon or red polygon that you should be taking shelter soon. You don't have to get there right at this exact moment, but you should be getting there within the next really 5 to 10 minutes as this area of rotation is going to quickly be coming up towards you guys here. Not really seeing anything too strong, but we got a little bit of rotation near Lake Mills. That's going to be coming up into you guys. We're in a very large radar hole, so I would anticipate that most of this activity will be tornado warned. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if we got a tornado warning going up towards Wells and New Richland here in a minute, as there's a little bit more rotation developing here that could also produce the risk of a tornado crossing over 109 and 22 here soon. As a little bit stronger of rotation, at least from what we're seeing on this radar site here near Wells. You can kind of see it from that other radar site. There's definitely some red and greens that are kind of converging with each other. Chris is about to get hit by possibly a tornado. Over in Albert Lee, we got people saying sirens are going off. They're going to their basement. James, that's just kind of crazy timing. Are we cooked here in Albert Lee? I wouldn't say you're cooked. Definitely, I would definitely be taking shelter. Damaging winds should be the biggest concern, but there is a risk that we could see some tornadoes embedded in this lineup here. Whoever was stuck, by the way, it looks like they got unstuck. on the bottom right. Pretty crazy view of satellite imagery right now. Look at these storms over the last hour. They are just absolutely massive. This is an explosion of storms. And if you live in Wichita, Kansas, you can't even see clouds right now. Columbia, very little cloud cover too. The clouds are all they're all racing to the north and northeast, which is why we have this train and line of thunderstorms that is stretching from Kansas back into Minnesota and Wisconsin. It is quite literally crazy how like you can barely see anything down here near Wichita. You might be able to see the lightning on the horizon. You would have to really look far to the north, but pretty crazy stuff. And as a reminder, that you can look at this inside of the free Weatherfront app. It's free to download. It is the top link in the description below. It's only on iOS right now, but it'll be coming to Android in early June, and then desktop around Memorial Day weekend, which is less than a week away right now. So that's pretty exciting. And so if you have Android, you'll at least be able to look at this on desktop here soon. And if you want a free trial of the advanced mode, which gives you, access to a bunch of the other satellite data and some of the extra radar imagery too, that's, not in the base app, there is a free trial link in the chat. It is a pinned message. You can click on that and get a 1-week free trial of all the advanced features, which are pretty cool. And very soon in the Weatherfront app, you'll be able to just go into the app and submit your location without having to do it through the this QR code in the website. So that'll be pretty cool. But if you want to comment on this app right now, you just got to scan the QR code, which I'll put on the screen if I can find it right here. So QR code. There's also a bit.ly link here. There's also a link in the description. Storm reports on Weatherfront. There are storm reports. Yeah, all these little storm reports that you guys can see here, those are all inside of Weatherfront. We have a semi that was tipped over as of 9:34 p.m. on the southwest side of Fort Dodge. So Fort Dodge was hit by a pretty significant area of wind just a moment ago. Not ideal. Not ideal. We have wind really intensifying right now back over here in Cedar Lake. This is inside of our tornado warning, where we do have a confirmed tornado warning. Sorry, Clear Lake. Clear Lake in Iowa is getting hit pretty hard right now, as a possible tornado is going to be just off to the north here of Clear Lake. The wind intensifying. Got a semi getting off at the exit here. How's it going, Paige and Bryce? Thanks for the raid. Shout out to Paige and Bryce. Let them get somebody unstuck a few minutes ago. Were you guys getting somebody unstuck a few minutes ago? Thank you, Casey, for the super chat. Thank you so much, or saying thank you so much, Max. You help me keep my son safe in Fort Dodge while I'm at work in Ames, Iowa. No problem at all. I appreciate you tuning in. And that's inside, again, this confirmed tornado warning right now. The strongest area of rotation is going to be located just north of Clear Lake. We got really 3 or 4 different areas. They're all just kind of hard to tell because we're so far away from the radar site here. But Manly, Grafton, Kensett, Northwood, we should be taking shelter for a potential tornado risk right now as this line of thunderstorms continues to move northeast.
A new tornado
there was a
warning
report
has been issued.
Near Crystal Lake that reports a power line sparking and flashing happened from a tornado over here not too long ago. We also had a confirmed report of a tornado in Wesley from emergency management. And we just got a new tornado warning here for Rockwell, Mason City, and Portland, with another area of rotation tightening up there near Birchinell going towards Norris Springs. So we need to take shelter if we're in this warning and put as many walls between you from the outside as possible as that goes towards Rude. Hey, Callus for the super chat. Lilia says, what is a threat tonight for southwestern Wisconsin? Should be pretty low. Mainly a damaging wind threat, low tornado risk. I had somebody ask in the chat, can I go to bed here in Des Moines? You can go to bed. Again, just have ways to receive weather alerts. If you're in a mobile home and you need to get to a sturdy structure, though, I would definitely be staying up just in case you do end up going under a more significant severe warning. I think the main concern for Des Moines right now is going to be 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Fairly low tornado risk as of now. Spencer says, hooray for outflows. Yeah, tornado risk right now for the Williams area and Ellsworth is definitely a little bit lower for the time being. Berkeley said the winds are picking up in Davis about 6 minutes ago. Sirens keep going off. In Dows, are we still in Kansas? You're in Iowa, sir. Got a lot of people tuning in from Mason City right now. If you're in Mason City, we got to be taking shelter. All right, there's rotation to your north and south. We got one in Birchnell. We got one right here north of Clear Lake. Are we safe staying in apartments? You should go to the lowest floor in the most interior room if possible. If not, just get into the most interior room of your apartment. Ideally a bathroom, bathtub. I want to get the mattress off the bed too, just in case. Or at least a helmet on. Is Mason City cooked, chat? What do you guys think? Is Mason City cooked? Toby's wondering. I don't think you're cooked. Stay in your safe place. Will a warning get issued for Ames? Probably a severe warning. I don't know about a tornado warning. Hey, Jacob for the super chat. How would one seriously partner with a pro storm chaser and tag along for an intercept one day? I don't know if you're asking like how you'd ride along with a storm chaser or become a storm chaser. I don't know which one you're asking about. To be with a storm chaser is definitely a little bit more difficult. At least one of the more experienced people. Because most of them don't do like chasing tours or anything like that. This is over here just north of Mason City. Actually, no, this is in Mason City. Excuse me. This is in Mason City right now live. Wind is starting to pick up here. Possible tornado off to the north of town. You can see the lightning at the top of your screen. Mr. with the super chat says, are we good in Waterloo? Am I safe to go to bed, or are we going to be in some trouble? I think you guys in Waterloo are probably going to be okay. I mean, you can go to bed, just have ways to receive alerts. I really recommend, if you do plan on going to bed here soon, to get Max Alert. That's where I give you a phone call if you're under a tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm warning. A lot of you guys have signed up for it. It can be one of those things that can be the difference between you waking up from a tornado warning and not. So if you want to check out Max Alert, there's a link down below. It's maxalert.net. Look at the wind here in Mason City. It's really picking up now. But it can be a little bit extra peace of mind. It's one of those extra ways to receive weather alerts tonight. Hey, FN for the super chat. Will Rake, Iowa be okay? Where's Rake, Iowa at?
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Hawk with the super chat says, where is the go to bed line? I'll do the line time here in a second. We do have a new tornado warning here. That's gonna be over near Orchard, Norris Springs, Colwell, and Rockford. It's a little early for a tornado warning here. They're just kind of issuing it early so you get to your safe place. It's a very fast-moving line of thunderstorms, too. But if you live in Osage, Riceville, north of Charles City, we got to be taking shelter. This is going to be for Floyd and Mitchell counties. Rotation currently is definitely a little bit on the stronger side of things on the south side of Mason City. There's a little tightening there. So there could be a tornado right now trying to drop. This is live in Mason City. There's also rotation on the north side of Mason City right now. This is live in downtown Mason City on one of the traffic cameras. So the winds have been pretty strong here for the last few minutes. It's actually another live shot in Mason City, too. You can see the wind from here, too. Somebody just said to check their message south of Ames near Huxley with the super chat. Longshare and Dr. Pepper is ready for the wind. Nice. How bad are we going to get hit? I wouldn't say it's going to be too bad, but damaging winds should be the main concern. The storms right now near Iowa Falls are mostly outflow dominant, so the risk of a tornado down here is a lot lower right now. It's not zero, but it's definitely lower. I would expect a new severe warning for Parkersburg, Hampton, Iowa Falls, Eldora here in a few minutes. Probably going to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds, maybe a tornado possible tag. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for those in Des Moines. So Des Moines, you guys are now under a severe warning. We're looking at a risk of 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Hail risk is pretty low as of right now. If you live anywhere there near Des Moines, you gotta get ready. Somebody just said I had Culver's yesterday. Congratulations. Do I need a parachute? Yes, you do. How people tune in here from Des Moines. Thanks, weather nerd. Call me a nerd. That's what any girl I've ever talked to in a relationship sense has said I'm a nerd. I'm not a nerd. I don't think meteorologists are nerds. Hey, Lori for the super chat. What about Kansas? Or is it all clear? Kansas is not all clear, but we're mostly looking at wind at this point. Low hail threat. I had somebody ask for a line time, so let's do a little line time. All right, we're going to give you an idea of where you can go to bed safely tonight versus where you can't. Here's the line. Now, if you live north and west of that line right there, there is a much more significant risk of severe weather again tomorrow. So do not, completely zone out on the severe weather because there's another big risk here tomorrow. We got a moderate risk of severe weather in place.
This is an urgent alert.
So it's going to be a really significant day.
Seek shelter immediately.
We have another confirmed tornado warning. That one's going to be back up here. Actually, over near Mason City, guys. We have a confirmed tornado here. So tornado was just confirmed outside of Mason City near Portland in Cerro Gordo County. This is also confirmed by emergency management north of Rockwell. This is just south of Mason City, moving northeast, going into Portland and North Springs. So you need to be taking shelter right now. If you are in Mason City, if you've not already, put as many walls between you from the outside as possible and get away from windows. This is also heading towards Rudd, Rockford, Orchard. There's a few other locations that are going to be in the path of this as well. We had several cameras inside of this tornado warning on the bottom of your screen here. There's actually one that might be facing it a little bit more here. They moved this camera. This is in Cerro Gordo County. Comes the wind here. It's starting to pick up now. Tornado's gonna be really close to this camera, by the way. If there's a tornado, it actually might hit this camera. This is right on US Highway 18. And so this tornado is gonna cross right over it. This is where emergency management just confirmed a tornado. Huge lightning. Huge shout out to FN for the $50 super chat. Winnebago County is where Rake, Iowa is. Where is Winnebago County? Oh, up here. And there are a couple tornadoes possibly on the ground. I don't think it's anything too concerning. I mean, if there's a tornado, it's not going to be that strong. I will say right now, over here near Winnebago County, and I'm talking anywhere up here near Mason City, there is a pretty strong area of rotation southeast of Manly, lining up with a few different radar sites. That rotation's actually pretty strong. So there's a tornado right now going by that camera in Mason City. There's another one also just south of Grafton. And then further off to the north, there could be other tornadoes up there too. But this camera, we believe, has a tornado nearby. The camera's going crazy here. Hey, Eel for the $10 super chat. I'm a nerd and I can test. We nerds are the best. I agree. It is really windy out here. What are you eating? Eating Culver's French fries. Gotta refuel. Hey, first to the super chat. Sign up for Max Alert. Thanks for what you guys do. You're not a nerd. I agree. It's hard to tell what's going on that camera, but that tornado would be passing right by it right now. Camera's located literally right where that rotation went, so actually it'd be right about here. But either way, it's basically right next to where there would be a tornado, which was just confirmed by emergency management. It's heading up towards Norris Springs now. And then just southeast of Manly, that's also where we have a pretty strong area of rotation there going up towards Grafton and Osage. What weather app I'm using? I'm using Weatherfront. You can download Weatherfront with the top link in the description. On iOS, if you want a free trial to their advanced mode as well, there's a link in the chat. What's the most tornado warnings in one storm that you've ever live streamed? I mean, the most tornadoes we've had at one singular time was 30. That's the most we've ever peaked at. And that happened last year on the Lake City Tornado Day. We just had a late report of an 82-mile-per-hour wind gust over in Etherville Airport at about 10 o'clock tonight. I also got some damage out there of some tree limbs that have been broken over there. Fort Dodge had a semi-truck that was flipped over, unfortunately, from the really strong winds. We are back down to 9 severe warnings and 6 tornado warnings, so that's at least a little bit more reassuring than what we've had earlier. The bulk of our tornado warnings are all up near the Iowa and Minnesota border. They did not issue a new tornado warning near Heartland or New Richland, for at least the time being. There is a slightly stronger area of rotation southeast of Albert Lee that is going to track up towards probably Austin. So if you live over there in Austin, we should be getting ready right now. Jimbo says, am I going to live? You will live. Just stay in your safe place whenever you get into a warning. Should I be concerned? And Jacob also says, Austin will not get hit hard. Trust. Well, I don't know about that, man. If you're in Austin, I would just be ready. I wouldn't be concerned, but definitely a low tornado risk coming up towards you guys right now. Somebody just said in the chat, the semi that flipped over by Fort Dodge looked to be a livestock semi. You mean Esterville? What did I say? I thought I said Esterville. Got somebody tuning in from Osage saying the sirens are going off. Hopefully we're not cooked, boys. Oh my goodness, we got shame. We have shame underneath the overpass. Somebody's parking under the overpass inside of this tornado warning. We got to get the billboards going. We need to start finding billboards. Places I can put billboards. That's what we got to be doing. This guy is parked under the overpass. What a silly goose. I don't know how many people there are. There's at least 1 or 2 people underneath that overpass there. It's on US Highway 18 at Thrush Avenue. How many times are we going to see this? There's a lot of lightning here. I don't know who's controlling the camera, but they're moving it everywhere. We do have a few more photos and videos that you guys have sent in to us from today's storms. This is a photo from Sam. Cat is very locked in listening to Riley's report. It's over in Georgia. W. This is a photo from Cherokee County, Iowa of a tornado. Look at that, guys. This is a tornado that we did not see on today's stream. And Cherokee County. That was quite the tornado there. Here's Thayer County, Nebraska. After a tornado went through, these are old cart sheds that have been damaged. So we got some tornado damage over here in Thayer County, Nebraska. It's been quite the day there in Nebraska. This is in Pocahontas County, Iowa. I believe this is lightning of some sort. Yeah, just a long lightning video. Pretty much just a black screen the entire time, but some lightning there. It's in Pocahontas County in Iowa of a tornado just outside of Pocahontas from this evening. And here's a photo from Lincoln County, Kansas. At least some dust being kicked up, possibly a tornado. I think that's probably just downburst damaging winds kicking up a lot of dirt and dust. Wait, that was a lightning video with a cone in the middle? What timestamp does it happen at? There's apparently a cone tornado in here somewhere. Oh, right there. Wait, all right, I saw it here at 10 seconds. Or was it? Right there. You guys see that? See that edge, like, just barely? I'm trying to pause it at the right time. It's just so hard. See the right edge right there where my line is. Is there a clear timestamp somewhere? Looks like a large tornado, though. That was a better shot. All right, that was about 18 seconds. Jeez. That's scary. Look at that right there. Wow. It's in Pocahontas County, Iowa tonight. That's a pretty large tornado right there. Wow. Was this the one that was near Fort Dodge? Yeah, this was near Fort Dodge. So there was a large tornado near Fort Dodge. That's a video of it. Trying to see if we have any other better shot of it. Yeah, right there too. 32 seconds in. That right there is the tornado from tonight over there at Fort Dodge. That was definitely a large cone. Wow. Crazy stuff. If you guys have any photos and videos, QR codes on your screen. You can also go to reports.maxvelocitywx.com. We are back to 13 severe thunderstorm warnings. The number has increased yet again. We have 5 tornado warnings. I think actually we're down to 4. The one over here near Boone and Story City, that one's going to be allowed to expire. So all of our tornado warnings right now are near the Iowa and Minnesota border. We have fire warnings down here near Ashland. So there's still fire warnings here. There's been a pretty major fire threat that's been going on here for a while. Can't really see it on satellite imagery right now. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning here in Kansas. I believe it's going to be one of these 3. Ellsworth and Lincoln counties were just issued into a severe warning for 2-inch sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So get ready if you're in Wilson and Ellsworth for an increasing hail risk. If you're in Salina, there will also be an increasing severe weather risk here over the next hour as these storms continue to push to the east. This looks a little bit contaminated, but this storm is attempting to rotate a little bit near Holly Road. I don't know if this is behind the outflow boundary or not. If I had to guess, it probably is. But if it's latched onto it, there could be a low tornado risk here over north of Little River in Kansas. So we will be keeping an eye out on that. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning also in northwestern Missouri. That one will be for 60-mile-per-hour winds. There's a tornado possible tag on this from Maryville. So still monitoring a low tornado risk. No longer any severe warnings between Salina and Falls City. So at least the significance of those storms down there is a little bit lower. Des Moines is under a severe thunderstorm warning right now for 60-mile-per-hour winds. That wind threat is now entering into Madrid near Earlham, and it's about to move into Winterset, St. Charles, and the west side of Des Moines here over the next 10 minutes or so. And this guy is still parked under an overpass inside of this confirmed tornado warning in northern Iowa. I don't know what we're doing here. There's no reason to be parked under an overpass right now. They're clearly not watching our stream. We got new video from Sarah. She was on our stream earlier. next to that tornado. This is the closest chaser to this tornado earlier. On the audio here. It's from central Nebraska on our stream earlier.
Here it comes. Ooh, I gotta go.
Ooh, I gotta go.
Whoa! Oh my God!
This is kind of scary close. I'm not gonna lie, that's kind of scary close to it.
Whoa! Oh, I really gotta go.
There goes parts of the buildings there on the left. Oh my, look at the end, guys. Look at this. I didn't even see this. She was on our stream earlier. Look at that right there. Look, can you guys even see it? Far left side of your screen, you see that? It's all debris. It's being picked up by this tornado. You barely see it coming in. You can't even really see it in the shot, but it's right there. That's scary. Got a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. This one's going to be across northeastern Iowa, southeast Minnesota, and southwestern Wisconsin. Primarily a damaging wind threat. Brief tornado is still possible. So the severe weather risk is, again, decreasing right now. Still got a severe weather risk in place, just not nearly as high as before. Camera's glitched out there on the bottom right. This is a time lapse of the tornado earlier as well. This is from Storm Chaser Jacob McMillan. Wow. That's just crazy. That is a wild view of that tornado there. Hey, Dylan, for the sewer chat, Kansas City tonight. Kansas City should be a pretty low-end threat of severe weather. Mainly an isolated, damaging wind threat. Hey, you, Clutch for becoming a Maximum Velocity member. Really appreciate that. Is that? I can't tell if that's a guy parked under an overpass or if that's just... I don't know what that is. This camera's really blurry. If they're still parked on our overpass, I don't know what's going on. The tornado warning was canceled for the Mason City area. We are back down we'll be back down in a moment, I believe, to 2 tornado warnings. They're going to allow the tornado warning for Mason City and Northwood to expire. We still have a tornado warning near Charles City. That rotation is still a bit on the stronger side of things. And then a little bit further to the north near Austin, there's actually a couplet there. I would honestly support a tornado warning for the northwest side of Austin. That looks like enough for a tornado warning to me. If you guys live in Austin, Minnesota, I'd be taking shelter right now. I would definitely support a tornado warning for this. There's a couplet right now on the west side of Austin, Minnesota. We actually have a viewer right next to it that did say, am I going to live? Again, I think you're going to be fine. Just take shelter. That rotation got a little bit tighter here on the latest scan. It's going to be moving right up into Lansing, Waltham, and Sargent. Latest scan, not nearly as tight, but there might have just been a brief tornado. Might even have one on the ground right now near Oakland. Any worries for the St. Louis area tomorrow? Mainly a wind threat there. They own for the super chat. Is Nashville in the clear? I would hope so. Oh, Nashville, Tennessee. You guys haven't even been close to storms today. Max alert? I would issue a max alert for this. Riley is the one that's doing them. I could do it, though. I think the rotation's already kind of weakening, but... Where does this go to? 10... Do like 1055. Yeah, I'd definitely support a tornado warning for this little area here. There you go. A little max alert action. Austin, Lansing, Brownsdale, Sargent, Waltham, Waltham, Walton. I don't know. I think it's Waltham. Tons of lightning on that camera. These storms are highly electrified. We got another viewer that just checked in from Austin. No message on that one. Was I live on April 26th of 2024? Yes. I was live for I was live, I think, for every single big severe weather event last year. I think this year, we've been live for most major severe weather events last probably 2.5 years now. Somebody just said in the chat, I'm more scared of Tuesday in St. Louis. I would agree with that. Yeah, Tuesday looks like the more concerning day for St. Louis. This is our outlooks for the next few days. So for tomorrow, we have a moderate risk of severe weather. That's a level 4 out of 5, or risk level 4 out of 5 here for Salina, north of Wichita, back up to Maryville, Missouri. Giant, slight, enhanced marginal threat of severe weather, covers over 50 million people here. Tuesday, we got a giant slight risk of severe weather all the way from New York into Texas. So we are expecting to be live tomorrow for sure, and then probably going to be live on Tuesday as well for severe weather coverage. If you are new to the channel, you need to make sure to subscribe and click the bell icon so you're notified with the latest updates. This is the risk of severe weather that is outlined for tonight. And we can match it up with the alerts. Most of our severe weather alerts are on the very eastern edge of our enhanced risk now. So most of them are starting to move into that slight risk of severe weather, where the risk of very significant storms is starting to at least decrease somewhat. Stop showing Texas. The potential scares me. Well, I mean, Texas isn't really at risk of much over the next couple days. Tuesday would be the main day for Texas, for sure. Des Moines about to get hit pretty hard by damaging winds here. Our surge of wind is on this leading line here. That is our outflow boundary, stretching from Orient all the way back up to Ames. So that damaging wind threat will be moving into Des Moines here over the next few minutes. Person said this tornado watch expires at 3 a.m. Really? Yes, it does, but it'll be canceled for your area sooner than that. And in my opinion, like where you are here near Earlham, I don't see a tornado risk at all. So I would be chilling. Watching Sky here in West Des Moines, hoping to sleep sometime soon. Yeah, you'll be able to sleep sometime soon. They actually just canceled the severe warning for Des Moines. So the wind has gotten so insignificant, they just canceled the warning here for Des Moines. But there will still be some gusty winds. Lawn chairs ready for Michael over there in Winterset. You become our new nightly show. Nice. Don't forget to do your laundry. Talking to me? Why is it so bright over there? Is that just a town? This is over at near Mason City. Very bright. Lilith says it's super windy over here and there's a ton of lightning over in Iowa Falls. How do we check in? You can scan this QR code or go to this link on your screen. It's case sensitive. You'll be able to do this inside of the Weatherfront app here pretty soon. Directly. Don't forget, if you want to get a free weather app that has a lot of cool features like what I've been using on stream, you can download Weatherfront on iOS. There's a link in the description, or at the top of the description. Writing a lot of more cool features here soon. We have a stronger area of rotation still near Orchard. The rotation here near Austin, not nearly as tight, but definitely still have some rotation here in Lansing. It's going to be approaching Waltham, Brownsdale, and Hayfield over the next few minutes, and Vernon. I have somebody checking in here from the east side of Austin saying quiet so far, keeping an eye out on the storm. And here I thought I was safe from the flying trampolines in Austin. Dylan says we love you. Who's we? Tim says, so I'm going to get hit. Yes, you'll be hit here pretty soon. We have a new tornado possible, severe thunderstorm warning. That one will be a pretty large one over here near New Hampton, Elma, Lime Springs, Cresco, Lawler, and as well as Riceville. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour winds with a tornado possible tag on it. The core will eventually be in the path of that. And if you live over there in western or southwestern portions of Wisconsin, you guys will eventually be at risk of severe weather as well. Got a lot of people tuning in from the Rochester area this evening. Got a lightning show over there in Rochester right now. No more tornadoes needed for Rochester. Yeah, I don't think Rochester's going to have much of a tornado risk, but we'll see. There is still some rotation right now near Austin, a little bit of rotation near Rose Creek. Our main area of rotation is down here still in Iowa. Basically 4 different areas right now that we're looking at. Max, this time don't explode your Coke. I do have regular Coke today because they didn't give me the right Coke at Culver's. Not Diet Coke, unfortunately. Where am I? I'm in Florida. How do I upload a picture to you? You go to reports.maxvelocitywx.com. This little QR code here, or the link on your screen. There's a link in the description as well. How's the Twin Cities? I think the Twin Cities are chilling tonight. Oh, we had new photos and videos. Never mind. Hey, you cheese the 19-month membership. Remember to do your laundry. What is up with the remember to do your laundry thing? Talking to me? I do my laundry all the time. I have some people asking what color shirt I'm going to wear tomorrow, and I have no clue. We might be rocking the black t-shirt tomorrow. Black Hook Echo t-shirt. Might be kind of fitting for tomorrow's severe weather setup. We should like wear colored t-shirts based off the risk of severe weather. Did I get my new mouse? I did. This mouse has worked today. It's I don't know if it's gonna last. I have the new mouse though. Where the heck did I put it? It's right here. I don't know why the wire's already undone. But yeah, I got my new mouse. It's not plugged in right now, but I got it on standby in case I need it. I'll have to get a better mouse anyway. This will be kind of just a backup. I do have 2 computers. Actually, I have 3 computers, so we run 2 for the live stream. We have 1 extra backup, and so having an extra mouse isn't even a bad idea because I'll probably use it at some point, no matter what. We're gonna be making a second weather studio in this house here pretty soon. There'll be 2. There'll be a second weather studio on top of this one. What I get from Culver's? Chicken tenders. I got the chicken tender meal. I would have gotten a burger, but knowing that I'm live and I'm probably not going to eat the tenders on stream, I can just reheat them. It's easier. We got a new severe thunderstorm warning in Missouri. Got a lot of people included in this one. That's going to be Maryville, Gentry, Parnell, Sheridan. We're looking at 60-mile-per-hour winds and a little bit of penny-sized hail. Is Des Moines cooked for tomorrow for tornadoes? I wouldn't say you're cooked, but I would definitely stay weather aware. Thank you for the super chat. When will the Weatherfront app be coming to Android? First starts second week of June, is what I'm hearing. And then the desktop app will be next weekend, it sounds like. So if you're on Android, you'll at least be able to use it on a computer or a laptop or something similar here very, very soon. It'll be sooner than Android. But I believe that'll be sometime around next weekend, is what I'm hearing. I'm kind of on the loop of things. And once it comes out, we will let you know. But it will be free to use. And if you want to become a subscriber inside of the app, obviously that costs money, but that supports the developers, the app development. It also gives you a lot of cool features too.
Has been issued.
Got a new tornado warning for Chickasha and Howard counties in Iowa. So a pretty large area here near Cresco, Lime Springs, Elma. So Howard and Chickasha counties, we gotta be taking shelter, putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible and get away from windows. This tornado warning will go until 11:45 p.m. Central Time. Not seeing anything really that intense in terms of rotation, but we are in a very large radar hole. So I do want to reiterate that the tornado risk here is still definitely elevated with this area of thunderstorms that is, as it has not become outflow dominant, at least from our knowledge yet, but it's not far from doing so. Josh with the super chat, where is the velocity scan on the Weatherfront app? There are tutorials. If you go to wxfront.com, they actually have like a little app guide thing. There should be like a little button on the bottom left, and you can click it, and it'll give you that like menu of different things. It takes a second to get used to Weatherfront, but once you're used to it, it is one of the most user-friendly apps that you'll ever use. Like it's super easy to use. This person in Leroy says, are we safe? You're not really safe right now. You're in the path of these storms. How many of you guys do have weather front right now in the chat? Hey, Ryan, for the $10 super chat. Does Milwaukee get to sit tomorrow out for once? No. There is going to be a risk of severe weather. Let me show you guys the future radar here. So this is what it's going to look like tomorrow afternoon. A bunch of supercells will go up over here in Kansas and Nebraska with all hazards, giant hail and strong tornadoes, and maybe even EF3 plus tornadoes being a possibility. It'll quickly upscale into a line of thunderstorms, producing a more widespread damaging wind threat. I know the HRRR doesn't really show anything over here in Wisconsin, but I am watching an overnight threat of damaging winds and even a couple of tornadoes being possible. But this line of thunderstorms will be massive. Literally from the UP of Michigan back in Oklahoma City. That is what we call massive right there, folks. And then Tuesday right now doesn't look crazy. Tuesday kind of looks mid. What happened to Tuesday? Tuesday looks like it might be a bit dangerous for severe weather. The HRRR isn't showing really anything up there in the Ohio Valley. Very minimal storm activity during the late afternoon. Maybe a low tornado risk. Pretty significant damaging wind threat here across the lower Mississippi River Valley. Same thing near Brownwood, Abilene, Killeen. A lot of large hail damaging winds down that direction. So, but yeah, tomorrow again, I do think will be another tornado outbreak, or at least very likely being a tornado outbreak. And I've had some people asking, like, do you think tomorrow will be a high risk of severe weather? I don't think so. It's too early to tell. Like, if things start to uptrend and it looks a lot more discreet initially, I would say yes, it's possible we could have an enhanced or a high risk of severe weather. But the storm mode is the biggest question mark. And we do not know if we're going to have all discrete supercells to start out, or if we are going to have it upscale really quickly. And if it upscales really quickly, there's almost no shot of that happening, because it would be almost all damaging winds at that point. A much lower tornado risk across the board. But we'll have to wait and see. The HRRR, at least this latest run, doesn't even have storms firing here until at least 3 o'clock. The 0Z had it firing at like 2, which is a lot earlier in the day. But look how quickly it upscales here by about 4 or 5 o'clock. And you can view this data right inside of the Weatherfront app. You'll see all the updraft helicity tracks and the future radar up and close and personal with all the locations on here. Pretty cool little animation there. Is Omaha getting hit tomorrow? I think Omaha will be under the gun, at least for some severe weather tomorrow. Hey, Colston for the 8-month membership. Thanks for everything. You're the GOAT. Appreciate that. Bring your plants in regardless. That is a great idea. Bring your plants in. Protect sensitive vegetation, and please hatch down your trampolines or bring them inside. What is going on with that camera? I have no clue. That camera's just been on and it's doing some funky things. There's one weird camera over there. We do have another camera that'll be coming up over near Decorah, so I'm going to keep an eye out on that one. There isn't really as much lightning as there was before. Like, you can see here on Weatherfront, there are some lightning strikes. Jesus, that scared the crap out of me. I had a camera on and it made a really loud noise. At least it wasn't on stream. But yeah, there's a lot less lightning now than before. So we're definitely seeing a downtrend in terms of the total frequency of lightning. There's still some lightning strikes near Des Moines, but generally speaking, these storms are definitely weaker down this direction right now. When is Riley's bedtime? You would have to ask him. I have no clue. Thank you, Atez, for the super chat. So I noticed pretty much everybody was leaving Radar Mega, but I couldn't find out why. A lot of us are just moving to Weatherfront. I mean, not a whole lot else to it. Looking at the future. That's at least what I'm doing. I can't speak on behalf of everybody else, but I mean, we're looking at the future, you know, of what we want to do here on this channel. We're working with Weatherfront. I mean, they're innovating like crazy with their app. They're adding a lot of features that we want inside of the app as well. I do think down the road, like, what we're doing here is going to be super beneficial. Like, this is something I've wanted for a while, where you can just put a thing on the map and like be able to talk to me wherever you're located. Like, this thing is super cool. It's actually proven to be kind of beneficial too. Like, I can actually answer people's questions. Not what the Sigma. This is also not Riley. Somebody made up this is Riley. Tim. over in New Haven. But yeah, across the board though, like this does help. It kind of helps to answer questions and stuff, and gives us a better idea of where people are tuning in from too. We've had a heat map like this, we just never were able to integrate it. So there's a lot more coming. Also, fun fact, we are going to be hiring a new meteorologist soon to our team. We're going to be bringing on a meteorologist to our team. I don't know who yet. We're kind of in the process of interviewing people, but they'll be actually handling quite a bit of the Max Alert type stuff that we've been doing along with Riley. And then they'll be doing a lot of other stuff as well. So that'll be pretty cool. We are expanding our team quite a bit. While we're doing that, we're hiring a developer at some point here pretty soon. So big moves. Thank you, Anton, for the super chat. Can you tell my wife if we're going to be safe? Can you tell my wife if we're going to be safe in Cedar Falls? I think you'll be okay. Are we safe in Owatonna? Owatonna is chilling. We got quite a few people tuning in right now from Owatonna. Mostly just some gusty winds. How cooked are we? I think you're fine. I go to bed. Is it safe? I think you're going to be okay. I'd wait maybe 10-15 minutes just to make sure the storm passes. Manually will be a damaging wind threat. Over here in Rochester, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds. There is a non-zero tornado threat in this area. In fact, we actually have a little tightening over here near Dexter, heading up towards Grand Meadow and Racine and Stewartville. Got a few people over here in Stewartville that are tuning in. So if you guys live in Stewartville, I'd definitely be getting ready to take shelter, just in case we get a little tornado threat up in your direction. Just a little bit of rotation moving up there to the north and east. Think what the super chat says. Thanks for everything, Max. How's Kansas looking? We have no watches or anything so far. A lot of Kansas City folks are in here as well. Kansas City is chilling. It's just going to be some strong thunderstorms, and that's really about it. I don't expect really anything severe down there. This is a very slow-moving line of thunderstorms, too. We only have one severe thunderstorm warning, and that's north of Topeka. I have a lot of people asking if Riley is moving to Florida. He is not. We have a 70-mile-per-hour wind gust that was just measured in Nora Springs just a moment ago. I think that this little area of rotation, once again near Dexter, possible tornado threat right now outside of our tornado warning, heading up towards Racine, waiting for a new velocity scan. Hey, James, for becoming a member. You also SRD for the super chat. Hey, also Cubs for the $20 super chat. Do you anticipate tomorrow to be as insane as last June? What do you mean? Last June? Why are we comparing tomorrow to a month? I don't know if you're talking about a certain setup. I do think tomorrow could be more insane than today, though. Tomorrow definitely has a higher ceiling. We'll see if that ceiling is met, but there's a much higher chance tomorrow will be really significant. Our only tornado warnings right now are still in northern Iowa. We have one rotation near McIntyre, and another area of rotation near New Haven. Somebody just got hit by this, saying, what the Sigma? Person said, dang, over here near Lime Springs. Well, rotation weaken before it hits us in Pro-Tiven. I think, generally speaking, rotation will be weakening with time. There's still a possibility, though, that we get a quick tornado that spits out of this line of thunderstorms. Is Riley a Packers fan? He is. I think we're going to be going to the Packers and Patriots game later this year. Hopefully there's no major weather happening. I'm a Patriots fan. He's a Packers fan. I also might be going to the Patriots and Steelers game. Tornado Pagey and Bryce, they like the Steelers, and I like the Patriots, so I might be going to that game too. I think both of them are in Foxborough, so I'll have to fly there. Hopefully the weather's chill. Who knows, though? It can be really hit or miss that time of the year. Get hurricanes, get winter storms, all that stuff. Shout out to VO with the super chat. Or what? Thank you, Mark, for the super chat. And if Stewartville gets by a tornado, can you name it Esther after my mother-in-law? Bro, we don't name tornadoes here. There's no such thing as naming tornadoes. The day we name tornadoes, that'll be like, if we name tornadoes, like, you know, after somebody, like after somebody's name, like that's the day that I retire. Like, it's like naming hurricanes, like conventionally naming hurricanes, all right? Naming a hurricane Sarah is fine, but if we're going to name a tornado that goes through this area called Sarah, there's problems. That better never happen. There's way too many tornadoes to have a list of names anyway. I feel like some random like network would pull off that, like, just for publicity or something like that. I'm not talking about like Mayfield or something like that. Like, that's different. I'm talking about like just naming it conventionally, like how they do it with hurricanes or even winter storms. Winter storms is already ridiculous, but hey, Mike, for the super chat, thoughts on this line reaching southwest Wisconsin? It'll reach you guys. It'll just be weaker by the time it gets there. Ew, Kaida for the $20 super chat. Likelihood that the storm's hitting around 15. I'm guessing that's 3 o'clock tomorrow. Nebraska develop and cause issues with travel at approximately 6 o'clock. It's definitely possible. Depends on where you're located, but there will be storms out there most of tomorrow afternoon and evening. We already name winter storms. Well, we don't name them. I think that's just a Weather Channel thing. I'm surprised we don't name low pressure systems and high pressure systems yet. We could call this one Clara. Call this low pressure system Clara here. Just got a severe watch for Iowa, Minnesota, and Wisconsin. This little low pressure system right here, their name is Sarah. It's actually more up here, but yeah. This entire blob is called Sarah right here. This high pressure system's named George. And then this high pressure system is named Mike. There you go. We're going to start naming low and high pressure systems. Shout out to Kaido with the 5 get to memberships. Really appreciate that. All right, we do have a new severe thunderstorm watch. This is going to be for those in eastern Iowa and kind of far southwestern Wisconsin. 1 county in Minnesota is included in this. This will go all the way until 4 a.m. tonight. There is a low risk of tornadoes still. Damaging winds will be the main concern. Spotty hail is on the table, but it should be a very low risk. Not much hail left, I think. I think it'll be mostly damaging winds here. We'll have more watch details here in a second. Will George be a threat to Florida? Oh my goodness, yeah. We're never naming things again. Sounds so weird. Is George gonna be a threat to Florida? It's like the winter storms. Calling it like, I don't know, Mike. Let's just say the winter storm is called Mike. Is Mike gonna threaten New York or something? Like, it just sounds so terrible. Hey, Maria for the $20 super chat. Go Steelers. They had a Hurricane Maria, and I said he'll get huge and stay out to the ocean away from all the people just like me. What? Hey, Gun for the super chat. How about naming EF5 tornadoes? I mean, if they're named after like the town that it hit or something like that, it's a bit different. But once you start naming it, you know, just because I think it's kind of dumb. Still watching the storms rolling over here in Spring Valley. I just finished planting my garden. If it gets cooked, I'm done for. It's actually not a bad time to plant. I think the freezing temperatures are mostly done up here in Minnesota. What's going to look like for tornadic activity in Stewartville, Minnesota? The peak threat will be over the next few minutes. It should be mostly a wind threat, low tornado risk. Here's that new severe thunderstorm watch that was just issued. So they basically just said a couple tornadoes are possible. Scattered damaging wind gusts up to 65 miles per hour for Dubuque, Richland Center, back into Washington and Ottawa and Centerville. Goes until 4 a.m. No hail expected. You don't see that very often. No hail expected. And Colson for the super chat. Saints are going to the bowl. Maybe the toilet bowl. It's about the only bowl I can think of them going towards. Is Des Moines going to be all right? Yes. This is weather front. That's what we're using right now. I mean, there's no way you think the Saints are going anywhere this year. They are absolutely abysmal. That team was terrible last year. Hey, Mark for the sewer chat. I don't know who Esther is. You say pop or soda? I call it soda. We have had a lot of tornadoes today. It's been a very active day. I want to see what the latest on the reports are. This is all of our reports from today so far. Little map here. We've had 22 tornado reports. 22. We've actually had 22 reported tornadoes. 114 wind reports. And then approximately 82 hail reports. What a wild day, guys, that we've had so far today. I mean, and tomorrow might even be worse than this. Pretty wild we've had this many. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning in Pawnee and Rush counties in Kansas. I'm sure where that is. Where is our warning? Is it this? Oh, it's this. Near Ash Valley, north of Larned. It'll be for $50 sized hail. Show us cheese curd. I have absolutely no clue where she is. She has disappeared. Hey, Northeastern for the sewer chat. Can we check in on like Kansas or Topeka? I mean, there's not really much happening. Just some strong thunderstorms. Pretty big line of thunderstorms though going through Manhattan and Topeka. We got somebody over here saying hi. How's it going? Rainy and windy over there in Manhattan. We got one person on the south side of Topeka saying lots of lightning going on right now. Yeah, a lot of that lightning's off to your north. Parker says only rain, please. It should be only rain and lightning. Hey, Motto for the $20 sewer chat. Can I go to bed in Winona or stay up for a bit? What Winona are we talking about? And where is Winona? I've seen it before somewhere. I don't know where Winona is on this map. They are for the sewer chat. One day the Weather Channel might start naming heat waves. Heat wave Karen. Imagine. Got another severe warning over here in Kansas. I think it's for the same area. And Great Bend is now under a severe warning. This one's going to be for golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Winona, Minnesota. I've seen Winona before. I don't really know where it is on the map here, but right now the main concern is going to be anything down over in here. Oh, it's right here. There it is. Yeah, I think the main concern will be damaging winds. Very low tornado risk. But basically, if you are off to the north and west of this line here, the risk of severe weather is very low to zero. So like kind of this line right here. Could be some gusty winds, could still have some lightning. Some rain, but nothing really too far beyond that for most of you guys. Hey, Sandy, for the super chat, it's snowing in Cedar City, Utah right now. It's honestly not too surprising. We do have winter storm warnings right now in Wyoming. It is the middle of May, which snow does happen in the middle of May. It's not really too uncommon. When does derecho season start? Derechos can happen any time of the year. They're a little bit more common during the summer months, but can happen any time of the year. Hey, Tip Canoe for the super chat. I'm near Salina, Kansas. Was curious if we're expecting more than Sonic ice size hail and some winds. I think the main concern will just be that. There's not really much else. We'll talk more about tomorrow at some point, but we'll obviously have a video tomorrow morning too talking about it. Really no major updates on tomorrow. Just kind of the biggest question being, will storms be discreet, initially, and how long will they stay discreet? If they stay discreet for a few hours, we're talking about a major tornado threat. If it upscales too quickly, the tornado threat will be suppressed a bit. Which upscaling meaning becomes a line of thunderstorms. How's Eau Claire, Wisconsin? Thanks for the birthday cameo the other day. No problem. Eau Claire is probably chilling. Mostly just strong thunderstorms, low severe risk. Hey, Levy for the super chat. Am I good to go to bed in Charles City, Iowa? Most of you guys are good to go to bed in Iowa. If you're west of this line right here, you're good to go to bed. If you're east of this line, kind of in this general area, you need to have ways to receive weather alerts. There's no active warnings, but we can still see damaging winds and a very low tornado risk. I highly recommend getting Max Alert. It's where I give you a phone call if you're included in a warning. And it gives you an extra peace of mind here tonight and any night for any sort of significant severe weather that's happening. So if you want to get that service where I give you a phone call if you're under a warning, you can check out Max Alert on maxalert.net. There's a link down below. The main concern right now is in this northeastern quadrant of Iowa, where we still have ongoing severe warnings and tornado warnings. Rotation has been much more insignificant recently, but there's still a couple areas that I'm seeing at least some evident rotation right now, moving towards Decorah, Harmony, Preston. And then we have been watching mainly wind over near Rochester. Not really much of a tornado risk over there. And we just got a new severe warning for Fillmore, Wabasha, and Winona counties in Minnesota. That'll be over near Winona for 60-mile-per-hour winds. I work the night shift, so I'm always up. I do too. Pretty much. Covering the weather is basically covering the night shift. Any risk for Des Moines? Not really. Mostly just strong thunderstorms. Is my gazebo going to blow away? I don't know if it's that strong. I love cheese curds. Nice. Minnesota has had one more tornado warnings today than the Vikings do Super Bowl rings. One. Bro is in Rochester. He literally lives in Minnesota. Flaming the Vikings. Emma says, my boyfriend Ryan loves watching you. Also, extreme winds just hit us. Quite scary right now. The worst of it will be over the next few minutes. It's a tornado threat for Nashville, Iowa. I think you guys are okay when it comes to the tornado threat. Am I cooked tomorrow? I got something important at tomorrow night. What is important tomorrow night that you got going on over there in Iowa Falls? You have a special date or something? When are we going to get hit? You're getting hit right now, man. It's happening as we speak. You're getting hit. You're not cooked in Granger. No problem, Donna. How is the Culvers? Pretty good. I believe I can fly over Mount Air. Thanks for your input. Am I safer in Great Bend or here tomorrow? What? I don't know what that question even means. Like you're in the same place. If you're gonna be in Great Bend or Ellenwood, it's like literally the same place. It doesn't make any difference for tomorrow. It's all kind of the same thing. Bro's like, am I gonna be safer here or one town over tomorrow? It doesn't usually make that much of a difference. Hey, TG for the super chat. Any concerns for St. Louis tomorrow? Heard we're supposed to get rain. Wanted to know if there's anything worse that could get hit. Should be mostly a wind threat tomorrow. I don't expect much else beyond that. Thank you, John, for becoming a member. At least for St. Louis. This is our risk of severe weather for tomorrow. So right now we have a moderate risk of severe weather here across Kansas, Nebraska, Missouri. There's a very tiny sliver there of Iowa that is in that moderate risk of severe weather. Does not include Wichita for right now. There's also an enhanced risk that does include Wichita, northern Oklahoma, Kansas City, Des Moines, and then a giant, slight, and marginal threat of severe weather for St. Louis, Oklahoma City, Dallas, Chicago, Detroit, Marquette. Main concern, once again, will be very, very large hail. We're talking about softball-sized hail on the table tomorrow in that SIG 2 risk, which is this right here. So Omaha, Wichita, surrounding areas should be ready for a giant hail risk. We're talking softball plus sized hail being on the table. There's also a risk of damaging winds, could be significant at times. 75 plus mile per hour winds will be on the table. And then there's also a risk of multiple strong, possibly intense to violent tornadoes, mainly in that hatched area. The tornado risk is far lower for St. Louis, Fort Wayne, and Grand Rapids. It's much higher over here in Kansas, Missouri, Nebraska, and Iowa. Thank you, John, for becoming a VIP Velocity member. Really appreciate that. Thank you, Death, for the super chat. Saying, thanks for your consistent coverage. I haul fuel in the Des Moines area, so your streams are super helpful during my night shifts. That's awesome. Well, I can help. Thank you, Brief, for the super chat. Leavenworth, Kansas tonight before I go to bed. Isolated wind threat. I'm in La Crosse, Wisconsin. Am I about to get hit by bad storms? Not really much going on right now in Wisconsin. It's mostly just isolated strong thunderstorms. The more significant storms will be back off to your west. They'll probably weaken, though, quite a bit before they get to you. What time for storms tomorrow? Anytime from 2 until after midnight. I think we'll be live sometime starting around 2 to 4 whenever storms get going. And that's Central Time. Thank you, Lund, for the super chat. I'm actually curious. Anybody? We can actually do the location map for like the last 2 hours. This is the last 2 hours of locations. Got one person over in Japan again. Got a few people in Australia. Got somebody over in Alaska. Oh, wait, is that a radar site? Or is that just... Oh, sunny and 60 here. Some guy over in Alaska that's tuning in. Look at all the people tuning in. This is just the last 2 hours of people submitting their location. Almost everybody was over here in Iowa for the last 2 hours. Minnesota, Kansas. That's at least where most people are putting their locations here. Some people over there in Wisconsin, too. A lot of people in Des Moines. Des Moines, look at all those dots in Des Moines. Jeez. That's a lot of people. Guess you don't talk to us in Tyler, Texas. Not much going on in Tyler. Said it's nice on the porch tonight. I mean, that's pretty good weather. There's actually some storms down here. Got some lightning. Over near Greenwood and Shreveport. Yay, rain. Yay, rain's right. You guys are in a big drought down there. Got quite a few people tuning in from Rochester right now. The most significant severe weather is now moving through you guys. Mostly a damaging wind threat here. Very low, non-zero tornado risk right now. If there's any new messages here. Thunder is rolling in. No lightning strikes is what somebody's saying there. Person just said, hi, Cassidy. I bet Cassidy and Katrina, I think, they're probably sitting on the same couch just watching the live stream. Nola said the storms here are lame. Griffin says the sky is looking crazy. Person over at Chatfield says been up for a while, whole lot of nothing. Want to sleep. Well, you're about to get hit by the damaging wind threat here in about a minute. Yeah, boy, for becoming a maximum velocity member. Well, look at Alabama. I don't think there's anything happening down here in Alabama. It's dry as a bone down here in Alabama. There's nothing happening. Philip says they're waiting on a trampoline to hit their yard over there in Atlanta, Georgia. Hey, for covering Rochester, no problem. Rochester's been pretty chill. There are some cameras over there in Rochester right now. I don't know if any of them are working. Oh, they are working. This is what it looks like out there in Rochester right now. A little bit of lightning. Got a little overpass here. Nobody parking underneath it. This is a skyline view. Also in Rochester on US Highway 63 inside of the severe thunderstorm warning. If I need to secure my trampoline for tomorrow in Northeast Arkansas, I would say you probably should, just in case. The camera's outside of my house. That's kind of funny. It's been really too windy here. I think the main wind probably just moved through a minute ago. This is another live shot here. Anyway, aside for the super chat, how were the cheese curds earlier? Also, shout out to New Ulm, Minnesota, down the valley where we hardly got any action. I am currently eating cheese curds still. So I still have cheese curds in the bag. How's the flood situation down south? It's still pretty bad. We got a flash flood warning still here. I'm a little surprised that it never got upgraded to a flash flood emergency, but I'm guessing it hasn't gotten to that point. It is a considerable flash flood warning right now. Yeah, flash flood warning near Minneapolis too. Yeah, this flash flood warning still ongoing. Still got some heavy rain right now, mainly on the south side of the flash flood warning. Definitely would not rule out a flash flood emergency. We did have one yesterday on yesterday's stream, northern Missouri. That was a really significant flooding event that happened over there. Just got a new report near Maryville of a 60-mile-per-hour wind gust measured on the north side of Maryville. This person over here said the trees are dancing pretty good over in Maryville. Thank you for that. Look at this outflow boundary. Look how sharp this thing is. It's almost as sharp as my hairline. Pretty impressive. Hey, Jake, for the super chat. The only tornado warning that we have right now expires in 17 minutes. I don't know if it's going to last too much longer, though. I got your camera in Rochester. It's going through it. Doesn't even look that bad. There's just a lot of lightning. I haven't seen anything in Rochester that looks really too crazy. I put the cameras on right before or right after the wind went through, so everything that you're seeing there is mostly just the aftermath, I guess, of the line of thunderstorms we went through. Is there locations in Mississippi? I don't know if there's any in the last 15 minutes. Nope. I only have it on the last 15 minutes of locations. That way I can just kind of keep the map a bit cleaner whenever I have it on. I know over there in St. Charles. Getting ready for this storm. Canada sucks. Excuse me? Over in Viola. Got a new severe thunderstorm warning in Clark and Jackson counties. Here in Wisconsin, that'll be for some quarter-sized hail. Actually, a little bit of rotation developing. Not really much, but there's a little bit of circulation there just south of Osseo. Might be something to keep an eye out for. I don't know if there's really much of a tornado risk with it since it's just so messy, but it's just south there of Eau Claire going up towards Augusta and Fairchild. Anyway, hi for the super chat. Set my smart TV to play your streams for my dog when I leave the house. Shout out to Scout. Be home soon. Thanks for everything, Max. Really appreciate that. Thank you, Josephine, for becoming a member of the channel. I do not think they're going to continue another tornado warning here for Decorah. I would expect a new severe warning for Decorah, though, in a moment for probably 60-mile-per-hour winds. Maybe a tornado possible tag. But tornado warning, I don't think will continue there. Thank you, Eric, for becoming a member. And Sean for the super chat. Is Eau Claire going to get any severe storms tonight? I don't see there being anything too severe. If we were to see severe weather, probably just a damaging wind threat. I love cheese curds. They're so good. Thank you, Carl, for the super chat. Quick breakdown of the Kansas City tomorrow. If you have any ball knowledge, you know wins will be the champ by 2028. I don't even know what you're talking about. I don't know who that is. Kansas City should be mainly a damaging wind threat tomorrow, too. The risk of strong tornadoes is much lower the further east you go. Tomorrow's environment, it's gonna be pretty localized. And yes, there's a tornado risk, like a strong tornado threat there, but that'll be embedded in the line of thunderstorms by that point. I'd be pretty surprised if we had any discrete supercells that direction. Otherwise, damaging winds, very large hail, the main concern. Baseball-sized hail, 80-mile-per-hour winds are like kind of the maximum hazards there for Kansas City. Much higher, though, if you're in this pink area here. That's where we could have 4+ inch sized hail, damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour, and EF3+ tornadoes in this environment. Randy Dots in North Carolina. We got a singular one. I don't know what that means. I don't know who Tom is. Max is still live. We've been live for about 7.5 hours now. Hey, Jake, for the super chat, meant to ask if you saw that tornado warning in Colorado in the Rocky Mountains today. I did. Yeah, I did see that tornado warning. It wasn't enough to go live for. It was kind of in the middle of nowhere. But yeah, I did see it. Not too often do you see a tornado warning over there in west of the Rockies. West of the Rocky Mountains. It was pretty interesting. Some models did show it happening, though. The HRRR did show something happening over there. Was it west? I think so. It was over here. That's where the tornado warning was. It was over near Maybell. It's like just outside of Steamboat Springs. What are the purple dots? Those are people putting their location on the map. Chloe says they're currently under an overpass. Pray for me. At least there's no storms there. If you want to put your location on the map, there is a link in the description. There's also a QR code here. And there's also a link on your screen. You can just type that in. It is case sensitive. We will be adding this into the Weatherfront app at some point. So you'll be able to just do it from the app. But right now it's just this. More of a beta testing this weekend anyway. And also for tomorrow. Shame Chloe. It's not shame though. She's not in a warning right now. It's okay for right now. Any dots in Illinois? We got a few. Got 2. It's just a zoomed out view. This is only the last 15 minutes of data. Like I don't want to put like the last 2 hours of data on here because it just looks super messy if I ever have it on. This is the last 2 hours of data. So if I zoomed into a storm over here near Des Moines, you wouldn't even be able to see it because there's so many dots. But if we do like the last 15 minutes, it's much more manageable. That outflow boundary is really cranking. Really impressive outflow boundary there. This is the leading edge of gusty winds here. From Mount Ayr back into Waterloo. Pretty impressive. The tornado warning cell here has just moved outside of the tornado warning polygon here for Howard County and Iowa, so probably going to allow that warning to expire here shortly. Got a lot of wind damage reports tonight over here in northwestern portions of Iowa. Just had a new 60-ish mile per hour wind gusts over there in Mayville as severe storms roll through. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, going to talk about tomorrow real quick because there's so many questions about it. So we do have a moderate risk of severe weather tomorrow in portions of Kansas, Nebraska, and Missouri. That is a tornado-driven moderate risk where we have a 15% tornado risk with an intensity level 2. That means we are expecting EF3 tornadoes or higher in this area here with that crosshatch. And we also have a moderate risk of hail as well, where we have a 45 SIG2 risk of hail within that same area. And it all comes down to this area of supercells that we are going to see fire across Kansas around 4 and 5 p.m. tomorrow, maybe a little bit earlier. This is initially going to be discrete convection. This is going to be when the tornado threat is the highest. It's going to be a very significant tornado event tomorrow as long as storms do say discrete. Now, I know the question that everyone is asking is, will this be a high risk? A, it doesn't matter, but B, it's really up in the air at this point in time, because what the question is right now is, what is the storm mode going to be? Are we going to have that 2 to 3 hour window where we see discrete supercells, or are we going to see convection go upscale almost immediately, which would limit the tornado threat, which would be a very good thing? But the reason that it's even a possibility is because of how intense our environment is tomorrow. If we take a look across that moderate risk region in northern Kansas, we can see that our STP values are already really, really high before we even reach the daytime heating hours tomorrow afternoon. We are going to see a very, very violent environment start to take shape by around 2, 3 p.m. And we're going to have some very, very high STP values. This is looking at the 3Z HRRR. This is right around 4 p.m. when we start to see the first supercells fire. That is a very robust tornado environment. Remember, STP is on a scale of 1 to 10. This is a 19.42 on that scale of 1 to 10. So definitely a very significant tornado environment. A lot of the models like NATOcast are maxed out in terms of their tornado probabilities. But once again, the storm mode is going to be the biggest question tomorrow. And that answer might honestly not be answered until we see morning mesoscale analysis.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Just kind of a little overview on tomorrow's threat of severe weather. Bro, what is this comment? Excuse me? What? Bro, what did I just read? Hey, Dungeon for the super chat. Appreciate that. I don't know if I ever want to really read that again. Drake May. Nice. The tornado warning here in Iowa is going to be allowed to expire, so we'll no longer have any tornado warnings in about 6 minutes. Thank you, Kelly, for the super chat. Hey, Jerry, appreciate the 2 years as a member. You know, one thing I can't wait for this year is to go get some actual cheese curds from Wisconsin. It's going to probably happen at some point. I'm so down bad right now from some good cheese curds. Wisconsin does cheese curds that slap. Hey, Kelly, for the super chat. My goodness. Wait, these are on the last 15 minutes. We got a lot of people putting their locations on the map here. A lot of you guys tuning in right now. Why is everybody saying Drake? Bro, why is Drake May everywhere? Dude, Why am I seeing Drake May everywhere on this map? Why are there so many Drake May locations? New severe thunderstorm warning here near Decorah. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Is my cheese about to get macked? Bro, what? Yes, it will be. You're not cooked. North of Decorah is still quiet. Dude, why are there so many Drake May comments? Who did this? There's Drake May everywhere. I can't even find one without Drake May anymore. Thank you, Tamek, for the $20 super chat. It's the radar site near Sault Ste. Croix Falls. Not really a whole lot happening right now in Wisconsin. It's mostly just some gusty winds and some small hail. The only severe storm is that one north of I-94. Hey, Tip Canoe for the super chat. Salina hasn't really increased. It's going to be mostly a tornado threat if the storms stay discreet tomorrow, as Riley was just talking about. Logan says, watching from North Dakota, need the storms come up here. Thank you for the super chat. It's coming. We're only about a month away from you guys ramping up. Thank you, Sandy, for the super chat. Thanks, Max, for going as live as long as you do. Helps me stay awake while I'm driving. There you go. How in the world? There's way too many Drake Mays on here. The weather for becoming a member. There we go. Last 5 minutes. Hope Drake May's still on here. All the Drake May comments are literally in the last 5 minutes. Goodness. I mean, I'm such a huge fan until I see you hover over my area. I'm hovering over right now. I guess you're not a big fan anymore. Hey, Marax to the super chat saying, did you notice that today's Risk outline looked like a duck? I did not. Also, if you go to the Packers game, stop multiple places for curds. There's different types. Well, the Packers game is actually going to be in Foxborough, so it'll be in Massachusetts. I've been to Wisconsin before. I went there last year. I'm pretty sure I'm going there again this year, so. Drake May fumbled the Super Bowl. That entire team fumbled the Super Bowl. The entire offense really fumbled the Super Bowl. To see Riley, I think there's gonna be a golf. I'm probably doing another golf trip this summer. I did it last summer too. Pretty sure it'll be in Wisconsin or somewhere up there. Hey Sam for the super chat. Jake released his latest album and it cooks. Same with Drake University. Thanks for the super chat. I don't really listen to him, or I don't really listen to people like that, honestly, like rappers and stuff. My music type's a bit different. Mostly like the I'm kind of in like the, I guess like the era of just like pop music. But not that kind of pop. I don't know what it's called. I've gotten a bit into country recently, too. A little bit of country here and there doesn't hurt anybody. Sam Darnold owns the Patriots, bro. Get off the map. How is somebody doing this many times? Hey, Lindsay for the super chat. Raining and thundering over by Ladysmith. Do you think anything more? Ladysmith. Where's Ladysmith? Isn't that Wisconsin? Does our location disappear if we leave your chat for a few? No, I can like change it so like it can be up there for 15 minutes. It can be up there for longer. I have it on 15 minutes normally. Thank you, Todd, for becoming a member. I had somebody ask, like, I keep seeing these comments like, please show us cheese curd. I had somebody literally ask during the tornado emergency. They're like, show us cheese curd. I'm like, we got a big tornado on the ground. That ain't happening. That happened earlier in today's stream. Like, it happens all the time. I get some really random comments. I'm like, bro, there's no way you think we're just going to go, oh, I'm going to go pick up cheese curd. Hey, guys, here's cheese curd during a tornado emergency. It's probably the least important thing going. We got a new severe thunderstorm warning in Missouri. This one will be for a lot of counties over here near Bethany for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Max, people are saying you're a Swiftie. I'm not a Swiftie. Hey, keyed up for the super chat. Theoretically, if there's a lot of hail, but you really have to go to work and you're required despite weather, how do you get through hail with minimal damage? Just keep driving. Either that or pull off into like a gas station or something and just pull off for a few minutes. It's really the best thing to do. You're relieved you're not a Swiftie? I don't know what that means. I know it's like you're a big Taylor Swift fan, but like, I don't know why it's a bad thing if you are one. Hey, super rough for the $10 super chat. What will Smith, Will Smith, Drake, May. What a super chat. Thank you for that. Very insightful. I don't know where cheese curd is, even if you want me to show her. Like, she's not in here. She's probably sleeping somewhere. Cheese curd! Maybe she'll come out. Now I call her name. She ran away. She's just probably sleeping. She probably doesn't. One, she either just doesn't know I'm up here, or two, she is just doesn't want to be near me because I'm talking nonstop and she knows I'm live. I think she's just kind of used to me being live now. Hey, Beans for the super chat. I haven't seen her yet. Love watching you from Australia. Love what you do covering weather events. Thanks for keeping Americans alert and safe. Appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat. Got quite a few people that actually have been tuning in from Australia. I've seen it on the location map here. I think this is the last 15 minutes of locations. I don't know if there's any in the last 15 minutes in Australia. Yeah, we got one. We do the last 2 hours. We got a couple. Sometimes we have a few people over there. Just kind of depends, I guess. Appreciate that, Mandy. I think you're good, Rochelle, to go to bed. You just have ways to receive alerts. Really recommend having Max Alert if you guys are out in front of this line, just in case later tonight there is a tornado warning or something like that. At least it'll give you a phone call if you're under a warning. My cat has not arrived. I tried calling her. Didn't work. It is chalked. June says the hail and lightning has returned over in Minneapolis. There was a pretty scary situation earlier with that rotation. Very close to having a tornado there in Minneapolis earlier. Are you sure new mouse made it through the stream Diet Coke free? I'm actually still using the mouse I had before. I haven't had any problems yet with it, but I'm going to have to replace it no matter what. It's just temporary for now. I have another mouse, though, in case I need to switch it out. The short term. How's Kansas City doing? You guys should be pretty much chilling. Very low risk of damaging winds at this point. Can't wait for weather front on Android. I can't either. That way I don't have more questions about when it's getting released on Android. That's probably the most commonly asked question right now. When is it going to be on Android? When's it going to be on desktop? Good news is this desktop's only a few days out. I mean, really, the desktop version being out will definitely help kind of alleviate the number of questions when it's going to be releasing, and then Android will be shortly after that. Shout out to Kyle with the 7-month membership. Appreciate that. What about Kansas in a few hours? Just going to be isolated damaging winds for the most part. The hail risk is pretty low. The flooding risk is also probably the main concern, honestly, right now. Be the flooding risk with all the storms kind of training over top of each other. Definitely the main concern currently. Good night from Des Moines. Have a good night. Yeah, I think really, again, across the board, you know, the threat of significant severe weather is pretty low. I mean, we still got 5 severe thunderstorm warnings, but, you know, I don't see anything right now that pops out to me that makes me think we're going to have a, you know, another tornado warning anytime soon, if at any. I think if any tornado warnings pop up, I'd be kind of surprised. It's definitely mostly a damaging wind threat. Got a lot of lightning in these thunderstorms, too. There was a quick little spin up that tried to happen near Fairchild in Wisconsin, but that's quickly died. But this environment is way less favorable for tornadoes versus before. These storms mostly being outflow dominant. This is our meso analysis right now with our significant tornado parameter values. And yes, they're pretty high in Kansas, but there's no discrete supercells. It's all outflow dominant. Even over here in Wisconsin, I mean, there's really virtually no tornado risk. If any, it's very, very low. If we go over to our SPC outlook here, again, we got this for tomorrow. This for today, though. It's a very small 2% tornado risk right now for southern Wisconsin and back into northeastern Iowa. So I think you guys will be mostly chilling over here. But I definitely recommend downloading the free Weatherfront app if you have an iPhone. That way you can stay ahead of the storms tonight. And also check out Max Alert so you get a phone call from me if you're under any sort of tornado warning or severe warning. Have a good night from Chilton, Wisconsin. Got my iPad W. Yeah, if you got an iPad too, works on there. And DC for the super chat. And Ball, Missouri, all right tonight? Should be mostly just a damaging wind threat, really, anywhere down here. If you get any severe weather, there's definitely gonna be a lot of lightning out there in Kansas City tonight. So I'll definitely be getting ready for that in Kansas City. What's the outlook for tomorrow? We didn't have I had a few people saying like we had a moderate risk of severe weather today. We did not. It was enhanced. Tomorrow is moderate. So tomorrow's going to be a little bit higher end of a day of severe weather. I don't think we'll see a high risk. The only way we see a high risk is if storms are going to be more discrete during the afternoon hours. I'm not very confident that they're going to be that discrete tomorrow for that long of a period of time. In the case that they are, high risk would definitely be warranted, but we just don't know if that's going to happen. So for right now, the main concern is going to be discrete supercells initially producing the risk of EF3 plus tornadoes and softball sized hail or even higher. And then after that, it's going to congeal into a big line of thunderstorms that's going to impact a giant area. So let me kind of take you through the time guide here for tomorrow in terms of the timing of severe weather. And you can also do this right inside of the Weatherfront app. Do exactly what I'm doing here. All right, so this is kind of what the timing looks like for tomorrow. Storms will begin sometime around 2 to 4 o'clock in Kansas and Nebraska. If they stay discrete for a long period of time, very large hail, damaging winds, and the risk for strong tornadoes will be on the table here. And then as we continue to get closer to about 7 to 8 o'clock or so, the threat will start to transition into a giant line of thunderstorms, which is awfully similar to what happened today. And this will be producing a fairly large damaging wind threat, along with the risk of embedded strong tornadoes in this line of thunderstorms. And so this will upscale very quickly, impacting areas from Minneapolis back into Wichita, Kansas. And then as we approach midnight, storms will continue to rumble on here across Kansas, even Oklahoma, back into Missouri. And then during the overnight hours into early Tuesday morning, there will still be a threat of isolated damaging winds, which will transition into Tuesday's threat of severe weather, which should be mainly a damaging wind threat from the Dallas-Fort Worth area back into the Mississippi River Valley. Maybe a couple of tornadic storms back up here in the Ohio Valley, but there might not be a whole lot of instability up there with the weakening line of thunderstorms during the morning. Right now, Tuesday doesn't look too concerning for significant severe weather. Very low-end tornado risk in Texas. Very low-end threat of tornadoes over there in the Ohio Valley. I do think Tuesday will be mostly a damaging wind threat. And in the case it's mostly damaging winds, the odds of a live stream would be lower. But we'll have to see how things kind of pan out. But yeah, tomorrow is definitely the most concerning day right now. If you guys have friends or family in the path of severe weather tomorrow, please make sure they're aware of it. Feel free to share our channel with them. We'll be live tomorrow covering it with a bunch of storm chasers, live cameras, all that good stuff. And we will also be live maybe on Tuesday as well. Definitely make sure you're subscribed to the channel too. Little fun fact, but we are closing in right now on 1.95 million subscribers, guys. 1.95 million subscribers. We're closing in on it. If you're new to the channel, subscribe. We're only about 50,000 subscribers away from 2 million subscriber signed merch. We'll be doing signed hats again for 2 million subscribers. That'll be pretty cool. At least that's the plan. Thank Matthew for the $10 super chat. Have a good night. They also, Vray for the super chat. Will Menominee, Wisconsin be hit hard? Not really. No, just isolated damaging wind threat. Very low tornado risk. I want some merch. Well, we actually do have merch right now. Just nothing signed. No Hatcher for the 11 months. Best sub on YouTube. Good night. Appreciate that. Thank you for being a member. Also, if you guys do want to support our channel above and beyond, you become a member of the channel. It's the join button down below. It basically goes right back into our team. We're growing our team, by the way. We're about to be hiring a meteorologist and a developer here soon. And we have a bunch of storm chasers as well. It's not free to do anything that we do here. So becoming a member of the channel seriously helps out our operations and what we do here. So if you want to consider becoming a member of the channel, it does help us out tremendously. There's that join button down below. Delayed report of a 70-mile-per-hour wind gust over in Norris Springs this evening. Thank you, Fernoff, for the super chat. Appreciate that. Menominee, sorry. Menominee, Wisconsin. I keep forgetting that pronunciation. Menominee. We can go to bed in Rochester. You can go to bed now. I was storm chasing the other day. It was pretty fun. It was cool. I kind of felt like a storm chaser for about 20 minutes. How do you get Weatherfront on your computer? You can't yet. It'll be out by, we got a winter storm warning. Weatherfront will be out on desktop in about a week. Sometime around Memorial Day weekend, which is next weekend. Could be on the earlier side of the weekend. It could be after it. I don't really know yet. But when it's out, we will let you know in a video. Sign hats for 2 million subs. It's going to take you a year and a half and some severe carpal tunnel. I'm only going to do like 250, maybe 500 signed hats. We did 500 signed hats for 1 million subscribers. I might do 500 again for 2 million. I don't know. But they're not going to be free either. I mean, we obviously have to charge for them, and it does take time for me to do it, so... I mean, my thinking is like, if we do 2 million subscriber signed hats, I'm going to do either 250 of them for $75 each, or do 500 of them for like $50 each. I'm not sure what I'm going to do yet. It'll be one of the two. What do you guys think? That's the price we've always done, by the way. It's always been $50. But if I did less, I'd probably charge more because it's a lower quantity and it'd be more limited edition. Thank you, Taz, for becoming a member. Do 1,000? I don't think I'm doing 1,000 hats. There's no way. 2 million for $1. Yeah, $1 hats. I would be losing a lot of money on $1 hats. They are not cheap. I don't know how much the hats cost up front, but they're not cheap. It's more of just a time-consuming thing, though, because we have to do all sorts of operational stuff for it to happen. We don't just ship stuff out of, out of house or whatever. Most people are saying 500. Hey, Taz, for becoming a VIP Velocity member. Really appreciate that. So you guys are saying 500. Eh, we might do 500. I'm not doing t-shirts signed. We'll just do hats. We will have some sort of t-shirt design, though, for 2 million subscribers. Need to bust out the Drunk NATO shirt tomorrow in Ottawa, Kansas? You might have to. That's an expensive hat. Well, it is signed. Like, it will actually be physically signed. It's not just like it's a hat. It's like there will be the same hat will be available unsigned for like cheaper, but the one that's signed will be more expensive because I have to sign it. We got to do shipping out of house. It's way more expensive than just doing it normally where they're just being drop shipped basically. So it's much more complicated process, and it does cost a lot more to do that. It's dramatically more expensive. But either way, it'll be kind of just a limited edition thing. It's more of a collector's thing anyway, so. And it's not going to be for everybody. You at least have a cool signature? I don't know. Some people have to be the judge of that. I can't judge my own signature. I don't think it's that great. I think it's fine. Somebody said I have your 1 million subscriber signed hat. It might be worth money. It might be. To the right person, it might be. You honestly think your signature is worth that much? It doesn't matter the worth of my signature. It's just more to do with my time. Like it's a time-consuming thing to sign that many hats. And again, it's a big operation. It's not like I'm just, it's not like they're printed on there. And we also have to do it all in-house. It's a very complicated process. We've done it before. We did it for 500,000 subscribers. We did it for 1 million subscribers. It's a heck of a process. There's shipping involved, all sorts of other stuff too that we handle. You have your signature embroidered? That's kind of boring though. Removes the personal feel. Thank you, Trucker, for the super chat. In Cedar Rapids, I will be driving to Oklahoma City tomorrow. Hope I can time my trip appropriately. I know Riley said 4 to 5 p.m. for the Kansas City area. I think it'll be probably a little after that, but yeah. All right. Well, I'm hungry. I want to eat my food. We got a lot of storms to cover tomorrow, so we're going to go ahead and wind down tonight's stream, but I do appreciate everybody watching. If you are new to the channel, subscribe. Stay on the stream. You'll be redirected to our 24/7 live weather channel where there's live weather alerts in case there's anything else that happens tonight. We got live cameras, storm chasers, and a lot more. So stay on the stream, and you'll be redirected automatically to our 24/7 live weather channel on the More Max Velocity channel. Make sure to subscribe to that channel while you're over there as well. We have some cool new videos on that channel as well, so check that out. Make sure to join our Discord server. There's a link down in the description. You can also follow us on Facebook and Twitter at MaxVelocityWX for the latest updates and all the crazy weather that's coming. Thank you guys all again so much for watching. Have a great rest of your night, and we'll see you guys all again tomorrow in a video tomorrow morning and then a live stream tomorrow afternoon. Have a good night. See you.